In the quiet night, the voice of the passionate young man resounded, even if it was the cold, freezing wind at midnight, the moonlight peeking through the high layers of clouds, or the senses of his own experienced assassin. They all whispered. Stopping for a moment, he could not help but praise himself. Once again, well done. This young man was Rayon, an assassin of the Robert house. Because of so many years exposed to killing, his face always had a cold appearance. Now, when kneeling before this man, Rayon spoke in a solemn voice, bowing his head. "Thank you, my lord Darius." The man in front of Rayon was Darius Robert. There were many rumors that he would die at the hands of this man tonight. Continuing the conversation, Darius looked at Rayon like a lowly servant. He spoke. "You have shown me a result worthy of the position of a shadow leader. Thanks to your contribution, our family has been able to make remarkable progress." In front of these compliments, Rayon only humbly bowed his head. "I only did what I needed to do, my lord." The face of this man now showed no emotion. Darius continued, "I am really very curious, Rayon." While asking, he carefully observed the expression of the boy. "Do you believe that a shadow needs to have freedom?" Rayon only calmly replied, "The shadow unit of us only needs to carry out the orders of the master. Among us there does not exist what is called thoughts, feelings, or heart," he replied, making Darius for a moment satisfied. "Good, so you also know clearly." His eyes now did not show any emotion. Darius continued, "But if you already knew that." Pausing for a moment now, finally he could not hide his anger and growled, "Then why did you dare to act on your own? And how could you escape the brainwashing?" These two pressing questions made Rayon lower himself down, his body trembling slightly. He silently lost his spirit. The sweat on his face could not be hidden because of worry that flowed down his face. How could he know that? And that matter, according to Rayon, was the brainwashing of assassins like him. Through this, a dark corner was revealed. The way Robert optimized the shadow assassination unit. He would have people kidnap, or maybe trade children. After that, Darius would turn them into assassins who would devote their lives to carrying out dirty work for the Robert house. In other words, they raised loyal dogs for the family. And Rayon was no exception. He had also been brainwashed. But thanks to a coincidental encounter during one of his missions, Rayon was able to remove the chains that imprisoned him. The question continuously arose in his head. But how could he know that I was no longer brainwashed? Without hiding, Rayon chose to ask directly, "How did you know that, my lord?" Facing his question, Darius calmly replied, "Among all the assassins, including you, there are two chains tightening your necks. The first is brainwashing that somehow you were able to escape. And the second..." Finishing his words, he flicked something from his hand toward Rayon. After that, Darius continued, "Is this..." He was startled, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. But it was too late. That thing entered the body not long before. Blood from Rayon's mouth could not be held back and spurted out. In the silent night, his desperate scream resounded, sounding extremely terrifying. Holding his aching chest, Rayon breathed out each difficult breath. What was this pain? It felt like his heart was being sawed apart. Looking at the person in front of him struggling to breathe with difficulty, now a satisfied smile also appeared on the lips of Darius. After a long while, now Rayon only seemed as if dead, then he spoke. "That is the parasite worm." According to Darius, this was an insect implanted into his body. It was still obeying his command and was gradually corroding Rayon's heart. And this was also that the worst of dark arts was the thing that could read the emotions of a slave. Now Rayon's fury finally erupted. "Not only was brainwashing not enough for you, but you also forced me to ingest the parasite worm. Even after doing such things, you still act lofty and saintly. You are truly a despicable man, Darius." In response to this accusation, he calmly replied, "That is called being careful, not despicable. Do not forget, you were able to escape being brainwashed." Now Darius's evil face also appeared. "People say everyone wears a mask, only that my mask is a bit thicker and more special than others." Rayon did not expect him to say these words. He angrily roared his final words, "Darius Robert." Speaking briefly about the life of this poor young man, Rayon was kidnapped at an age when he could hardly remember anything. Then Rayon was raised like a hunting dog and an assassin for the Robert family, even becoming a shadow leader. And from then on, he lived without a heart or emotions. But thanks to one fortunate meeting, Rayon was able to learn a technique called fire patience, and that technique, which proved to be a special ability of the strongest swordsman of the continent long ago, was able to help him escape the brainwashing. He thought he could finally escape the shadow unit and dreamed of freedom. Finally, Rayon had hope. But he could not understand how then what awaited him at the end of the road was death rather than freedom. Lying gasping on the ground, Rayon's inner self silently tore. What sin had he committed? Why must he die so meaninglessly? Finally, his strong inner self also resisted. Rayon roared, "Damn it! I cannot let things end like this." With steely cold eyes, Rayon looked at Darius and thought to himself, "If I will die here anyway." Seeing him begin to resist, he was astonished. How can you stand up in that condition? Unwilling to simply die like that. Rayon looked toward Darius and made a silent resolution. If my fate is such. Trying to lift the sword, he told himself, I will take him with my hand, or at least injure him before I die. Finishing the thought, Rayon quickly ran like the wind. He kept shouting out loud. Charging forward, Rayon was completely unwilling. I will not die a miserable death. And now Darius also began to react. He stood solemnly ready to wait for him to rush past. At this moment, in Rayon's eyes was the image of a cruel and wicked man. But of course, having climbed to this position, Darius could not let him kill him so easily. A slash was also cut toward Rayon. Taking this slash, he was flung away. Lying flat on the ground below was a pool of fresh blood. Rayon's body lay motionless there. Now Darius calmly, slowly approached, looking at him. In his eyes now appeared a trace of complexity. Even if I blocked that strike. Darius inwardly scorned, although just trash, but he not only escaped from being brainwashed, he also endured the pain of the parasite worm and attacked me. At this point he asked himself, how long had it been? Looking at the hand cut by Rayon still bleeding, Darius coldly wondered, how many years has it been since the last time I was injured? To be bitten by a hunting dog I trained, truly unbelievable. Glancing at his corpse, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But now there was no need to worry about him anymore because he was already dead. Saying that, he turned his back and left, only coldly leaving words, dispose of him. Very quickly 2 subordinates from the shadows immediately appeared. Rayon was still dying. He had not completely breathed his last. Now in his eyes still was the image of that man. His thoughts at this moment kept screaming. Darius was considered one of the strongest warriors on the whole continent. My defeat was inevitable. He was the strong while I was the weak. How could I resist? Lying motionless on the ground, Rayon could not help but give rise to hatred, but I will not accept. Memories rushed back, and he recalled the fire of that year. I regret living this life for no reason. Thinking again of that man's face, he lamented, I regret having been toyed with by Darius my whole life. And so Rayon carried an unwilling heart down to hell, and I deeply regretted and failed to complete fire patience. His inner self kept praying in hopelessness, whether God or even demon, anyone would do, so please, do something, and give me the chance to take revenge on Darius. At the same time, the pendant Rayon usually wore suddenly fell out. After a while, for some reason, it emitted a strange light. Immediately after, the system suddenly appeared and Wrath had chosen Rayon, and now it was entering his body. In another development, the first morning sunlight flashed across the blue sky. A beautiful woman with golden hair was gently playing with the being before her, looking child at mother, your mother's sunshine. In the cradle, the small hands raised along with a cry, Abaye. The woman lovingly praised, very good, now then, what is this? In response to her, the kid kept making sounds from his small mouth. As if about to melt from this cuteness, she hugged the little one. Oh my mother's darling sunshine, who does he resemble to be so adorable? Suddenly this kid had the thoughts of an adult, and the voice in his head was Rayon's. He reluctantly thought that he still had not grown used to this. The woman holding him was Sylvia. Rayon remained bewildered. He still could not believe it. But Sylvia quickly lifted him up and urged him to say mama. Before this affection, Rayon felt a little embarrassed, so his face flushed. The truth was Rayon had been reincarnated as the child of this woman, although he still retained the memories from his previous life as an assassin. At first Rayon thought it was a dream and slept for 100 days. Looking at this baby body, he paled inwardly. Why am I still not waking up? However, no matter how long Rayon slept, in the end he accepted the fact that he had been reborn. Back to the present, Sylvia held him in her arms, basking in the sun. Today the weather is really nice, isn't it? Holding Rayon, she smiled happily, hoping that the Lord would return soon. Sylvia said this, but her gaze remained fixed on the outside of the window, so that he could give the child a truly beautiful name. Seeing Sylvia's expectant look, Rayon thought to himself that it was a bit strange to be called by a nickname all the time, and not meeting his child for 100 days. He must be very busy. Scanning the room, Rayon made an assessment. He still could not explore much after being reborn, but at least he knew this was a fairly rich family of the upper class. Rayon was also satisfied with his family circumstances. He said he guessed being reborn into a powerful and wealthy family would be better than into an ordinary one, because he needed to take revenge. At this mention, Darius's cruel face appeared again in Rayon's mind. He could never forget that night. One thing he still remembered clearly was the rage and hatred he felt in his heart before dying. But he needed to be patient. Held in Sylvia's arms, Rayon silently told himself that until now he had only wandered around this room. He did not know where this was. He did not know what his position was, or what situation he was in. Looking again at his small body, he began to calculate. Moreover, since he had not yet completed the fire patience technique, he had to be even more patient and endure. Remembering the glorious image of himself, Rayon told himself, I was once called the greatest assassin of the Robert family. And he also reminded himself to wait until the day he could take revenge on Darius. He could suppress his emotions and desires until the time was ripe. Resting in Sylvia's arms, he could not help but be amazed, but this only made him more curious. The brightness and size of this mansion, it was more than upper class. Lost in thought, suddenly there was a strange sound approaching the room, making Rayon alert. From outside, Helen hurriedly slammed the door open and rushed in to report, Lady Sylvia. Pausing to catch her breath, Helen then shouted loudly, The Lord is returning. Hearing this, Sylvia also became flustered. Father is, Rayon silently wondered. Father, does that mean the Lord is my grandfather? Sylvia stammered, We must prepare something. Helen also began to panic. It is too late. He is already at the door. Her heart as if about to leap out. Oh no! At this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out. Sylvia suddenly stopped moving. Even Helen now seemed trembling with fear. Both held their breath, looking toward the doorway. As Rayon felt this aura, he also silently startled. What the hell? What is this presence? A loud voice cried out, announcing the return of the Lord. Hearing the firm footsteps approaching him, Rayon silently judged to display such pressure with only his presence. The proud back of the Lord slowly stepped inside, on both sides followed by close soldiers. Sylvia held him tightly in her arms. She seemed afraid that if Rayon did anything to displease her father, his life would be in danger. Rayon in bewilderment told himself, Impossible. If I am not mistaken, this person is... Just entering and seeing Sylvia, he quickly approached his daughter. She timidly retreated and stammered, Father. Looking at Rayon, the middle-aged man asked coldly, Is this the child? At this very moment his inner self screamed, I am certain. A man of age with hair shining like the color of the sun, eyes carrying the fiery red color of flame, and a face colder than ice, the master of the greatest family of the continent, the king of Ruin of the North, Glenn Zeekart. Now, the gaze of Glenn as he looked at his grandson carried a trace of complexity. The baby face of Rayon looked at him pouting. He thought to himself, It seems that somehow I have been reincarnated into the strongest family of the continent. After some conversation, she could not help but ask her father in surprise, Do you want to keep him? For Rayon this was an unpleasant fate. Cradling his great-grandson in his arms, Glenn continued, "From today onward the boy's name is Rayon. True to its meaning, live silently and exist like a shadow, as if you are not here." The small innocent eyes opened wide looking at the man before him. Rayon thought to himself, after crossing life and death, I even have a new name. Rayon. And this was the name his grandfather in this life gave him. Then he turned and left Sylvia standing there. Night fell. Rayon slept alone in the large room, but his limits were confined to the cradle. Looking around he thought to himself, they are probably asleep now. Rayon sat up sulking, thinking this is a boring 100 days, but now I have a chance. Yet being in a baby's body still affected him somewhat, so during the day he kept dozing off and would suddenly feel sleepy. This was somewhat inconvenient for an assassin in a baby's body, and whenever he woke Sylvia was beside him. He could no longer control mana or anything. At least he felt somewhat relieved that he could sleep alone in the cradle. Nighttime was the moment Rayon was most free to act. He quickly sat up, closed his eyes and concentrated. All right, let's begin. Quickly making a hand seal, he then condensed the fire orb. Rayon's whole body was now wrapped by flame. On the continent, cultivators usually use breath to allow mana from nature and aura to accumulate in the mind. Fire orb obtained through special catalysts was different. Like a wizard creating a mana circle, it would form a circle around the heart, something that increased endurance and stimulated the body's development, while also raising willpower and mana resonance. Therefore, this method allowed a person to obtain ideal control to become a warrior. And according to what Rayon understood, this was the supreme cultivation technique. But for him there was another advantage. Even a genius like Darius would not detect whether the fire orb existed or not. And Rayon knew that above all, if he cultivated his body and mind using the fire orb, and made the Sieghart sword techniques his own, then the quest to take revenge on Darius Robert would no longer be fanciful. Looking again at this small body he speculated, maybe because of the structure of this body, his mana veins were completely cold. This was the reason his whole body remained cold, even if he slept 20 hours or many more. Trying to close his eyes once more, Rayon focused on thought, mana blockage, or in the 9 small areas. That is serious. At this rate I will die because the cold air will clog in the magic veins. Now he continues to channel his inner force. I need to clear the veins with the fire orb. On the other hand, if I throw away this bone-chilling cold it would be a pity. I will combine it with the fire current in my body and circulate them. The quiet night. In the small forest nearby the sound of insects rang out along with the rustle of grass and trees, incomparably fresh. Slowly opening his eyes, he thought to himself, all right, maybe a bit slow, but quite stable. Next is... But there was something that made Rayon puzzled. He turned to look at the wooden cradle before him. Rayon felt helpless, only cultivated a little and already tired. His eyes slowly closed. He could not help but curse inwardly in frustration. Damn it, I cannot. Before he even finished the thought, his eyes were already tightly shut, his breathing steady. Rayon gradually sank into deep sleep. After a while, for some reason his grandfather in this life silently entered the room. Glenn's gaze at the child in the cradle carried a bit of complexity. Even as a lord he could not resist the cuteness of a child. Just like that the old heart of Glenn felt watered. He reached out his hand to gently stroke Rayon's head. Time quickly passed. Rayon felt as if he had only slept for a moment, but at last morning had arrived. Just waking up, Rayon began crawling on the floor. Now the sounds he made were only a boo-boo. Seeing her son Sylvia could not help but praise, "Our Rayon is so cute, crawling more." But inwardly he lamented. Rayon felt this was like torture. Playing with this mother is exhausting. The soul is an adult, but I am forced to act like a baby. I am going to die. Holding her son in her arms, Sylvia happily caressed. There is nothing Rayon cannot do. So cute, he thought irritably. I would rather endure the cold. Sylvia continued to dote. Our cute Rayon. At that moment a voice sounded. Is Sylvia here? Seeing the person before her, Sylvia joyfully exclaimed, "Old man," stopping for a moment, and she quickly corrected, "Oh no, Saint." The old man before her was gentle, completely different from her father the Lord. Now he looked at Sylvia full of affection. As soon as he heard this, he quickly and cheerfully interrupted her. "What saint? Just call me old man." Seeing him, Rayon was startled and quickly realized this person is the mad saint. Based on what he knew from his previous life, the holy power and holy magic of that man had to be top of the continent. He was the most famous healer on the continent, but his wandering nature made meeting him as difficult as ascending to the sky. The mad saint looked at Rayon with sparkling eyes. "I was just roaming and came to visit you because I heard you recently gave birth. Is it this one?" Sylvia cheerfully replied, "Ah yes." The mad saint doted and held Rayon up. Golden hair, red eyes, exactly like her. Sylvia smiled proudly. "Yes, do they not look beautiful?" The mad saint focused on him and assessed him. "The boy is really cute. Completely different from Glenn. What is the name of this child?" Sylvia hesitated. The name." Pausing a bit, she somewhat shyly said, "The boy is named Rayon." Hearing this, the mad saint's brows slightly knitted, and he asked, "You did not intentionally give a name that means shadow, did you?" Sylvia answered sadly, "Yes, that is right." The mad saint was a little displeased, naming a child Shadow. What was Glenn thinking? Rayon also felt some goodwill toward the mad saint. He did not match his title at all. There must be some connection between them. "I heard the king of Ruin of the North and the mad saint are friends, but if that is true..." Not discussing this further, he doted on and hugged him. "Rayon, let this old man see you." Finishing his words, the mad saint immediately placed his hand on Rayon's chest, his energy flowing into Rayon's chest. Sylvia stood beside them silently waiting for the mad saint's result. After a while of checking, his face turned serious, and the mad saint was inwardly uneasy. "The boy's condition is not good." Sylvia anxiously stammered, Is there something wrong with the boy? This baby has an ice curse inside." Giving Rayon back to Sylvia, the mad saint honestly said, "The boy's mana veins are blocked by fragments of ice. Aside from future difficulties becoming a swordsman, the boy will have trouble." Pausing a moment, he continued, "If not treated, the boy will die. At this rate, the boy will not live long." Hearing this, her face suddenly went pale. Sylvia bewildered. "You are lying." The mad saint lowered his voice. "I will give you some medicine to maintain him." At that moment a voice sounded, "Holy One, please forgive me." A servant entered and respectfully bowed. "The master called for you. I will lead the way." The mad saint continued, "After finishing here I will go." The servant spoke. "The master said to bring you immediately." He could not help complaining irritably, "This fellow always calls at the wrong time." Right after that the mad saint had to turn his back. "I understand. I will go now." Sylvia stood motionless there. Lying in her arms, Rayon thought to himself, "Now I know, it is an ice curse. Well, knowing the name does not change anything. Do not say it is because of the fire orb." At that moment suddenly a few drops of water fell onto his face. Looking back, Sylvia was holding her son and trembling with sobbing tears. Looking at the little one in her arms, she seemed to be in great pain. Her trembling voice sounded, "You are lying." Wiping away her tears, she continued, "I cannot lose my child like this. Who said you will die? That is meaningless." Saying that, Sylvia hugged Rayon even tighter. "I will do everything to cure you." Unable to bear it, she knelt and made a determination. "Your mother will do whatever is necessary. You cannot die. Rayon, do not fall ill." At the same time, Rayon's inner self screamed, "What is this feeling? My heart aches. It hurts. My whole body is exhausted. It hurts." For some reason, when he saw Sylvia hugging him tightly and sobbing, Rayon told himself, "I do not want to see this scene." Unconsciously, his small hand reached up to touch her face. Rayon's inner voice rang out, "Do not cry." Sylvia did not notice Rayon's expression at all. She was still endlessly shedding tears when suddenly a tiny hand reached up to her face. Looking at Rayon in his small body wiping away her tears, Sylvia was utterly astonished. She could not believe that the little baby in her arms would show such an attitude. With nothing else to say, Rayon forced out a single word into sound, "Mother." Seeing Sylvia still stunned in disbelief, he could not help but call out once more, "Mother." The scene shifted to Glenn's chamber. where the servants cried out in panic, "Lady Sylvia, you cannot, stop, please." Glenn glanced over. What is all this noise? Despite the servants constantly running after to stop her, she still rushed forward without hesitation. "You cannot." "Lady Sylvia, the master is." Before the words could finish, she had already flung the door open and burst inside. Sweat was pouring endlessly down her face, and now, driven by an impulse, Sylvia no longer felt fear of her father. To his surprise, seeing his daughter act this way, Glenn was displeased. His brows furrowed as he asked, "What is this rudeness?" Pausing briefly, he glanced at Sylvia with contempt and added, "This clumsy, shameful daughter." Not letting him say more, she immediately lowered herself and knelt flat on the ground. "I beg you, father." Lowering her head even further, as if afraid he would not hear her, Sylvia cried out louder, "Please save Rayon. Please save Rayon." At the table at this moment, Glenn and the holy priest were still drinking tea. As if afraid he had not heard, Sylvia spoke loudly once again, "Please save Rayon." Sylvia no longer intended to be weak. Now she was using all her strength to fight for her child. Surely her father knew the boy's condition, but he was everything to her. "Please, please save my Rayon." Holding the teacup in his hand, Glenn also looked reluctant. Surely the boy could not survive as a warrior, so why should I save a child who cannot contribute anything to the family? Sylvia asked again, "Isn't the boy your grandson?" He could not help but sneer. "The grandson you brought home after running away from the house." As if wanting to take away all of Sylvia's hope, Glenn spoke bitterly. "The only thing I will do is let him bear the Zekart name. Consider it the little luck I give him, but that is all." Tears fell from her face despite herself. She was heartbroken. "Father." Immediately after, Glenn said coldly, "I have nothing more to say. Take him outside." Sylvia tried to persuade him. "Father, please, please, I beg you to save Rayon." Sylvia's desperate cries echoed, piercing anyone who heard them. Overflowing with frustration, Sylvia sobbed, speaking in broken words, "Please, Rayon." But on the other side, her indifferent father remained silent. The atmosphere at the tea table once again grew heavy. After Sylvia was dragged outside by the soldiers, the holy priest looked displeased and sighed. He is still as stubborn as ever. Looking at the man in front of him, the holy priest could not help but expose the truth. "Is it really that difficult? Why would you act this way when you were the one who told me to check on your grandson?" Glenn sipped his tea and said, "Be quiet. Tell me the details of the child's condition." Now the holy priest was honest. "As I said, 9 veins of his mana have been blocked by the cold wind, and the older he grows, the more dangerous the condition will become." He looked thoughtful, observing Glenn's reaction, then said, "Because you have pushed back the cold wind with your aura, there will be no problem. But as I said, your grandson will not be able to become a warrior." But in contrast, Glenn remained completely calm. "As long as the boy is alive, that does not matter." And this reaction was noticed by the holy priest. He behaved completely differently than before. Surely he still loved his grandson. Then the holy priest could not help but ask, "But if you intend to do that, why did you name your grandson Rayon? There are many good names, why that one?" A worried expression appeared on Glenn's face. He explained, "Rayon does not only mean darkness." Pause for a moment. He gazed thoughtfully at his reflection in the teacup and then began to tell the story. 1,000 years ago, it had a completely opposite meaning. The scene shifted to the magnificent castle, sunlight streaming into Sylvia's room. She gently fed each spoonful of medicine to him. "Rayon, this is the elixir that the holy priest gave you. It is a little bitter, but you must endure it." After the medicine was given, both Sylvia and the maid Helen beside her held their breath, waiting for the result. But contrary to her thoughts that her son would find it bitter and cry or spit it out, Rayon remained unusually calm. Nervously, she peeked at her son, a little surprised because now the boy did not even cry but stared at her with wide eyes. Sylvia joyfully exclaimed, "He swallowed it." Rayon endured the bitterness and drank it. Helen, the maid beside her, was so happy she nearly cried. Yes, although the medicine is very bitter for a child, surely he understands human intentions. These words from the maid seemed to make Sylvia love her son even more. Holding him gently in her arms, she said, "Rayon." In fact, he silently thought, a little bitter, but a single dose of fire attributed divine medicine is exactly what I need right now. The heat will push back the cold wind in my mana veins. The poor woman looked at him moved. You understand mother's heart, Rayon, he thought inwardly. Please let me drink more of the elixir. Time passed like this, and it had been 2 years since he began training and taking divine medicine. Feeling the internal energy in his hands, Rayon could not help but be satisfied. Thanks to them he could form fire orbs faster. His fire orb had reached 1 star. Lying in the cradle, performing hand seals, he calculated the time, and another 2 years of persistent training passed. Rayon's normal schedule included playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning, taking a nap in the afternoon, and training at night. At this point, he silently praised himself. Surely no other child on this continent is as busy as I am. Day by day, time continued to pass, and now Rayon had turned 5 years old. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Rayon had formed his second fire orb, and his soul had also grown slightly stronger. Looking at these achievements over the years, he could not help but smile with satisfaction. Now Rayon had become a somewhat handsome boy. He looked at the system board with excitement. Finally, I did it. I have created the second fire orb. While reviewing it, he calculated, with the second fire orb, the flame had now formed a cross shape. His sensitivity to mana had increased a little, all thanks to this message. While lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door, startling Rayon. Oh no, the young master. Lily entered cheerfully and asked, "Have you woken up? I will take your clothes to wash." Rayon replied briefly, "Yes, go ahead." With his permission, Lily finally dared to busily start picking up the clothes below. Continuing his work, Rayon let out a sigh of relief. Just as I thought, she cannot see this message window. In fact, he had seen this window and his status ever since he obtained the first fire orb. At first, Rayon was very surprised. He was not sure what it was. But he quickly realized that it was a convenient system, allowing him to see his condition at a glance. The first time he saw it, the condition of his first fire orb was frostbitten, and Rayon's endurance at that time was very poor. He speculated, based on Helen's reaction at that time, that it seemed she could not see these messages. Returning to the present, Rayon thought inwardly, even so, his poor physical condition and ice curse have not changed despite reaching 2 stars. If I had not taken the fire-attributed elixir, how difficult would it have been to reach 2 stars? Pausing for a moment, he began calculating for himself again, and it was not just about the elixir. Thinking of his reluctant mother, surely Sylvia, Helen, and others in the mansion, who had contributed to this over the past 5 years by constantly checking whether Rayon was uncomfortable or sick. Therefore, he could not help but conclude that their care had certainly helped to some extent. A jumble of thoughts appeared, making him scratch his head. Rayon sighed, "After all, I am only 5 years old. I still have plenty of time. There is no need to rush." He knew that the ice curse was troublesome, and the poor endurance as well, which was why he became tired even with ordinary movements. However, in his previous life, Rayon was known as the best assassin, and now he also knew the best training method, which was the fire orb. With experience as a foundation, as long as Rayon could obtain the fire orb, those poor physical conditions would completely disappear. Pausing again, he thought further, moreover, if I learn the Zeegart sword techniques, I will surely be able to kill Darius. Looking at his hands, Rayon felt a little sad, yet he knew he could not rush. Darius was a candidate for the title of the strongest on the continent. Recalling that hateful face, he made up his mind. I cannot afford to be impulsive about revenge so early. The number of people capable of killing him can be counted on one hand. Every day he reassured himself, even if progress was slow, he must gradually increase his strength, and when the opportunity appeared, he would end it once and for all. So he would train a little more. But now Sylvia quickly entered, gently saying, "You are awake." The older he grew, the more handsome he became. with golden hair just like his mother's. Sylvia looked at her son and said, "Do you remember when I told you that we must go somewhere together? Change your clothes and get ready to go to the main hall." Rayon said nothing, just silently looked away, inwardly surprised. Today is the day. The 6 kings and 5 demons had maintained the balance of power on the continent. The Zeegart family, Rayon's family, reincarnated as one of the 6 kings. Walking along the path, he could not escape his thoughts. The 6 kings granted blessings while the 5 demons threatened peace. In addition, other forces had a judgment ritual to determine whether someone was good or evil. And today was the Zeegart ceremony, a highly important ritual. Upon arriving inside, voices and murmurs filled the hall. It had been a long time. This was the first time meeting since last year's judgment ritual. I was busy with overseas duties, so this year, are any direct heirs attending? I heard the 4th son of Karun will be there. I also heard it is Sylvia. As she and Rayon entered, everyone could not help but exclaim, "What, Sylvia, that failure really is here." Scornful and mocking eyes did not hesitate to look directly at Rayon and his mother. She felt completely out of place. Sylvia ignored everything and led him inside, but the words still lingered in Rayon's ears. "So that is Sylvia's son. The boy is too young. I heard he was sick. The rumor must be true. How could it be avoided? He inherited the blood of a failure. Should I even call him the offspring of failure?" The whispers grew louder. It was unbelievable that she was allowed to enter here. Do we need to perform a judgment ritual for the child of a failure? I truly hope I never have to meet them again. Honestly, the standards have dropped so much. Rayon wondered silently. The direct heirs are mocking me a lot. Is there something I don't know? I don't care about being insulted, but these malicious words continued to attack Sylvia. She truly had no sense of shame. In fact, for someone like Rayon, who had lived a previous life, these things hardly drew his attention. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, startling him. "It's okay, Rayon." Instantly, Rayon reflexively looked up toward Sylvia. She did not appear sad. On the contrary, she straightened her back and said to her son, "Just look at me." He said nothing, but in Rayon's eyes now appeared a complex expression. Before his thoughts could finish, a loud voice from afar made him startle, the head of the household arriving. From outside the large door, a tall man in formal attire with a commanding presence slowly entered. Looking at the person before him, he thought inwardly, "It has been a long time, must be 5 years already." No stranger, it was his grandfather himself. Glenn, dressed formally and solemnly, slowly sat down. Indeed, the person sitting on the high throne with those sharp eyes was Glenn Zeegart. Now his cold voice resounded. It seemed everyone had gathered. Immediately after, the place suddenly darkened. Glenn had done something, and from above a large sword struck straight down to the ground. Seeing this, he quickly guessed it was the judgment sword. At the same time, Glenn spoke loudly, "Begin the judgment ritual. In the judgment ritual. As soon as the words ended, that sword immediately struck hard into the ground, leaving everyone bewildered. Rayon was so surprised that his eyes widened. That was the judgment sword. If one placed their hand on the sword, it could reveal how much talent a person had in using mana. Right after that, a soldier standing next to Glenn began to read loudly, "Let us begin. The first one is Burden Zeegart." From above, that boy stood up and shouted loudly with confidence, "Yes, sir. The skull of a child has a crown that is not yet fully formed. When they turn 4 years old, it begins to close and fuse together. After that, the ability to use mana will no longer change. That is the reason why children are gathered to know how much talent they have in using mana. In this judgment ceremony, the people behind could not hold back their praise. That boy has the wind attribute. Look, even the sword is shining. The quality of his mana is also the best. A rare prodigy. Truly the son of Lord Karun." Glenn also growled, "This attribute is not bad, very suitable for a swordsman. You should focus on sensing the energy of the wind." The person beside him continued to speak loudly. "Next is Runan Sullian from the vassal family Sullian." Seeing the girl touch the sword, he silently assessed for a moment. I can see how this sword works. The light on the blade will show the purity of mana, while the mana attribute is shown at the tip of the hilt. Finally, I understand, Rayon told himself. So this is how he determines the talent of others, Zeegart. The crowd once again could not hold back their whispers. Another prodigy from the Sullian family. It is not for nothing that she bears the name Sullian. She holds the same rank as Lord Byrne. Rayon scoffed. Everyone in this house is obsessed with the two words talent. He could not help but think for a moment. I guess my result will not be good, even though I managed to achieve 2-star fire completion. My mana circuits still contain a lot of the cold of ice. Anyway, I do not care. Right after that, he continued to read loudly from the paper. The last one is. At this moment, the entire room fell silent. Some looked at Rayon with eyes full of strong hostility. One could even say malice. Yet he remained calm, his gaze steady, staring intently at the man before him. At last, his name was called out loud, Rayon Zeegart. Even Glenn's face could not help but show some complexity. The voice from above rang out once more, powerful and commanding, "Please step forward." Sylvia looked at her son with affection and softly said, "Go on, Rayon," and he gently replied, "Yes, mother." Rayon thought to himself, I am not expecting anything. I just need to see which attribute will suit this body, and which attribute I should develop in the future. Sylvia placed her hand on her son's shoulder encouragingly. Did you see how the other children did it before? You just need to do exactly the same. Rayon replied coldly, Yes, I understand. Raising his hand, he felt a bit uneasy. Words unconsciously escaped his lips. Ha! Slowly, Rayon's hand began to move closer to the great sword before him. Instantly, as soon as his skin touched it, a strange golden light flared up, carrying with it a raging wind. Rayon's hair was blown upward by the energy, leaving him bewildered. What is that light? At the same time, his gaze turned cold, staring at what was before him without blinking. In front of Rayon now were giant monsters, and this made him unable to stop feeling astonished. What kind of scene am I seeing? Those monsters kept approaching him, each one carrying a heavy killing intent. Rayon also saw a tall figure standing protectively before him, making him greatly surprised. This person, who is he? The man standing before him said nothing, only silently raised the sword, radiating a dazzling light toward those monsters. Immediately after that, he coldly slashed down toward them, causing the entire group to be simultaneously exterminated in large numbers. At the same time, a great explosion rose. The ground and stones could not help but tremble along. Startled once, now finally he had also returned to the present. It turned out that all this time it was only an illusion that Rayon saw. Suddenly his mind could not help but be shocked. He asked himself, why the stone sword again? Everyone could not help but be astonished and exclaimed, Look, the light has not yet shone to half of the sword. At the same time, Glenn immediately raised his voice. The judgment ritual has ended. You can go. All the people turned away, but the mocking smiles were still blooming on their lips. At this time an old butler immediately came toward the boy. Let us go, young Master Byrne. Finally then, all the people attending had left. The heavy door immediately closed. Now, in the room only Glenn and Lowen remained together with the judgment sword. Glenn looked bored. I guess it cannot do anything. Lowen, standing beside, continued, Yes, sir. Looking at the sword, Glenn continued, I think the boy only reached this much. Anyway, I also do not demand anything from this child. At this time, suddenly the light emitted from the sword made him unable to help but be startled. Glenn could not help but stand up abruptly. Now the sword was continuously radiating a powerful energy. His voice slightly trembling, he was stunned, unable to restrain himself, and exclaimed, The stone sword is emitting the golden light of the sun. This made Glenn unable to help but be shaken. And this was also the radiance that the first patriarch of Zeegart possessed, a terrifying power strong enough to harmonize even demonic fire. He remembered that he once read in an ancient book, Golden Mana and Golden Fire. This dazzling golden mana only ever appeared once, and it was also the rarest thing in the long history of the Zeegart family. Glenn, according to what he read in the book to recognize, It was beautiful and radiant with dazzling golden fire. His inner thoughts now were also somewhat complicated, but still not finished being dazed. Glenn stiffened. Rayon, this grandchild. In another place, he was looking at his status window, then pondering, all right. His face showed satisfaction. It seems I am about to reach the third fire circle already. And now 7 years have also passed since the first judgment ritual took place. Now Rayon was 12 years old. And with regular training, his 2 fire circles were about to increase to 3. Sitting in the middle of the grass yard, Rayon could not help but think, if I can cure the ice curse, then my growth speed will be much faster. His water resistance had increased to 2 stars, and the phenomenon of freezing cold spreading throughout the body was also gone. So Rayon's limbs were no longer stiff. Of course, moving the body was still very difficult, but compared to before it was much better already. After that he immediately told himself, I also have to start exercising. At the same time a voice rang out, Rayon. Sylvia slowly approached him. You must prepare. What are you doing here? Through the years her gaze toward her son was always tolerant and gentle. Sylvia continued, let us go, do not be late. Rayon obediently replied, yes. Now it was time he had to participate in the second judgment ritual. He thought to himself, I will probably have to see those incomprehensible things again. The familiar room opened again. A voice rang out. Then finally, Langrisser Legretter, you have worked hard. So the judgment ritual here is concluded. Sitting on the chair he thought to himself, perhaps because only side branch people are here, so everything happened faster than I thought. At the same time sitting high above, Glenn called, making him surprised, Rayon Ziegart. Looking at his grandson he continued, surely you have also received the order to participate in the basic training course as a member of the family. So why after a month have you not responded? Rayon was extremely surprised. What is he talking about? Basic training. At the same time Sylvia hurriedly stood up to speak for her child. Father, Rayon is different from the other children. The boy still has the ice curse in his body, so training is still too much for him. He was inwardly surprised. Sylvia already knew about this. The cold voice of Glenn rang out. This place is the territory of Ziegart. There is no exception or refusal from those who have received the name Ziegart. If you cannot walk there, then crawl there to train. A Ziegart family member must have such a spirit. Sylvia fearfully immediately refused again. No, please father, give me a little more time. Glenn angrily, no longer yielding. If not, then do you intend to run away again, bringing that child with you? Glenn added, on this land you can only live as a member of the Ziegart family. If you do not like it, then get out of here immediately. These words made Sylvia unable to say anything for the moment. The crowd once again started whispering, what, is she planning to run away again? This will be very interesting. Now she does not even have the mental energy or mana circuit to break it anymore. Before the malicious words Sylvia stood still motionless. She was endlessly sad, feeling that she did not belong to this place. But not caring about Sylvia's feelings, they still enjoyed mocking. Unbelievable that such a person is even of the direct bloodline. Seeing her expression, Rayon felt somewhat secretly hurt. Now I understand the reason Sylvia is treated this way. Pausing a little finally, he realized it was because she had left this family. Sylvia had no energy core. Even though she learned martial arts, that meant she had destroyed her energy center and the mana circuit was completely broken. The story was told that the mother left home and met his father and married him. But after conceiving Rayon, his father died, and she had no choice but to return home. Because she had abandoned her position in the direct bloodline and now returned, she had to receive treatment even lower than a member of the collateral family. However, that was the view of others and in their own situation. But as Sylvia's son, he could not endure seeing his mother treated like that. In front of Sylvia's bewildered eyes, Rayon slowly stepped forward with an extremely determined gaze. Sylvia startled and shouted, Rayon, what are you doing? Come back here. Helen frightened. Young master, she helplessly screamed. Mother will handle this, so please. In Sylvia's fear, Rayon coldly reassured, it was all right, mother. These words made her freeze. Among all the eyes, Rayon spoke loudly. Under your order, I will participate in the training course starting next month, as you have ordered. The man sitting above was worried, but you do not even know that there is a training course. This person was Martial Heart Hall Denier Zeegart. He continued, even if it is called whatever, basic training is not at a level that a sick person can endure. You should withdraw immediately. Rayon firmly, I have already borne the name Zeegart, so I will pay the price for that. I will participate in training. Glenn was now extremely angry. He growled, you dare to stain the name Zeegart? Do you understand the seriousness when mentioning the name Zeegart? Facing this aura of his grandfather, he was momentarily afraid. The sweat on his face could not help but flow out. Not stopping there, now on the ground a few drops of Rayon's blood also began to flow. Now he could not help but be stunned, feeling as if his flesh was being torn into pieces. Rayon clenched his fists. Even just a gaze could affect him like this. It felt as if his heart was twisting. It even affected him more than Robert's. Looking at Glenn, he was somewhat doubtful. Was this truly the warrior, the king of destruction of the north? Seeing her son's knees buckle, Sylvia grew anxious. My lord, Rayon is still young, so the boy does not know what he is saying. Denier was startled. My lord, the boy is still just a child who knows nothing. Please withdraw the pressure you placed on him. Now, looking at the terrifying father in front of her, Sylvia could not help but darken her face. Glenn roared angrily like thunder shaking the sky, repeating once again, I am speaking. Before this aura Denier dared not say anything more. I apologize. Sylvia embraced her son, knelt down and cried loudly, Father, Rayon's health cannot endure training. Please, I beg you to withdraw the pressure. Lying safely in his mother's arms, Rayon was momentarily blank without any reaction. According to his memories of the past, assassins were those who had to live in the shadows. Always closer to death than life, they would never reveal themselves. But now, he was no longer the assassin of before. Telling myself, I will not live in darkness anymore. He blankly looked back at his past, then reassured himself, I will not live as an assassin anymore. The image of his former self was bidding Rayon farewell, as if to say he should live a completely new life. Unwilling, Rayon gritted his teeth, his frightened face sweating coldly. He tried to hypnotize himself. I am Rayon Zeegart, and I will return Sylvia to her rightful position. Once again standing firm, Rayon shouted loudly, No, I do not know, because I grew up in a side residence, not the main building. I do not know how arrogant the name Zeegart is. That is why I want to see with my own eyes what the so-called Zeegart truly is, by participating in training. Intense determination arose in his mind. As Rayon, I will protect Sylvia, the happiness and the smile of those precious to me. Resolutely once again he told himself, I will surely take everything back with my own hands. After saying these words, the sweat on his forehead did not stop pouring out. Before this aura, Rayon quietly awaited the result. Glenn asked, So you mean you will evaluate the Zeegart clan through that basic training process? Raising his head to look straight at him, he declared, Right now that is the only way I can learn about the Zeegart clan. Glenn continued, Then I will have to check everything to ensure the instructor is fully prepared, so as not to disappoint you. As soon as these words ended, Rayon immediately fell to his knees despite his mother's constant worry. Lying on the ground, his thoughts still echoed, In my past life I was the best assassin, and now I am someone who has learned about the legends of the continent, fire destruction. If I can make use of all the abilities from them, then gaining a high position in the clan is not impossible. Clenching his fists, he told himself, I will show you just how hard the stone you despise truly is. The next day, young men like Rayon finally began real training. Sitting in the room, the master of the Martial Heart Hall, Karun Zeegart, spoke. Was the boy not a patient who could not even move? Ardian answered, Yes. Only one or two maids secretly overheard the conversation between the Holy Wrath and the family head. Surely the young master was seriously ill. He thought to himself, In the past, when I saw the boy, his body was not normal. How could he endure the pressure from me? Immediately after, Karun said, Now that I think of it, Sylvia was also once the most talented person. Then he ordered, Place people into the side residence, Ardian replied. Understood. Meanwhile Rayon was trying to run as fast as possible, moving as quickly as he could. Sylvia worried. Rayon, do not push yourself too hard. Ignoring his mother's words, he panted heavily. They did not know that Karun had already begun to monitor him and Sylvia. Scene shifts to Zeeghart Training Ground number 5. A voice resounded. Let us welcome the clan leader visiting. Welcome, my lord. Around, everyone bowed respectfully. Glenn walked with great dignity. From afar, there was a red-haired young man lying still asleep next to a pile of documents on the ground. Moving closer to him, he spoke in a cold voice. Stop pretending to sleep. Get up, Rimmer. Hearing someone call him, he immediately sat up. Looking at the person in front of him, he could not help but exclaim, Oh my God, unbelievable. Rimmer mischievously praised you. You are the only one who can see through my pretending to sleep skill, clan leader. Glenn looked at him and said again, The instructors are sweating running back and forth while you are leisurely here. Rimmer replied, They will of course follow my orders. I use my head, while those people do manual labor. Fair enough. Seeing the appearance before him, Glenn could not help but praise. 50 years have passed, and you are still like a child. Rimmer still mischievously replied, People change means death. Ah, but I am an elf. Pausing a bit, he asked again, And you came here for your youngest grandson, right? Lady Sylvia also came to speak with me, but I did not expect the clan leader himself to come like this. Glenn asked in some surprise. Sylvia came here, Rimmer honestly replied. She asked me not to let Rayon get hurt. Pausing a bit, he continued, If you also have that intention, then perhaps your trip this time is wasted, clan leader. You yourself said, No one can interfere in training ground number 5, not even you. Rimmer's face suddenly became serious. Even if you care about your youngest grandson, I will make no exception. At his warning, he replied indifferently, Of course. But this reaction also startled Rimmer. Glenn coldly said, Do not reduce the training intensity. Just increase it until you see it fit, and eliminate the weak. Rimmer could not help but cover his mouth with his hand. Then your grandson will be expelled. Clan leader, do you mean? Pausing for a moment, he held his face and cried out, Oh my God, you love your grandchildren more than I thought. Is it because you could not properly care for Lady Sylvia that you put all your affection on that child? Glenn annoyed. If you were not my comrade in the army, I would have cut off your head already. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind once more, Do not go easy on the boy, and remember to clearly distinguish the strong and the weak. Only keep those who meet the standard for training. Rimmer responded, Then respectful obedience is better than courtesy. Throwing him a look of disgust, he said again, Fine, just do whatever you want. I am leaving. Rimmer smiled brightly. Yes, safe travels, clan leader. Immediately after Glenn left, now Rimmer stood alone smiling brightly and said to himself, Rayon, I am very curious what you are. Meanwhile, he was still continuously looking over his system panel and silently calculating. 3 stars are completely different classes. The perceptual ability of my body has increased, and my mind is also clearer than before. Recalling that day, his mother could not help but be frightened and worried. Why on the first day must you force yourself like that? Rayon replied, It is natural like that. And also thanks to Sylvia's intervention, the muscles of my arms and legs have begun to develop without much difficulty. Looking over the system panel once again, he could not help but be pleased. Moreover, this magic status window further promotes my growth. But this is only the beginning. The Zeeghart clan's training is famous for being harsh and severe. 3 stars are only the necessary foundation to start as an apprentice in the clan. One must have a foundation solid enough to build a tall house and live through the days to come. He made up his mind, by demonstrating achievements superior to others, I will make those who once taunted me shut up. Thus, after all, Saint Heavenly Sword Darius Robert. At the mention of his name, the face of the enemy appeared once more. He concentrated intensely and said, I will not stop until I slit his throat. While pondering, suddenly a loud call rang out, making him startle. Rayon. Sylvia pushed open the door and entered, asking anxiously, Why have you not slept? He was somewhat surprised. Mother. Looking at Sylvia, he immediately asked, Why are you here at this hour? Tomorrow I will go to the training school to begin basic training, right? Sitting down beside him, she gently replied, I came because I have something to tell you. Pausing a bit, Sylvia looked at him and asked again, must you go? The worry and unease remained in her mind. Actually, I still want to stop you. You always restrain yourself even if it hurts. I do not know what to do if you get injured all over during training. Placing her hand on Rayon's shoulder, Sylvia spoke honestly. It is not that I will not let you go, but just 1 year. Postpone for 1 year, please. At the same time, to his mother's astonishment, he said in a very determined voice, I cannot step back. The following words rang out from deep within Rayon whenever he saw relatives near and far meeting him, whenever he saw their expressions as if they were looking at a weakling. He placed his hand over his chest and said again, when they look down on mother, I feel very angry, so I cannot falter. Rayon looked at Sylvia, as long as I train really well, they will not be able to look down on me anymore. These words from her son made Sylvia's cheeks show a faint blush. She gently broke into a happy smile. Her hands clasped tightly together. She seemed very flustered. You are very clever, Rayon. You must have realized the reason I have to live alone, and why people curse me. Then Sylvia began to tell the story. I met your father while on duty and fell in love with him. But because of your father's status as a knight, it was very difficult for us to be together. So I destroyed my mana channels and my spiritual energy and left the clan. I did all this for my love. Pausing a bit, Sylvia spoke painfully. Actually, you also have an older sister. She is 2 years younger than you. Her name is Shia. When I was living peacefully, an army from Eden recognized and assassinated us. Your father was not that strong, and I was pregnant with you. Both of us struggled terribly. At that moment her eyes betrayed despair, so we could do nothing. Fortunately, your father had secretly assigned guards to protect me, but they were far away. By the time they arrived, it was too late. At that time your father and sister had already died. As she recounted, she recalled the tears of suffering she shed that day. Returning to the present, Sylvia placed her hand on her chest to steady her emotions and continued, I had nowhere else to go, no other choice. I was forced to return to the clan, so I was regarded as a sinner of this family. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. She added, I did not know what to say to your grandfather either. Rayon said nothing, but deep in his heart there was a hint of contempt, selfishness. Sylvia is truly selfish. She abandoned the clan's responsibilities to pursue her own happiness, returning only to beg for shelter. I understand why she was treated harshly like that. Pausing a bit, he remembered that gentle smile, but she was also the one who gave me this new life. The first time I met someone who truly loved me like that, even if everyone says she is selfish. At least to me, she is the only mother I have in both lives. That is what I can affirm. Afterwards, Rayon turned and asked, Mother, do you regret it? Do you want to go back to the time before you left home? Sylvia answered, No, I do not regret it. I have lived as if I did not exist in this house. Only when I left did I truly feel alive. That was enough. I was truly happy then. Grasping her son's hand, she continued, And now I am happy because I have you in my life. Sylvia's voice grew quieter. I am very sorry, Rayon. I am not a good mother. Placing his hand on his mother's hand, he reassured her, It's okay, I am fine, do not worry. Deep inside, Rayon made a silent resolution. Even if others criticize mother as selfish, she is my precious, irreplaceable mother. Looking at his mother's flushed face, he told himself, Revenge will succeed after I help her reclaim the Zekart clan inheritance. After going through so much, Sylvia did not cry. For some reason, now facing her son, a warm tear could not be held back and fell. And like that, she could not help but burst into sobs amid his confusion. Mother, why are you crying? Right after Sylvia returned to her room, Rayon breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, mother calmed down. Now, sitting on the large bed, he told himself, I should check the progress of the fire orb and then sleep. Training will start soon. Immediately after, those hands quickly formed a seal again. Rayon concentrated intensely and channeled his inner strength. Feeling the source of power moving around him, he was somewhat pleased. Not bad, the rotation speed of the fire orb has increased since reaching 3 stars. If 3 stars is already like this, then how fast will it be at the intermediate stage? Not keeping him waiting long, suddenly before Rayon a cold blue light appeared, making him startle. From within that light a voice resounded. Finally the time has come. A sly smiling face appeared. Your rage has touched me. Essence of the Emperor. In the name of the Demon Lord, second disciple of the demon realm, Rage, I will avenge you. Looking at that thing, he could not help but be bewildered. What is this? At the same time, the system panel quickly updated. The abnormal ability Rage has been established, and the Rage has awakened. Rage has awakened. Seeing him stand motionless, he continued speaking. Your body and soul. Pausing a bit, the Essence Emperor was somewhat surprising. Why is there a child here? He could not help but ask, You, what are you? The Essence Emperor continued, I should be the one to ask that question. Who are you? The rage I sense is not something a brat like you could produce. Pausing a bit, he focused his gaze and looked over Rayon's body. Then the Essence Emperor drew a conclusion. No, it is you. Within your heart you are hiding a very deep hatred. He began to entice. Very well. Then offered your soul to me. In return I will help you avenge the grudge you long for. He guessed silently. Did he appear because of my rage toward Darius before he died? But now it is too late. Then Rayon answered him, No, I do not need your help. The Essence Emperor was stunned. Rayon continued, I will take revenge myself. Rayon thought to himself, I will never get this chance a second time. I cannot let someone else take revenge for me. So Rayon said to him, I will be the one to take Darius's head. The Essence Emperor now coiled around his body. It seemed you were mistaken about something, kid. I did not come to negotiate with you, he said as a sly smile spread across his face. Then he flew up and shouted, I, the Essence Emperor, have made my decision. Rayon became a little wary and looked around. What is this? Why is this flame so cold? Could it be? Before his thought finished, the Essence Emperor lunged as if flying toward him. You only need to sacrifice your body to me. Unable to react in time, he was attacked by him and remained passive. Rayon's eyes widened. He could not accept being possessed like this. After a while, the blue flame finally encompassed his body. Its cold made everything in the room freeze. The glass of water on the table was no exception. Clutching his chest in fear, he felt too cold. My body, no, even my mind feels frozen. His elemental attribute must be ice, not fire. The Essence Emperor began to seize his emotions. Think of him. Unleash your rage. Even if they are gods, I, the Essence Emperor, will finish them off. Rayon hugged his body, trembling continuously. Thanks to the water-resistant skill, I can endure a bit more. But this attack is not simply an effect on temperature. Sweat could not help but form on his face. He continuously provoked his anger. That cold voice kept inciting. I will smash his head and eat his flesh and drink his blood. Surrender quickly and offer your body to me. Gritting his teeth, he silently recalled those gentle smiles. If I give him this body, who knows what he will do to Sylvia and the household servants. I would rather die than sacrifice my body to him. The Essence Emperor continued, If you release your rage and accept me, you will feel at ease. But you choose to keep struggling pointlessly like this. I once did not want this body to be harmed so I could use it later, but I think that would be pointless. He now resorted to threats. I will show you no mercy. I will eat you alive, and that will settle it. Rayon seemed like he could not endure much longer. He lowered his head and breathed heavily. His body felt like it was about to shatter. Feeling like he was losing his mind, he was a little afraid. I have reached my limit. This body cannot hold on much longer. At this rate, I will die early. I want to live. Immediately after, suddenly an electric current ran through his brain, making him startle. Quickly his 2 hands formed a seal together. If I can resist the ice aura thanks to the water resistance skill, then maybe I can also endure the physical and mental pain when using the fire orb. To live, this is the only way. Saying this, he kept concentrating and channeling his inner strength. From within Rayon, a beam of golden light radiated, protecting his body from the Essence Emperor's attack. He looked at Rayon, surprised himself, sweat forming on him. Seeing himself slowly being separated from Rayon's body, he was unwilling. I have just awakened. How can this happen? A diminutive human dares to challenge me. Rayon's cold but forceful voice rang out. I will avenge myself. I refuse to let a wandering spirit possess my body. The Essence Emperor was annoyed. Wandering spirit. How dare you call the demon lord of the demon realm a wandering spirit? Rayon sneered. And you still dare to call yourself the demon lord while you could not defeat me? He could not help but taunt. Or perhaps the demon lord really is dead? You should disappear. He seemed furious. How dare you mock me? Hearing these words, he calculated silently. Just now he said he had only just awakened. Perhaps that is why he cannot use his full power. At the same time, the system panel appeared again, making Rayon surprised. Supportive ability. What is this? Why suddenly? The Essence Emperor shouted in anger. It is my authority. The status window. How do you possess it? Rayon looked over and read for a while. His stats were already displayed. Then Rayon asked, what is the status window and its message? What does it have to do with you? He answered, of course it is related. That system was created by me. But do you know why you can use it? Rayon continued, the system, what is it for? The Essence Emperor put on a sullen face. I have no reason to tell you, Rayon replied. This is also to promote growth then. This question surprised the Essence Emperor. How do you know? He thought contemptuously. He cannot even control his emotions. No wonder he is angry. The Essence Emperor was also somewhat surprised. How strange. The effect of the fire orb is even stronger than in the previous life. So it is all thanks to the system. Then perhaps out of anger or jealousy he shouted loudly, quickly offered your body in sacrifice and returned the authority to me. Hurry and return it. In his fury he mobilized inner strength, wanting to blow Rayon away. Rayon swung out his punch. What do you think you are doing? Worth trying once. Even with that punch I have not used much mana. He began to feel disgusted. He is an invisible spirit. Then aura will be useless against him. The Essence Emperor kept screaming. How can a human dare treat me like this? Letting those words pass his ears, Rayon continued to think. Since earlier he has been showing off like that, yet no one appeared. Perhaps I am the only one who can see and sense him. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the Essence Emperor away, which made him annoyed. Seizing the opportunity, the Essence Emperor could not help but quickly attack while shouting, block it. Suddenly, a stream of icy power immediately wrapped around Rayon's arm, making him startle. Looking at the blue flower-shaped bracelet on his wrist, he was surprised. This is... The Essence Emperor was now the bracelet, he said. My seal was only just broken, but my power will return. When the time is right, you will have no way to stop me. I will haunt you until you have no trace of rage or grievance left. Rayon was somewhat displeased. He was really annoying. I really want to kill him. Thinking back and forth. But if I force him off me, the system might disappear, and who knows what he would do to Sylvia and Helen to capture me. He calculated, keeping him with me for supervision is better. I will trust in my own ability to improve. Hopefully I can restrain him. The night was quiet, but his room was still lit. Rayon sneered, somewhat irrelevant. But why did you choose a flower bracelet? It does not suit you at all. The Essence Emperor shouted. It is my personal taste. Do not judge. Rayon replied. Got it. Ugh, whatever. Dawn came quickly. Light shone brilliantly onto the mountain. Inside the palace, Helen kept reassuring. The young master will be fine. Sylvia added, I know, but still. Before she finished speaking, Rayon's voice rang out. I was ready. He went. The training ground is here, he said as he went downstairs in a very excited mood. Before he left, his mother and the close maid escorted him all the way to the door. Young master, remember to be careful. Do not push yourself too hard. Rayon quickly replied to her, I remember, Helen, then looked at his mother. I will return. Seeing the sad expression of her master, Helen comforted Lady Sylvia. If you send the young master off with such sorrow, the young master will feel disheartened. Sylvia knew that she quickly smiled. Rayon, be careful on the way. Do not worry, as I told you. If it is too difficult, then let it go. Do not force yourself. Immediately after that he quickly bid farewell to his mother and his maid, then set out. Watching her son's figure, Sylvia reassured herself, everything will be fine, right? Helen continued, the young master has improved a lot, he will pass the training and return. Sylvia's face still could not hide her worry. She thought, that is right, compared to before the boy has become much better, but this child. Remembering the time before when he went to study, Helen could not help but say, Lady Sylvia, the teacher this time is famous for being discerning in Sieghart. With Rayon's efforts he will manage it. At that time Rayon reassured her that she was the right mother. I promised I will not let myself get hurt. Hugging his sobbing mother tightly, he continued, do not worry, I will surely keep my word. Now watching her son leave, his voice kept echoing in her head, just trust me. Sylvia sorrowfully thought, Rayon, returned safely. As this thought ended, her emotions also broke and tears fell unconsciously. Very quickly Rayon arrived at Sieghart Training Ground number 5. Noisy voices rang out. Which house is he from? Surely they are not too strict with trainees, right? My parents told me I must get into the top 10. Rayon silently looked around, observing. Just as rumored, there are really many people here. Not only relatives came to Sieghart Training Ground, but also those nominated by vassal families. According to Helen, because there were too many people this year, they even had to set up 6 training groups. At that moment a voice rang out, cutting off his thoughts. Is that not him? 2 boys were covering their mouths, laughing and whispering behind his back, looking at his shriveled muscles. Just touching them would make them shatter. A sickly one like him will probably collapse halfway. Why does he even bother showing off here? And that garish flower bracelet is from what era? So old-fashioned. The Essence Emperor was insulted and got angry. What are you saying? Despite no one could see him except Rayon, he still could not help flying out and cursing. You trash, you blind nobles. The Essence Emperor will smash your bones and tear out your eyes. At the same time, Rayon's cold voice rang out. You two, why are you gossiping? Say it to my face then. Not expecting Rayon to have the courage to speak straight like that. Both of them froze for a moment. He continued to reprimand. Do you not know that bad-mouthing others behind their backs is improper? The other party, though frightened, still acted arrogant. How dare you? Clearly you are a spoiled brat forced to live in the side residence. You belong to a collateral branch, not the direct line. Rayon calmly replied, what status do you have to dare speak thus when you yourselves only bear a collateral lineage? Is that not reserved for those of lower standing than you? Hearing this, both of them simultaneously flinch. Alaric could not help lunging forward and grabbing his collar. You truly are an ungrateful brat. Facing that arrogance, Rayon not only was not afraid but glared back, his hands poised to strike a heavy blow at the opponent. While the situation was extremely tense, a cold voice rang out. Stop right now. Training is about to begin. What are you doing? The young man who appeared made Alaric startle. That young man then continued, in front of outsiders, how dare you sully the Sieghart clan reputation? And he himself is the legitimate descendant Burin Sieghart. Alaric scratched his head. Young Master Burin. Vincent of course chimed in. I am sorry. Burin stepped in front of Rayon arrogantly and said, you should know your place. Rayon said nothing, but he glared back and retorted, you are merely a tiny grain of sand that I could wipe away if I wished. If you do not want to be kicked out of the side residence, then live quietly. Burin sneered without restraint. That foolish kid before him had attracted the clan leader full attention, but used circumstances rather than his true ability. He ground his teeth in resentment, thinking, an illiterate has no right to join training yet dares to. Immediately after, Burin restrained his emotions and turned to leave. If you do not intend to join the training course, then get out of here now, otherwise stay out of my sight, for you will never pass this training. But contrary to his expectation, Rayon now would not yield and spoke up. I've had enough of your nonsense. Stepping closer to Burin, he continued, you belong to the direct line, but you have no rank at all. Do you intend to drive me out of the side residence? Do you think you can do that when you are not even a trainee yet? Rayon's mocking voice rang out. Oh, I suppose you might have a chance to do that if you go sobbing and begging your father. Provoked to the point, his face darkened. He could not help but grind his teeth. How dare a collateral descendant? At that moment Rimmer from outside immediately kicked the large door and stepped in. He excitedly cried out, "Are you? I guess it is because you have the spirit of youth." Rayon looked at the man before him in surprise. "Isn't that Rimmer, the light sword of the Zeegard clan? I heard he retired after his energy core was damaged." Rimmer continued, "Or shall you continue fighting after the opening ceremony?" Rayon pondered. "I did not expect him to be here." With Rimmer's intervention, in the end, although unwilling, Burin no longer confronted him. Standing before all the members he spoke loudly. "Welcome everyone. I am the head instructor. I will supervise your training." Then he introduced himself. "My name is Rimmer. I hope we cooperate smoothly." Rimmer continued, "I heard there are as many as 160 trainees participating, but only 8 instructors. However you look, that is too many trainees, so I will reduce that number by testing." Raising a finger he said excitedly, "Exactly, only 1/4 will be kept." Those below reacted in fearful amazement. "Only keeping that many people? Impossible. What is this, sir, is just sorting the good from the bad, you know. I only want to select a small number of outstanding people." The Essence Emperor could not help shouting, "This arrogant bastard! How dare you despise the Essence Emperor? I will tear out this goblin's ears." Rayon irritably warned, "Be silent." After speaking, Rimmer dropped himself onto a chair. "In this training hall I am the law. If you have any complaints, go see the clan leader. Let us begin right away." Seeing the crowd still standing there, he laughed cheerfully. "What are you doing? Start running." The crowd below stood frozen. No one could have expected him to change his tone so quickly. Watching the kids start running, Rimmer shouted loudly, "Endurance and willpower are the foundation of martial arts. Run laps in the gym until I tell you to stop. Run at full speed." On the other side, the Essence Emperor was annoyed. "If you want to run, then get ahead. Why stay behind? Why suddenly did he order running?" Rayon replied, "This is not a competition. There is no need to surpass others." He also knew that what Rimmer evaluated was a person's potential and character. Seemingly understanding Rimmer very well, he added, "He does not care about surface things. Those who can endure will pass this test. I will definitely hold out until the end," he thought, as sweat poured endlessly down his face. Very quickly cheers rang out. Young Master Burin and Lady Runnon were truly unmatched. 2 people on the stands whispered, "Everyone is doing well." But those 2 children still stand out the most. This is not even their maximum speed. At this pace they could run for hours. Looking at the 2 children everyone praised, only 12 years old yet already at that level. Thinking of their future makes me wary. Edmund glanced at Rayon. "Is that child the one in the rumors?" Looking at Rayon he felt some disdain. Nothing surprising. The boy cannot keep up, constantly falling behind. That child is sick. Running at that pace is already impressive, Leopold continued. The boy looks tired already. He will probably fail soon. Rimmer now wore a satisfied smile. "Interesting. Have I ever met a child like him before?" He pondered silently. "I always thought only those whose potential I cannot see are the strongest, because I cannot fathom their depth. I can see the traits and colors of those children, knowing what kind of people they will become in the future." Pausing, his gaze fixed on the boy, Rimmer wondered to himself, "But Rayon, why? I cannot see any color. The child before me carries only pure white." Stroking his chin with amusement, he thought, "That means the boy's potential lies beyond my understanding. How fascinating." Seeing him falling behind, a few others mocked. "See, he acted arrogant, and now he is dead last. He should be grateful to be in last place. He will fail anyway. With that foolish expression, I bet he cannot last more than 10 minutes." But Rayon himself also felt his body beginning to give out. Yet he was unwilling. Impossible. He could not help but wonder, this is only training. Why are they just making us run? Remembering the past, in his previous life, they released starving monsters and he had to run desperately to survive. Not simply running like this. Too simple, he thought, and his spirit became more energized. Just like that, the group of kids in front kept running, while Rayon stubbornly followed behind, never once thinking of giving up. Watching the boy push past his limits again and again, Rimmer felt a flicker of surprise rising inside him. He was momentarily alarmed. The kid, is there something wrong with him? How can he still keep running like that? His stamina should have run out long ago. This goes beyond what people call persistence or stubbornness. Normally, with a body as weak as Rayon's, he should not have been able to endure this far. Rimmer observed for a long while, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Such a strong willpower could only exist in warriors who had trained endlessly and faced the brink of death countless times. How could a young boy like Rayon possibly possess such unyielding will? After calming down, a faint smile curved on Rimmer's lips, his eyes gleaming. Rayon Sieghart, interesting indeed. Meanwhile, Rayon was finally closing in on Burin, shocking him completely. Sweat streamed down Burin's forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why, how is he still able to keep running? I was certain he had no conditions for training at all. In Burin's mind, memories of that night resurfaced when he overheard the Holy One's words. The son of Sylvia will most likely die, so forget about becoming a warrior. At that time Burin had looked down on Rayon, thinking he was even worse than before. But now, seeing Rayon tenaciously chasing after him, Burin was overcome with irritation. He ground his teeth, his mind on the verge of bursting. No, impossible. I cannot accept this, all of them. They are so utterly annoying. Fine then, I will show them the real difference. At once, Burin channeled his inner power, guiding the aura within his body. He made up his mind. The gap between us is in skill itself, enough to make you want to give up and surrender. In an instant, Burin suddenly accelerated, leaving Run-On behind as he surged forward. That sudden burst of speed startled Rayon, who was running behind, but soon he was catching up with Run-On. Rayon cast a sidelong glance, lips curling with disdain. That lofty attitude, in the end he is nothing more than a child. Looking at the girl ahead of him, Rayon judged silently. In terms of mentality, Run-On seemed more mature than Burin. He reminded himself, this test is not about competing against them. It is a confrontation with myself. There is no reason to let others disrupt my current rhythm. The sun quickly rose to its peak, scorching rays beating down on the training ground. Everyone was gasping for breath, sweat pouring down their faces like rain, drenching them as if they had just bathed. The two boys complained, damned, what the hell is this? How can he still keep running? I was sure people said he was sickly. Watching Rayon continue to run, they were astonished. Does he even know what fatigue is? Meanwhile, he was panting heavily. Stop yammering as if this is easy. I am about to die from the chill in my body right now. Rayon thought to himself, it feels like my heart and lungs are being squeezed, but somehow I can prolong my stamina by optimizing the use of the fire circle. A satisfied smile still spread across his face. The only relief here is that the fire circle is developing rapidly. I guess I need to exert myself fully so it can reach maximum effect if I keep going like this. At the same time, the Essence Emperor cuts in. You are pathetic. Even though your body will be possessed by the Essence Emperor, you are not only being left behind, but look at your pathetic state. He had not given up and continued to tempt. Give yourself to me. Offer your body to the Essence Emperor, besides surpassing that blue-haired one. Rayon is inwardly annoyed. Damn, this is the worst time for this. The Essence Emperor madly wanted to freeze his body. I will make those bastards completely immobile. At the same time, Rayon felt himself begin to ache to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he told himself he must endure. Rayon realized his senses were leaving him because of the fury, but he needed to pretend nothing was happening as much as possible. Then he glanced at the Essence Emperor. Stop your stupid tricks and leave me be. That thing will not take effect on me. He was smug. Do not make me laugh. How can you not be affected? No mortal in this world can withstand the fury of the Essence Emperor. Watching him in pain, he was delighted. Let us see how long you can hold on. Rayon told himself he must endure it. If he showed weakness now, then he knew the moment he was weak the Essence Emperor would pounce and tear him apart. The Essence Emperor fumed. That stubborn bastard. Why, Why does the fury of the Essence Emperor not affect you? Although he was exhausted to death, he still tried to hold on to his consciousness so he would not give up. As he ran, he told himself, "It really hurts. It feels like I am about to die. I cannot even control my body anymore." His eyes also began to close. His vision was fading. He could not even breathe properly anymore. Rayon asked himself, "Is this the farthest I can reach?" At that moment a voice rang out, "Hey, you can stop now." Burin, panting heavily, looked at him. "You really are stubborn." Rayon, drenched in sweat, struggled to breathe. "I almost collapsed dead there. This life will not be easy either." But behind him a gentle gaze was watching him. Runon looked at Rayon differently from the others. The Essence Emperor snapped. "Truly a monster. How can you?" He immediately cut in. "This is why I told you it was useless. It has no effect on me." He felt that even so, it clearly aided the growth of the fire circle. Furthermore, his body had developed thanks to the status window. If he continued training like this, surely he would be able to. At the same time, something happened that startled both of them into standing still. A notification board appeared. Conditions had been met. Rayon's stats were now enhanced, and all his limbs had been increased. The Essence Emperor was unwilling. "What is happening? Why did it give you more stats for overcoming the Essence Emperor's attack?" He kept screaming, "This is ridiculous," but Rayon's eyes were now fixed only on the system screen. After a while, Rimmer looked down from above and spoke loudly, "Well done, everyone. We will end the test here." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "As for what I said to you before running, I lied about eliminating everyone and keeping only a quarter of you," he said with a carefree laugh. The kids below were annoyed. "I ran with all my strength just for that. There is no way I would eliminate so many students just on the first day. They would never let me keep teaching if I did that. Besides, I never said I would eliminate you after this test." His eyes suddenly grew serious. "But if you keep training like today, most of you will be eliminated." Hearing this, everyone was startled into silence at his words. Rimmer could not help but question, "I clearly told you to run at full speed, yet none of the 160 of you ran at full speed until the end, except for one person, and some of you even slyly used aura." Hearing this, Burin flinched. Rimmer then lowered his tone and smiled brightly. "Actually, what you do is not important, because you are the ones being tested, not me." Making a circular gesture toward Rayon, he continued, "However, you certainly will not fail the test as long as you follow my instructions exactly, so do not worry about that." "Ah well, it is not easy to do. From this moment you will become provisional recruits. I will remove the provisional label if you can pass the test within the next 6 months." Rimmer kept a mild tone. "By the way, I am also planning to choose a top recruit, but I will not rank you." And immediately an announcement was made. "Ah well, you will be able to experience the finest accommodations the family has prepared. There is even an indoor practice field on the left, so you can go take a look." Scene shifts to the green forest. The vegetation here grows very lush. Rimmer went in alone. Someone had already been waiting for him there. Upon arrival, Rimmer spoke. "I have a guest waiting at my dreamstone, my lord." Glenn could not help but turn and ask, "How are things?" Rimmer replied, "You should not be the one asking me that. You must have seen everything already, since you came here yourself. You also know how well I evaluate others." As expected, Burin and Runon showed the most outstanding talent. Rimmer added, "And the other children also have the potential to become pillars of the family in the future." Pausing, he calmly recounted, "However, I saw nothing from Rayon. Regarding him, you are also a mystery to me." He voiced his inner question. "I do not understand how the boy could keep running at the end. His stamina should have long been exhausted. This is the first time I have seen something like this since the last time I saw you, my lord." Not seeing his expression, Rimmer still smiled brightly. "The days have been truly boring since my energy core was depleted, but I feel that this will be interesting." Glenn said coldly, "You were the one who asked to become an instructor for those recruits." He left with the words, "Your job is not to seek amusement, but to raise these kids to become warriors of the Sieghart family." Rimmer replied, "Of course, my lord." Pausing, he finally chose to say this. "Moreover, I feel I might be able to entrust my future to one of those recruits. Glenn darkened and denied, it is just coincidence. That boy is unlikely to become a warrior. The two of them then kept a distance. The air suddenly fell silent after that remark. A sardonic smile appeared on Rimmer's lips. He did not hesitate to point out, "You know very well that is not the truth." Rayon then tiredly told the elite disciples that the basic training session was over and they should return to the training grounds. Seeing his indifference, they grew irritated. After everything that had happened, that brat was simply too arrogant. And of course, the others were no exception. Each one looked at his retreating back, their eyes radiating killing intent. It seemed none of them were willing to accept this outcome. Whispers spread among them, calling it absurd. Back in their quarters, Silas kept muttering that unless Rayon had cheated, there was no way he could have lasted that long. Cedric, unable to accept it, agreed and added that he had heard of Rayon's illness before. These youths were part of the Crane-Sieghart branch family. Picking up on their words, Crane spoke with certainty, saying it had to be the elixir. He continued, claiming he had heard rumors that the saint had once bestowed it upon Rayon. The other two were startled, questioning if such a thing had really happened. Silas fumed even more, insisting that Rayon had only managed to last because of the elixir's power, yet still pretended to be skilled enough to endure until the very end, calling him a shameless bastard. Crane grinned slyly and suggested that perhaps they should teach that arrogant fool a lesson. And so, that very night, the boys went to find Rayon and beat him up. Looking at Crane, Rayon asked in confusion why he was doing this all of a sudden. Crane sneered and retorted if he really did not know. Behind him, Silas raged, accusing him of boasting even after being abandoned by the direct bloodline, when in truth he was only relying on the power of some sacred elixir he had been lucky to receive. Cedric joined in, claiming that without that divine elixir, there was no way Rayon could have run like he did earlier that day. He accused him of playing tricks on them, reminding him that as a branch family member he was not even supposed to have any special abilities. Standing before their insults, Rayon showed little concern and only felt weary, thinking to himself that children were still children, clinging to such laughable reasons. Seeing him remain silent, Silas grew even more arrogant and mocked that Rayon should not be afraid, that they had only brought him out here to have a little talk. Cedric echoed the words, adding that they only intended to chat with him a bit. Leading them, Crane added with a smirk that this sort of thing happened often anyway. Then, without warning, the boy lunged at Rayon, mocking that the teachers had said they should interact and learn from one another. The Essence Emperor seethed with anger. My master is being treated like that, and yet he endures it, even though it is not a sad matter. At the same time, suddenly Rayon's hand reacted on its own and struck a straight punch into Crane's face, which surprised him too. Seeing the scene, the other two boys gaped in shock. Rayon's punch landed hard without mercy, and Crane collapsed. It would have seemed like the Essence Emperor had done it, but now even he was astonished. Rayon had completely shed his innocent appearance and smiled slyly. Talk, huh, you speak correctly. Speaking with fists, his smile was like a grim reaper, utterly cold. Seeing their companion flattened, Cedric rushed up and threw a punch, but unlucky for him Rayon easily blocked it. And of course Rayon did not hesitate to return the blow by lifting his leg and kicking Cedric straight in the stomach. Watching his allies struggle, Silas shouted, "What are you doing? Why lose?" And as soon as he finished speaking, Rayon ran over and landed another punch to his face. Crane lay on the ground while his teammates were repeatedly thrown toward him. The Essence Emperor marveled, "You just punched them. A sight like this happens once in 1,000 years. It did not stop there. The punches kept landing and the trio's faces contorted. Cedric coughed and sputtered. He did not expect to be so badly off. Lying on the ground, Silas trembled. "Do not," Cedric whispered. "I cannot breathe." Seeing that Crane had no choice but to back down, "We were wrong, stop." Of course Rayon did not let them feel triumphant. He calmly touched Crane's hand. Leaning close to his face, Rayon said, "Before this ends I will ask you one question." Crane gritted his teeth and answered, "Fine, fine." "Who ordered you to do this? Was it Burin?" Hearing this, he suddenly flinched. Crane stammered, "No, we hid it from him and did it. Burin had nothing to do with this." Rayon was a little surprised, unexpected. "I thought he disliked me. He is not that mean after all." Then Rayon issued a threat. "You will not go back and tell your fellow students about our little chat today." Crane trembled. "Of course not." Immediately after, he grabbed Crane by the hair so that the boy was filled with fear. A voice echoed like hell, "Fine. If you do not want to continue talking tomorrow, then stay far away from me tomorrow." Crane now looked as if he were seeing a demon. "We will not touch you again. We were wrong." Only then did Rayon finally release them. "If you understand, then get lost." He did not know that behind him Rimmer had been standing and witnessing the entire scene from start to finish. Looking at him, Rimmer smiled to himself. Truly a beautiful sight. It felt like watching the Lord in his youth. The boy's blood is real, and he also has martial talent. Unable to contain his excitement, he muttered aloud, "A hidden gem among the most gifted. I look forward to you, young Rayon Zeigart." After dealing with the chaos, Rayon finally returned to his room. Now he and the Essence Emperor began to look at the system board, and Wrath was very pleased with his reaction, so agility increased by 1 point. He roared furiously, "What is this? You gained a point for pleasing the Essence Emperor. These systems are insane." Rayon calmly asked back, "You created it. How could you not know?" The Essence Emperor pressed his face close. "Of course, I have never tested this system on anyone else. This happened because you stole it from the Essence Emperor." In the face of this fury, Rayon only replied calmly, "Is that so?" He grew more annoyed, ungrateful brat. But suddenly, Rayon grew thoughtful, and this reaction made the Essence Emperor a little curious. Right after, he pouted and said, "I have a suggestion for you." Rayon was a bit curious too. "Suggestion?" He continued, "Bet with the Essence Emperor. If you win, I will give you stat points, but if you lose, you must bear my wrath." The system once again appeared. Wrath proposes a wager with you. Condition: surpass the exam for official trainees and take first place. If successful, then all stats will be increased. Rayon asked back, "You mean taking first place in the exam to become an official trainee that Rimmer mentioned?" The Essence Emperor replied, "Exactly. He said there would be a first place, so the result is already clear." Rayon asked again, "Then what about the random attribute?" He patiently explained, "One of the attributes of the Essence Emperor will be granted to you. Of course, the level will be lowered to suit an ordinary human like you." Rayon threw out 1,001 more questions. Then one more thing. "What about generating 10 wrath emotion points if I fail?" Doubting his understanding of the Essence Emperor said, "It is exactly as it sounds. You will receive the wrath emotion, the thing that the Essence Emperor possesses." A sly smile appeared. "The sensation of wrath that the Essence Emperor passes to you is nothing special." With an amused expression, the Essence Emperor explained further, "But if you hold on to the wrath of the Essence Emperor, you will lose control of your emotions, no matter how strong your will may be." At last Rayon realized the calculation behind it. He told himself silently, so that was his plan. But he remained calm as if he knew nothing, sipping a bit of water from his lips, seeing the way he behaved like a man of his word. "I don't think he is lying," he even answered very sincerely. He began to calculate a little. Compared to the reward, the risk of failure is small. Perhaps this is the poisoned apple I have to eat. For someone sickly like me, becoming top scorer will be very difficult, but I am someone who has been reborn. Extending his hand, he quickly agreed. "The condition is not bad. Fine, I accept." Thinking Rayon had naively fallen into his trap, the eyes of the Essence Emperor lit up. He gave a smile more satisfied than ever. "Good." The two quickly shook hands, and the system confirmed this bet with wrath. Rayon also felt secretly pleased. "If I use the experience from my previous life, I will never lose." And so the sky began to brighten. Now the tall mansion remained very quiet. Returning to training as on every other day, everyone lay flat on their backs, gasping for breath. Complaints rang out. My legs were about to explode. I had no strength left to stand, running myself half to death in the morning, and now this again. Remembering Rimmer's words, what you are practicing is the horse stance. Even though it is only a simple horse riding posture, do not underestimate it. Seeing the boys and girls struggling with their training, he became even more excited. This is the most basic stance in martial arts. Everyone has to practice it. Hold the stance until the instructor tells you to stop. The instructor is going to sleep now. He paused a bit and added, oh, of course it is not mandatory. So let me remind you, it is you who rest, not me. At that moment someone could not stand it anymore and wanted to protest. This is too hard. I am not doing it anymore. When will we get to learn swordsmanship? Forget it. So far it has only been running and stances. Only Buren remains calm, then stops complaining. The basic training session is over. Go practice, because if we only practice the basics, your swordsmanship will be worn down. Watching everyone leave, the Essence Emperor seemed a little regretful. They were gone. He looked at Rayon and kept nagging. They are going to practice swordsmanship. Are you not going with them? Rayon answered, I do not need to go now. With skills that poor, practicing swordsmanship is just a waste of time. Deep inside he told himself, what I need now is not a sword, but foundational strength and stamina. He recalled once again, because of the frost curse my physical power is much weaker than others. For growth and training the foundation is the most important. This moment, Rayon had already trained until he was drenched in sweat. He had to grit his teeth to endure and not give up. He urged himself, that is why I must focus on strengthening my body more than anything else. While training without rest, Rayon did not notice a figure lurking behind him. That person turned out to be Run-On Sullian of the vassal family. The girl silently watched him for a long while. That boy is Rayon Ziegart. Run-On was endlessly surprised. He is improving so quickly. His weights are heavier than yesterday. I am sure I heard he was sick. But what surprised her most was that day by day the weights he lifted grew heavier. Clearly only diligent training could allow that. Her curiosity would not subside, but to increase like that every day is absurd. How could he lift 10 kilograms more in just a week? Maybe it is because he is different. How could a patient endure like this? Soon after, to satisfy her curiosity, Run-On began walking toward him, Rayon Ziegart. This boy definitely has something. As her thoughts ended, she found herself standing in front of the young man. Looking at the girl before him with cold eyes, Rayon was a little surprised. Run-On Sullian. He did not hesitate and asked her directly, why are you here? Why are you here? At that moment, 4 eyes met, and the two of them fell silent without saying a single word to each other. Staring intently at Rayon, Run-On wondered what was going on with the growth of this child. At the same time, she suddenly felt a very strange reaction within herself. Run-On's heart suddenly bloomed like a flower. Looking at the handsome Rayon, it seemed that this fragile heart skipped a beat. And now, the defenses inside Run-On also began to fade away. He still did not show any reaction, but right after that she chose a suitable spot and sat down. Yet when the distance between the two became this close, the awkwardness only grew stronger. In the end, not knowing what else to do, Run-On suddenly lay down and lifted that huge weight. Rayon showed no reaction. He simply went somewhere else to train, and Run-On continued to follow behind. As Rayon lifted the weight, the girl did the exact same thing, but her eyes never stopped clinging to him. Run-On now whispered to herself, as expected, it was the scent from before. Thinking of this, her innocent heart once again skipped a beat. Run-On suddenly blushed, for after the refreshing scent from Rayon earlier, once she had breathed it in, her body felt lighter. Looking at her own hands, she could not help but think, thanks to that, now I can lift heavier weights than before. At the same time, a voice sounded, hey. Seeing these strange actions, Rayon could not hold back and asked, do you have something you want to say to me, or what? Run-On stammered, no. Receiving this answer, he immediately turned around and walked away, leaving behind the girl's bewildered gaze. Run-On seemed to still feel some regret, but she could not put it into words. Rayon Ziegart, I will need to follow you a little longer. And just like that, Rayon unwillingly ended up with a tail tagging along behind him. This, however, seemed to make his rival Burin rather displeased. When he saw her constantly following behind Rayon, he looked as though he wanted to rush forward and punch the boy in front of him with all his might. But it was not only him. Whispers around Burin also arose. Why would Run-On follow that guy, damn it? What is so good about hanging around with someone who was cast out from the direct bloodline like him? Holding the wooden stick in his hand, Burin thought to himself, useless. Repeating those simple physical training drills over and over will not help at all. He began to consider for a while. Basically, Rayon lacked strength, so he needed those simple training exercises. But no matter how hard he tried, he would still stand no chance against us. Burin said to himself, I do not know what the content of the test will be, but at least, as preparation for that day, if it is only about developing my own martial arts, then continuing with sword training will be quite solid. Right after that, Burin went outside. Let's go. No need to pay attention to that pawn. The result will show everything on the day of the test. Night fell, and the surroundings were so quiet that even a leaf falling into the lake would make a sound. He was still diligently training when suddenly a voice came, making him somewhat surprised. Sir Rayon. A boy with blue hair scratched his head shyly and said hesitantly, Hello, I am Dorian. May I train with you? And he was none other than the supplier Dorian. Seeing Rayon remain silent, he continued, I want to learn the proper training posture. Still keeping his cold expression, Rayon immediately replied, I do not mind it. Dorian happily spoke while touching the small pouch in front of his belly. Thank you, then, though it is not much, but please eat this, it is delicious. Rayon held the bread in his hand with an expressionless face. I am fine, so take it back. As he said this, his eyes glanced at Run-On. The girl curiously fixed her gaze on the bread in Rayon's hand without any hesitation. Suddenly, this gaze made Rayon also a little startled, and he also looked intently at the girl who showed such a strange reaction. Though he had stared at her for quite a while, Run-On did not notice at all. It seemed she was too dazed by the allure of food. But as a boy, he could not resist that cuteness, so Rayon froze for a few seconds. In the end, the piece of bread ended up in Run-On's hands. She happily enjoyed it while Rayon looked gloomy, now with a stranger beside him. And later, because they had eaten Dorian's bread, the two of them had to help the boy with training. It had already been 6 months since the training began. Time kept passing by. Calendar pages were torn away one after another, and during that time everyone diligently trained together. Dorian was extremely happy because he had 2 companions, eagerly giving him guidance during training. Before they knew it, autumn had arrived, and now the leaves on the trees had begun to fall one after another. Rayon now had 2 companions to train with, but on the other side Burin still remained quietly alone. Rayon was the same. He kept persistently running, and 6 months had already passed since the training started. Rayon himself continued to struggle each day, with the intention of pushing life to the edge between life and death. The backs of those who had blocked his way during the first days of training were no longer in sight. Breathing out to the very end of his lungs and focusing only on those ahead, there were only 2 people left before him. They were none other than Burin and Run-On, but instead of being weak, he could now stand among the top 3 most promising candidates. And then, finally, time passed, and all of them had endured the training. The morning of the test arrived, and the families of the trainees all gathered here to watch their children display their talents. From the stands, a loud voice broke the silence, Thank you all for coming. As the guardians of the candidates participating this time, please follow the marked lines and move in order. The Imperial Elite spoke to him. Rayon Zegart, do you still remember the bet with the Imperial Elite? He laughed slyly. In the end, you still could not surpass those 2, so be ready to face the wrath of the Imperial Elite. Rayon waved his hand casually and said, All the tests are different, so nothing is certain yet. Pausing for a moment, Rayon then looked at his friend lying on the ground. More importantly, Dorian, what are you doing down there? Dorian trembled with sweat. No, it is just that I am a little too nervous because today is the day of the test. As long as I breathe out, then even someone weak like me can do it. Run-On stood next to him, softly calling the name of the cold boy, Rayon. Passing over a cookie, she said, I brought this cookie, eat it. Rayon quickly refused, no, I am fine. Before his words were finished, he immediately caught Buran's hateful gaze directed at him. He felt endlessly annoyed. Why are there always people like them near me? Meanwhile, of course, Sylvia, his mother, was also present. She excitedly said to the maid, Helen, look over there. Sylvia's face could not hide the blush. Our son was standing there with confidence. Helen also shared in the excitement, of course. He has endured harsh training for 6 months. Looking at the 2 people standing beside him, she could not help but feel joyful. It seems our son also has friends now. Helen replied, with young Master Rayon's personality, it is only natural. Helen recalled, young Master Rayon had never once complained, because he is still young and also understanding. Hearing these words from the maid, a smile of happiness deep from within a mother's heart appeared on Sylvia's face. Friends and everything else, I am so proud of him. As those words ended, an aura appeared, making the atmosphere here grow serious. Glenn calmly stepped inside from outside, followed on both sides by knights. His face remained indifferent, not even a smile appeared on his lips. The crowd constantly murmured in excitement, the patriarch is coming in, the patriarch himself has come here to watch. They could not believe it. In front of them was the noble patriarch Glenn. Even as they watched Glenn sit down, the commotion did not cease. Was it not said that he never personally came to watch before? Rimmer cheerfully stepped forward and asked him, why has the patriarch come here? Glenn replied, this is an event that will shape the future of the clan. You are reacting as if this is a place I should not come to. Feeling uneasy, he scratched his head. Of course not, welcome sir. Right after that, Rimmer smiled brightly and spoke loudly, since the patriarch is here, we will not waste time any longer. We will immediately begin the official trainee selection test. So then, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, the criteria that people of Sieghart are so curious about will now be revealed. At the same time, suddenly, a leaf fell. But for some reason Rimmer's gaze became somewhat serious. Just like that, a powerful energy radiated from his body. And this energy unintentionally made the candidates below tremble, some even sweating. This imposing presence also startled Rayon, who instinctively raised his hand in front of him in shock. Rimmer then spoke, piercing through my pressure. This is today's test. After a long while, Rimmer finally withdrew his internal energy. He then continued, pressure is simply something inseparable from a warrior's life. This test will assess the level of that ability. At the same time, someone raised an objection. Wait a moment, I protest. It hasn't even been long since the children started learning aura. Why are we testing pressure so early? Immediately, the crowd erupted in anger. In fact, there are still children who have not yet learned aura. A pressure test this early is simply unfair, not to mention the complaints of a few kids that all you do during class is sleep. What kind of test is this? Rimmer, hearing these words, exhaled tiredly and remained silent for a while. Then he began to explain, pressure is not simply about applying mana. True pressure is the level of spiritual power that a warrior has built through their achievements. Rimmer paused for a moment and continued, it is proof of a warrior who can demonstrate their skill without having aura. The young man, annoyed, said, what are you saying? From the stands, a loud voice rang out. He was not wrong. The young man stammered, my lord? Glenn continued, a person can only truly grasp pressure through the way they have lived and trained. Hearing these words from him, Rimmer realized that Glenn understood what he meant and felt secretly pleased. Glenn continued to explain, even someone without aura can possess immense pressure depending on the difficulty and perseverance they have trained through. Rimmer smiled brightly. Indeed, my lord, you truly understand everything. Immediately after, he spoke loudly, that is that. I am sure no one here has any objections to the test anymore, right? So, let us ignore the troublemakers and start the test immediately. Now the crowd was silent, and he promptly announced, Run-on, please step forward. Everyone else, move back. Seeing the girl quickly step up and stand in front of him, Rimmer said, "Now, run on Sullian. The pressure I am about to release will be at a level that you can overcome if you have given your best during training. If you can withstand the pressure and touch me, you will pass." With that, he smiled and simultaneously focused his internal energy. "The test will begin now." That smiling gaze now carried a strong ancient aura, as if it wanted to look straight into the opponent's soul. The powerful energy from Rimmer radiated outward, enveloping Runon's entire body. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, she gritted her teeth and hugged herself tightly. Rimmer said again, "You will fail immediately if you use aura to resist this pressure. I want you to pass this test through the willpower you have built during your training until now." Struggling to suppress the pain, Runon gritted her teeth and then lowered her head to endure. She forced her heavy steps toward Rimmer, even though the stream of power kept attacking her. Runon then stretched out her hand. The distance was just a little more. Finally, the small girl's hand touched the man standing in front of her. Rimmer quickly patted Runon's head, and now the imposing energy also ceased. Supporting Runon as she was about to collapse, Rimmer smiled brightly and announced, "Passed easily." He did not hesitate to praise her. "I can see the fruits of your hard work. I want you to continue moving forward with that willpower." Rimmer then immediately shifted his attention. "Now, next is Dorian." The boy jumped in shock. What kind of ranking is this?" He calmly replied, "I rank however I like, so get up and come here." Nervousness began to rise. Sweat streamed down Dorian's cheeks like rain. Seeing him flustered, Rimmer reassured him, "You saw what Runon did before you, right? I want you to use the willpower you have built during training to overcome the wall of pressure I create." The boy looked at him with almost teary eyes. "Do you really think I can do it? I am quite notorious for having no willpower at all." Rimmer calmly responded, "Well, if you don't have it, then I will simply make you fail, simple as that." The energy had just been released, and Dorian struggled to raise a hand to block in front of him. Seeing his friend struggling and kneeling on the ground, Rayon felt slightly uneasy. He silently calculated, "The level of pressure the teacher releases will be adjusted according to the individual." Looking at the man in front of him, he deduced the purpose. He is adjusting the pressure based on the level of the children and how much they have trained. So the teacher has truly observed each person in detail. Rimmer, in front, after seeing that Dorian had managed to reach him, he happily said, "See, all you needed to do was come here, you passed." Dorian, however, still lacked confidence in his own skills. "I advise you to lift your head high and face it from now on." Seeing the boy vomit on the spot, Rimmer hesitated. "Well, I think just hearing that is enough for you." Right after, he did not waste anyone's time. "All right, next person." And so, time passed amid the noisy chatter. Finally, this moment arrived. Rimmer called loudly, "Next, Buren Zieghardt." He immediately replied, "Yes." Looking at the promising candidate before him, Rimmer said enthusiastically, "Let's start right away." Once again, that gaze quickly became cold and piercing. Like everyone else, when attacked by this aura, Buren could not help but raise his hand to shield his face. He inwardly trembled. "The teacher wanted me to step forward while enduring this, really." Buren's legs now shook slightly, completely different from what he had seen before. How could Runon possibly have overcome this? His whole body quickly sank. He could not believe it. He could not take another step forward. Now Rimmer spoke. "Certainly you have talents far superior to the others. Among the 160 students here, the number who can face you is countable on one hand." However, he did not hesitate to ask questions directly. "You, as well as the other students following your example, have wasted your own time. What is the meaning of practicing swordsmanship if one lacks purpose?" Buren looked bewildered, but he had no intention of stopping. "What you should have done was not simply train in swordsmanship, but train your body and willpower. You always rely on aura when things get difficult. If you use it now, you will fail immediately." Hearing these words, he felt unwilling. "I cannot fail here." Recalling the past, Buren felt anger. He could never forget that moment when his father refused to let his older brother enter. Now he shivered unconsciously. How could he forget that cold, piercing gaze? If I cannot overcome this, I too will be cast aside. Thinking of this, Burns will seem to explode. He forced himself to stand and rush forward. Finally, the resentment in his heart drove his legs onward. Seeing his student now reach his feet, Rimmer smiled. You passed. Immediately after, he offered advice. You are still only a 12-year-old child. I want you to stop pretending to be an adult and train according to a pace suitable for your age. If all you do is look straight ahead, you will never notice the sharp thorns piercing through your feet. Buren remained silent, seemingly understanding, and Rimmer, having said these words, also let out a sigh of relief. After finishing the test for the boy in front of him, Rimmer glanced at the other candidates and said, "Now," looking at the boy who was mentally preparing to step forward. Finally, Rayon Ziegart. Rayon responded quickly, "Yes." Standing before his teacher, who was also the examiner, he showed no sign of fear. His breathing remained steady and normal. Rimmer smiled gently at him. "You are the last one. Ready?" Rayon maintained a calm demeanor and looked straight at him. "Of course I am." Immediately, Rimmer channeled his internal energy, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. "Then, let's begin." Just like everyone else, at first he was slightly dazed by this aura. The stream of aura made everyone instinctively raise their hands to shield themselves, and it was visibly stronger than when challenging the other students. On the stands, the maid Helen could not help but panic, and Sylvia, worried for her son, blurted out, "Rayon." It was not just them. Even Glenn felt a dark expression as he sensed it. Rayon shouted, "What kind of hellish pressure is this?" Despite this, he still stood upright, showing no sign of difficulty. "Is this really my test?" Rimmer laughed with delight and released an even stronger flow of energy. "I don't know either, but the talent I see in you is definitely above Runan and Buren. Try enduring this." Saying that, he gleefully sent the aura straight at him without holding back. Rayon said nothing, and now drops of sweat rolled down his cheeks as he closed one eye to sense it. After all, he was someone who had come back to life, so he calmly closed his eyes, knowing that spiritual level is not contained within the body, but belongs to the realm of the soul. And now, Rayon felt a bit confident. "I not only have the spiritual level of Rayon Ziegart, I also have the level from my previous life as an assassin." After preparing himself, he finally lifted his feet and moved forward. Even though he was administering the test, Rimmer could not help but feel secretly surprised to see him able to advance under such pressure. Sitting in the stands, Glenn was also equally astonished, but he did not reveal it on his face. Rimmer, seeing Rayon's hand nearly reach him, was still in shock. "How can you? This is truly impossible." At this moment, for him, it was something that should have gone beyond the bounds of impossibility. Before he could finish thinking, Rayon successfully touched Rimmer. Now, the entire stand seemed to fall silent, everyone stunned with their mouths agape. Rimmer could not believe it, and even he secretly broke into a sweat from shock. Glenn also could not hide his emotions, his eyes clearly showing astonishment. Amid the amazement of so many eyes, seeing Rayon's calm attitude, he could not help but feel pleased. The test is over, right? Is over, right? When Rayon completed his challenge, his friends could not help but be astonished. Did he just pass through that pressure? Impossible. He actually broke through it. That boy, Karun, was also dumbfounded and amazed. It seemed no one was willing to accept this achievement. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. A disabled boy without aura. How could he? Rimmer looked as if he had lost his mind, sweating as he stared at Rayon, then said, "Hey." Immediately, Rimmer's gaze scrutinized the young boy before him. "What are you?" Then he could not hold back and poured out his words. "I have been watching you train for 6 months. You are Rayon, right? I ask because you performed better than everything I taught you in these 6 months. I created pressure beyond your ability. I deliberately tried to challenge you, but I did not expect you to pass through it." Standing before this outburst, Rayon said nothing, calmly just pointed toward the people quietly listening to the announcement. But before hearing an answer from the main person himself, it seemed Rimmer was not satisfied. Pausing briefly, His eyes became sharp and alert, as if he had thought of something. Then he exclaimed, "I see." Finally, Rimmer burst into loud laughter. It seems the Grand Master Teacher lost focus. Rayon Sieghart is the last candidate. The official student selection has ended. We will now announce the top students you have been curious about. Below, Buren stood motionless with a face full of resentment. Then, amid everyone's anticipation, Rimmer announced, "The top students of Training School Number 5 are." Unexpectedly, the name Rayon Sieghart was read first among the top 5 rankings. Sylvia was so overjoyed she cried, "Our Rayon achieved first place." Helen could not hide her emotions either. "Miss Sylvia, Rayon has done it." Once again, whispers and chatter erupted. Unbelievable. Rayon Sieghart is the student ranked first. If he could pass that pressure, then surely. But how did he surpass young Master Buren? At the same time, a student suddenly shouted loudly, "I do not accept this. This is not right. The teacher is lying." Rimmer, hearing this, looked puzzled and asked him, "Lying about what?" It turned out the one protesting was Buren. He now shouted, in terms of endurance, strength, and talent, "Rayon is inferior to me. I do not accept that someone like him achieved first place." And now Buren asserted firmly once again, "Clearly he is cheating. Clearly he is cheating." The crowd, hearing this, started whispering among themselves, "That actually makes sense." Rimmer stood helpless amid the chatter. How can he be at the top while cursed? They say he does not even have aura. Or did he bribe the teacher? Another student spoke. "According to the rumors about Teacher Rimmer, that seems to be true." Buren sneered, pointing at Rayon. "We are all warriors of the Sieghart family. Instead of a test like this, I think we should have a direct duel to decide who passes." Hearing this, Rimmer unconsciously smiled subtly, his eyes full of depth. Now, without holding back, he directly said, "You desire the top student position that much, Buren Sieghart." These words made him blush. Buren hurriedly denied, "No, it is not like that." Rimmer then said, "Unfortunately the test is over. Clan leader, what do you think I should do?" Suddenly put in a difficult position, Glenn was momentarily confused, frowning as he thought for a while. Finally, he found a solution. Glenn said loudly, "Rayon Sieghart." The others seem unwilling to accept this result. "Do you want to duel Buren?" Buren looked extremely pleased as he glanced at Rayon, smiling smugly. Everyone here thought Rayon would be eager to win and accept the challenge, but he did the opposite and said firmly, "No." Rayon spoke frankly, "The test is over. The results are out. Why should I duel him and gain nothing?" Immediately after, Rayon did not hesitate to cast him a contemptuous look, constantly mentioning lineage and honor. "Buren, I did not expect you to lose so miserably." Struck to the core, his face turned red. Buren angrily cursed, "Bastard." Glenn continued, "Then did this. Duel for the top student position. If you win, I will give you the bronze token." Hearing this, Rayon was startled, his mind continuously echoing the words, "bronze token." Speaking of the origin of this token, the Sieghart clan grants gold, silver, or bronze tokens depending on each person's achievement, and each token corresponds to a different reward. Even if it is only a bronze token, it was awarded directly by the clan leader. Surely I will get something worthwhile. Thinking of this, he felt a bit resentful toward his grandfather. It seemed his grandfather was also unhappy that he achieved first place. But outwardly Rayon still obediently accepted. "I understand." Glenn said little, resting his hand on his chin as he observed his grandson, then said, "Then we shall begin. This time it will decide the most talented student." At this moment, two eyes below stared at each other like bullets, though more precisely, only Buren was unwilling to accept it. As usual, Rimmer stood as the referee before the crowd and said loudly, "This is a one-round duel. Anyone who uses aura or weapons will be disqualified. Only martial skill is allowed." Seeing both ready in their fighting stance, Rimmer shouted, "All right, begin." His hand made a strong chopping motion in the air, and Buren could not restrain himself and charged straight at Rayon. His strike was fierce, just a single blow and Rayon had to tilt his head to avoid it. Not stopping there, Buren continued to assault his opponent relentlessly with a straight kick. But of course, a former assassin was not just a name. Rayon quickly raised his hand to block the attack. He furrowed his brows and began to take the match seriously, sensing the killing intent from his opponent. Burin shouted coldly, "This is the tiger fist technique that my father personally taught me. No law forbids using martial techniques. So this is not against the rules." After speaking, he forcefully launched a decisive strike at Rayon, hoping to finish his opponent as quickly as possible. Seeing Burin's attack, the crowd stirred with excitement. Indeed, young Master Burin is different. That boy Rayon cannot move. Burin attacked while showing disdain, a weaker person like you, from a secondary lineage. His gaze at Rayon was sharp. How dare you aim at my top student position? He could not forget the cold gaze of his father that year, who did not even glance at his older brother while speaking cruel words. Ignore it, Burin. The Sieghart clan does not need the weak. And the words of Karun made him unable to forget. Do not disappoint me, Burin Sieghart. Now that became the motivation for him to keep attacking. My father is watching me, I have to prove myself. Therefore, Burin silently resolved, I cannot lose to someone like you here. But all of his attacks, Rayon easily dodged them without effort. Even so, Rayon was still a little surprised by these techniques. Now he thought to himself, facing an opponent like Burin, I can see everything. From his fists to his rhythm, every strike is clear before my eyes, and for that reason Rayon could not help but be startled. After a while of hesitation, Burin grew frustrated. He rushed forward with a finishing strike while shouting, Have you surrendered yet, Rayon Sieghart? I will finish you with this blow. But at that moment, he no longer dodged. Rayon began to clench his fists and counterattack. His cold voice now began to sound, Why should I surrender? As soon as he finished speaking, Rayon immediately threw a punch at Burin. Now, the two forces collided violently, sending rocks and dirt flying, and the surrounding area was shaken. But in the end, Burin still could not stop Rayon's attack. He was struck so hard that his fist was knocked away. Seeing his fist uncontrollably knocked off course, Burin was astonished, mouth wide open. What is this? Not giving him a chance to feel smug, Rayon swung his fist again. Now he was like a punching bag being hit repeatedly with no way to respond. Unable to hold back, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Burin's mouth. Karun turned pale. He could not believe that the boy he had trusted was being defeated like this. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then some could not help but shout, Impossible. The noise gradually grew louder. That is the tiger fist. How could this be? Glenn still maintained his expression, but his eyes showed a slight change. Struck to the ground, Burin struggled to breathe as he looked at Rayon. How do you know the tiger fist? Calmly looking at his struggling opponent on the ground, he continued coldly, You just showed me. Not giving Burin a chance to be surprised, Rayon spoke a critical sentence, I am just imitating your technique. The crowd was in complete astonishment. He just used the tiger fist. How is this possible? How could he use the tiger fist? Below, the noise grew louder, or perhaps it was secretly passed down to him. Otherwise, how could it be? He had defeated a fairly strong opponent, yet Rayon remained completely calm, surprising everyone. This was truly impossible. Immediately after, everyone fell silent, observing the boy who was rumored to be useless. Even Rimmer could not help but cover his mouth in shock to stop himself from yelling in astonishment. This boy really is talented. He reviewed the strikes once again. The boy had been able to neutralize the spinning motion of the tiger fist by creating a counter-rotating technique. Simply reading the direction of an opponent's martial path was already enough for people to call him a genius, but he could even turn that movement into a skill of his own. Rimmer analyzed that this is the kind of talent that can stand at the pinnacle of the continent. This is what the Sieghart family has been seeking. Looking at the young man's back like a seedling before him, he confirmed firmly, he is a talent of destiny. But finally, Rimmer chose to speak to break the silence. I think this match has ended. As everyone can see, the result is quite clear. With a proud expression, he draped his arm over Rayon and announced loudly, The winner is Rayon Sieghart. With this, today's test has come to an end. In the stands, Sylvia could not hold back. She and the maid Helen rushed straight toward him. Seeing his mother suddenly so hurried, Rayon was a little bewildered. Just like that, neither of them said a word, but now Sylvia was so moved that she threw herself into an embrace around her son. Suddenly being hugged tightly by his mother, Rayon was a little embarrassed but also happy inside. Sylvia's heartfelt smile overflowed into hot tears, and behind her, Helen silently shed tears as well. Of course, no one paid attention to the master of elites on the side shouting, "I'm hungry, let's go home." Meanwhile, Runon's family could not hold back their emotions. Even her father hugged his daughter and cried with pride. Only Burin stood alone, with the sharp pain in his chest, and the butler noticed his sadness and quietly tried to comfort him. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Burin's eyes looked blankly ahead, and his body trembled involuntarily. From afar, he saw the disappointed gaze of his father directed at him. Karun did not even say a word. Seeing his son look at him, he turned coldly and walked away. Suddenly, a deep sense of emptiness appeared in Burin's heart, and he felt paralyzed at that moment. The small figure kept watching his father gradually disappear among the crowd, unable to utter a single word. The scene then shifted to Karun's mansion. Although it was late at night, his study was still lit. The flickering candlelight was extremely warm, but in this place, there was a heart that felt freezing cold. Burin had been standing there with his head bowed for a long time, and Karun remained silent despite his son being overwhelmed with emotions. No one could know the depth of doubt swirling inside Burin's heart, but he was not angry at his father at all. After a long while, Karun finally spoke. "Burin." Startled, Burin quickly responded, "Yes, father." Karun asked without showing emotion, "Do you remember what I told you?" He stammered, "Father told me to return with the title of top rookie and never lose to anyone." Karun replied coldly, "Yes, that is not too much. I told you to defeat the Sullian wench family, and after stepping on Rayon, return with the title of top of the class." Then, finally, he could not contain his anger and shouted, "Forget about the wench family. Did you lose to that trash already discarded from the clan? Are you trying to make a joke out of me, or do you want your fate to be the same as your two older brothers?" Hearing this, the fear that Burin had carried for years seemed to be dissected, and he immediately replied, "No." Karun displayed a look of disappointment. "You have ruined your first opportunity. They will choose the top student after assigning grades at the end of the graduation ceremony. Make sure you bring that position back to me." After scolding him, he no longer cared about his son's expression and coldly turned away. Burin obediently lowered his head. "Yes." As he walked back to his room, he covered his face and cried, his father's words still echoing in his mind. "If you want to live under the Zeegard clan, do not fail in this final opportunity." Disappointed, sad, and filled with anger, Burin clenched his fists and slammed them against the wall, cursing loudly, "Damn it." Instead of blaming his cold father, he directed all his anger at Rayon. It was all that cursed the bastard's fault. He could not believe that all of this had happened because of that trash Rayon. Walking in the darkness, Burin muttered to himself, "Damn it. How did things end up like this? I will train harder so I never lose again." Lost in thoughts about those words and how to become stronger, Burin did not realize he had arrived somewhere in the mansion. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and peeked ahead. Seeing the building in front of him, Burin was a little surprised and wondered why he had come here. Nervously sweating, he was astonished that he had arrived here unconsciously while lost in thought. Then, Burin's feet moved on their own as he entered and pushed the door open. Everything around him was silent. He looked around. There was no one here. Was it because the test had just ended? Burin walked forward and picked up a dumbbell, trying to lift it slightly. Suddenly, he noticed something else. He looked to the side and realized what caught his attention. It was a storage cabinet. For some reason, it seemed dazzling to him. In fact, Burin was looking at Rayon's storage compartment, the compartment of his enemy. He quickly approached it and reached out, as if wanting to open it. Even though he knew it was wrong, Burin reassured himself that just a quick glance would be fine, right? It's just looking, not stealing. Immediately, he seemed extremely surprised when he just opened the cabinet. He could not help but exclaim unconsciously, "What is this? What is with these shoes?" Holding one of the shoes in his hands, he was slightly shocked. Even just counting roughly, there were over 10 pairs here. Had Rayon gone through all of these in just 6 months? He himself had only needed to change his shoes twice. It seemed that the shoes had stunned Burin for quite a while, his body standing frozen in place. But immediately, his gaze shifted elsewhere, and once again he looked around. From a familiar spot, Burin seemed to notice Rayon diligently training with a dumbbell in his hands. And so, he found the answer to how Rayon could use so many pairs of shoes. Burin realized to himself, "That's right, now I remember, he is always training." It was as if he had uncovered a truth. While he was neglecting the basics, swinging his sword to show off to others, or relaxing comfortably in his own room, Rayon was tirelessly practicing. Burin felt enlightened and could not deny that Rayon was embodying the essence of the Sieghart family. Looking at the shoes in his hands, Burin felt a twinge of sadness, realizing that he had been doing completely the opposite. Suddenly, an idea came to mind, and Burin focused on the spot where Rayon had been sitting. There, 2 dumbbells still lay on the ground. Normally, Burin had despised such objects, thinking that only swordsmanship was worthy. Glancing back at the shoes in his hands, it seemed that Burin had finally acknowledged Rayon's victory. The sadness had not fully faded, but he carefully placed the shoes back into his opponent's cabinet. At the same time, Burin's resentment toward Rayon lessened slightly, evident in the way he gently closed the cabinet door. After that, Burin slowly walked out of the training room with a complex, indescribable feeling. He did not understand why, but he felt much lighter than before. Finally, as if renewed with motivation, Burin's gaze no longer carried hatred. Instead, it had become noticeably calmer. The scene shifted to his room. The sovereign elite kept questioning as he examined the system board. "Oh my, I cannot believe it. I, the sovereign elite, have lived for hundreds of years, yet I have never encountered anyone like you." Glancing at the young man beside him, he could not help but ask, "What exactly are you?" Rayon replied calmly, "Who knows, you can think whatever you like." Both of them looked at the system board. Rayon, filled with curiosity, asked, "First tell me, what is this special ability?" The sovereign elite continued, "The snowflake intuition. You have received this ability far beyond your own ordinary capacity." According to him, this ability can expand your perceptual range. Right now it's only 1 star, but it can still increase by about 10%. Saying this, he couldn't hide his pride and boast. "I, the sovereign elite, have awareness 10 times greater than before." Rayon was surprised. "Really? That's great." Pausing briefly, he asked again, "But why is it called snowflake intuition?" The sovereign elite answered casually, "I named it that because I liked it." "I don't like it." Rayon walked out of the room nonchalantly, but left a teasing remark, "No matter how you think, you're terrible at naming things." Suddenly, feeling mocked, the sovereign elite could not help but shout, "You dare say that?" Early in the morning, the steward ran in to announce, "The clan head is calling for you, young master." Sylvia was startled, a hint of fear in her expression. The clan head summoned him. Did Rayon do something wrong? Lowen smiled brightly and reassured her, "Miss, don't worry." According to him, the clan head simply wishes to personally present the bronze token to the young master. Very quickly, Rayon dressed in a fine outfit and went to meet the clan head. Maintaining his cold demeanor, Glenn spoke, "Though I do not particularly like it, I will keep my promise." Lowen, standing beside him, quickly added, "Yes, clan head." While Rayon was still kneeling on the ground, Glenn swiftly brought over the tray holding the silver badge. To the astonishment of his grandson, Glenn declared, "Rayon Sieghart, as promised, you will be granted a bronze token. Later, when you return it, you will receive a corresponding item or privilege." Looking at the token in his hand, Rayon's eyes betrayed his thoughts. He stared silently at the object before him, seemingly about to say something. The room remained quiet. Lowen had been watching him intently. Rayon's voice suddenly rang out. I have a request right now. Sylvia Zekart. Suddenly the grandson mentioned his mother's name, which surprised Glenn. Pausing for a moment, Rayon asked further, what must I do to regain the status my mother once had? Glenn was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to respond to such a question. Lowen remained silent on the side, his eyes closed as if he felt the child's pain. But as the clan head, Glenn quickly regained his composure and continued, the original status. You mean her position in the direct line of the family? Rayon quickly replied, yes, that's correct. Though he was a bit surprised, it seemed the man had suddenly softened. What was happening? Glenn went on, achievements. If you reach accomplishments recognized by the entire clan, then it is possible, but it is not that simple. Gaining recognition from others is as difficult as plucking a star from the sky, almost impossible, especially for a child like you. Rayon's gaze remained on the bronze token in his hand, silently contemplating those words. Soon after, a smile appeared on his lips, and he calmly said, but you said it was possible, wasn't it? Saying that, Rayon placed the token back on the tray, much to Lowen's surprise. That's all. Thank you for your answer, clan head. With that, Rayon quickly turned to leave, leaving the two elders astonished behind him. Just as Rayon was about to step out of the room, Glenn suddenly called out loudly, wait. Pausing, he turned curiously and replied, yes. Glenn asked, you haven't asked about your reward. That's just a question. You don't need the token. I can still give you an answer. Rayon was silently amazed. He hadn't expected to hear such words from the Northern Destroyer. Seeing no reaction from him, Glenn directly asked again, speak your wish. Clenching his fist, Rayon began to think. Then yes, there is something I have been thinking about, something I need most. After a moment of thought, Rayon continued, I want a cultivation technique. Glenn was surprised that will be taught by the trainers when you begin the basic training process. Rayon quickly added, I need a cultivation technique for spiritual energy better than what is taught in basic training. Please grant me a technique worthy of this bronze token. Immediately after stating his request, Rayon began calculating. The shadowed spiritual energy cultivation technique from his past life was not enough. To restore Sylvia's position and behead Darius, he needed an aura cultivation technique far more extraordinary. Glenn could no longer understand his grandson and spoke. So what you want is a cultivation technique, right? Silence meant agreement, and immediately Glenn snapped his fingers with incredible speed. Right after that motion, a large door suddenly opened before Rayon, surprising him, and from within it emanated a strange light. Now before him was a collection of books. In fact, all the secret manuals for swordsmanship cultivation were contained here. Looking at the place where he stood, he could not help but be stunned for a long time, speechless. Before the towering stacks of books, Rayon looked very small. Although he had been here for a while, he still stood there with his mouth agape. After a while, Rayon finally collected himself, moving his lips and speaking in a slightly embarrassed voice. From outside, Glenn replied in a cold voice, one of the Zekart family's book racks. If you place your hand on the center, the book you need will appear immediately. Upon hearing this, Rayon quickly glanced around and replied, I understand. Raising his hand to pick a random book, Rayon silently hoped that it would be something better than the shadowed spiritual energy cultivation technique. Something useful would appear. Before all those books, his hands unconsciously touched each one and gently brushed over them. Rayon's gaze stopped on an old book. Feeling impressed, he picked it up. Immediately, Rayon quickly circulated his internal energy, flipping through the first pages in midair. Seeing it emit a golden light, he was secretly curious and wondered to himself, what is this tattered old book? Suddenly, a shockwave emanated outside, and even Glenn could not help but startle. Lowen seemed to notice Glenn's embarrassment as well. He was surprised but silently observed. Immediately entering the library, Glenn could not help but exclaim in astonishment, what was going on? Looking at what was in front of Rayon, Glenn was completely stunned. How did you obtain that book? It turned out this was a book that chooses its own master. Slowly approaching Rayon, to his bewilderment, The book continued flipping its pages on its own. From what he could read from the hurriedly written lines, this was the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. Reaching out to touch the page inside, Rayon could not help but wonder to himself, what kind of technique is this? Moving from one surprise to another, suddenly a blinding light burst forth. Immediately, all the pages of the book were thrown forcefully toward Rayon and scattered into the air. His gaze remained stunned. It seemed truly difficult for Rayon to process all of this at once. In the now silent room, a sudden storm erupted, sending Rayon's golden hair flying wildly, and his bewildered eyes became even more pronounced. He was not the only one affected. Outside, seeing the light emanating from the room, Glenn also became alarmed and rose to his feet. His expression at that moment was no different from his grandson's inside the library, an expression of complete shock. The thoughtless words he had spoken years ago when hearing reports suddenly echoed in his mind. "You think Sylvia was alienated by the family?" Glenn said rigidly, "That is not my concern. The prosperity of the family is the top priority right now. Go do something else." Later, Glenn continued to receive reports from his subordinates. Sylvia grew close to another man and ran away from home. "Do not report such trivial matters to me." At that time, after days spent only thinking of the family and setting aside personal feelings, Glenn had already built a force capable of surpassing the demon wall through his own efforts. And as he had wished, his family grew increasingly strong. Now Glenn questioned himself. Then, what had I lost? That was a day Glenn could never forget, when a shocking report arrived. "Sir, there is news that your son-in-law and granddaughter were attacked." No one could have seen the hand of the usually cold man trembling with each word. The attackers seemed to be the twin demons from Eden that Miss Sylvia had previously investigated. Miss Sylvia appeared unharmed, but the other two died on the spot. The report continued, "Due to the suddenness of the attack, it was impossible." Seeing his unusual expression, the knight could not help but speak up. "Lord Glenn." At that moment, Glenn finally saw himself as truly pitiable. At last he regained his emotions. From that point on, Glenn realized that nothing could ever return to the way it was. He could never forget the helplessness of his daughter all those years ago. Returning to the present, Glenn silently resolved, "So Rayon, even if I am despised by you and Sylvia, this time I must protect you." Looking at the energy in his hands, Rayon could not help but be astonished. What is this? His body and mind seemed to be swept along by it. But at the same time, Glenn's cold voice rang out, startling him. "Rayon Zeegart." Finally, Rayon emerged from the library and stood before his grandfather. Glenn looked at him and spoke gravely, going straight to the point. "What have you just done?" Rayon, bewildered, honestly replied, "I don't know. I only remember the cultivation manual disappearing from my hands." Hearing this, Glenn grew anxious and quickly asked again, "What was the name of the book?" Once more, Rayon raised the hand that still retained a trace of the book's power. Then he replied coldly, "It is the 10,000 fire cultivation technique." At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. Rayon must face the eternal flame, and he has now memorized the entire 10,000 fire cultivation technique. Glenn could hardly believe his ears and immediately asked again, "You said you memorized the content?" Rayon did not hide it at all. "Yes, sir." But now Glenn's face suddenly looked complicated. He slowly sat back in his chair. "I understand." "Very well." After a pause, Glenn continued, "You have received the reward for the bronze medallion. Now go back." Rayon did not linger and replied, "Yes, sir." As he turned to leave, he still absent-mindedly looked at his palm, while behind him Glenn's mind was still tangled in thoughts. Both he and Lowen said nothing, quietly following Rayon with their eyes until his figure completely disappeared. Finally, Lowen could not help but ask anxiously, "Is the cultivation technique that young Master Rayon received really?" Glenn quickly interrupted, "Yes." Now Glenn revealed a complex emotion, leaning back in his chair and reflecting because things had gone too far. Then Glenn continued without hiding, "It is the cultivation technique of the first clan leader. He told Lowen that in the history of the Zeekart clan, no one could take out or read that cultivation method. Yet the boy had actually learned the 10,000 fire technique. As he spoke, Glenn glanced at the burnt paper ashes in front of him. Lowen could not hide his concern. If this is exposed, young Master Rayon and Miss Sylvia could be in danger. Glenn replied calmly, "You need not worry. No one knows about the 10,000 fire technique." On the way back, Lowen still asked anxiously, "The cultivation manual is gone. What now?" Glenn quickly replied, "It's okay. It has already been passed to someone else." Standing before his ancient books, Glenn said, "In any case, no one could have learned the 10,000 fire technique. If it was not passed to the boy, it would have decayed anyway." The old wrinkled face could not relax. Glenn continued, "I have a premonition. The future will bring a new wind." Now, after returning to his own room, Rayon still could not get over the earlier scene, constantly looking at his hand. Rayon wondered to himself, "This is too strange. Why did he grant me this? Not to mention the silver medallion. Even the gold medallion would not be enough to exchange for this technique." He began to channel his inner power. "This is not inferior to the fire orb. I must learn it properly." After a pause, his mind spoke to him, yet Rayon felt as if the flame was guiding him. Right after he reached out to touch it, another strange event occurred. Rayon could not grasp it at all, and outside, he was sweating continuously. Opening his eyes once more, Rayon felt slightly disappointed when he saw that nothing had happened. He had failed again. Exhaling, Rayon felt a bit frustrated. Despite trying many times, it was truly difficult to accumulate spiritual energy. He did not expect to master this high-level cultivation technique in one attempt. But at the same time, a familiar voice echoed, "It seems you are having some difficulty." The Essence Emperor offered advice, giving it your all. "You must be careful. If someone interrupts you while cultivating, it would be a big problem. Just touching the technique and already being disabled would be very sad." Suddenly, this unexpected kindness made Rayon a little uneasy. This guy, what is he scheming? But he could not deny that the Essence Emperor was right. As far as he knew, the 10,000 fire cultivation technique absorbs natural energy and accumulates spiritual energy in the mind. If interrupted at a critical moment, the mana meridians or mind energy field could be severed, leaving him disabled. For him, it was even more dangerous because his mana meridians contained ice energy. Rayon replied, "Yes, since you already know that, then do not interfere." The Essence Emperor was amused. "I wonder what will happen." Rayon's expression remained indifferent, looking at the other with an emotionless face. Suddenly, he froze, as if remembering something. "Wait, don't tell me." Now he displayed a cunning smile, just once, to let the Essence Emperor interrupt you exactly one time during your cultivation. Rayon could not help but mock. "Using a crippled body must not be fun either, right?" He replied calmly, "It's fine." The Essence Emperor then said, "You are only human, so you cannot succeed. But even if your limbs are severed or your mind energy explodes, I can still restore everything." He began to gradually manipulate the situation. "When you are disabled and give up everything, that is the best opportunity for me, the Essence Emperor." Rayon responded, "I understand. You mean only once, right? I am very curious to see what move you will make this time." The Essence Emperor paid no attention. "You are boasting again. Tremble every day. Because you never know when I will strike." Watching the blue light continuously swirling around him, Rayon felt quietly irritated. This guy was truly an enemy. He began analyzing the other's background. He was a demon from the demon realm, always ready to possess his body whenever there was an opportunity, and he embodied pure rage. He had thought that the other's silence meant he had given up, but now he had to remain vigilant. In the end, Rayon chose to be pragmatic. "All right, leave it for later. I need to handle things more carefully first." The Essence Emperor was pleased. "Finally, you intend to deal with her, huh?" Rayon replied indifferently, "Yes, it cannot be a coincidence. She comes here every night." Immediately after, he went to his room's door, his gaze cold as he looked down. A cold voice echoed, "I have to deal with her," he silently told himself. It has been a long time since I did this work. Below, a maid curled up near the large mansion pond. She was the maid of the auxiliary building, Judil. While taking notes, she murmured to herself, I usually have nothing to report except when he mumbles to himself. But this time I really have something to report. Judil's eyes grew suspicious. She did not expect he could master such a high-level cultivation technique with just the copper token. She once again observed Rayon silently, noting the extremely intense flow of mana as he cultivated spiritual energy. It was unbelievable. This was indeed critical information for the Central Martial Palace, she wrote continuously while speaking. Holding the piece of paper in her hand, Judil felt some sympathy. Since it was an order, she had to comply. But he was only a child, and she wondered how long she could still deceive him. After her thoughts, Judil quickly dropped the intelligence paper into the water, letting it drift away. But it seemed that doing something wrong against her will cause a hint of sadness to appear on her face. After a moment of contemplation, Judil told herself, I should go back now. But at that moment, a sharp knife appeared at her neck. The person was none other than Rayon, and his icy voice rang out, If you dare speak, I will kill you. She tried to struggle, but he immediately held Judil tightly, threatening, If you move, you will die. Seeing that she complied, Rayon began giving orders, lowering his gaze to look down at the pond. Judil could not help but obey, but inwardly she could not stop wondering, who is he? Who could emit such overwhelming killing intent? As she pondered, she looked down at the pond, and Rayon's face appeared clearly on the water. Judil was utterly shocked. She could not believe her eyes. Rayon Zeeghart, how could this boy be watching her? Rayon's tone turned cold. Since I returned to this auxiliary building, I have felt your scrutinizing gaze. So, have you obtained any information yet? Recalling the times she had been observed, she remained bewildered. Impossible. He already knows everything. Judil had been confident in herself. She had thought she left no trace, so he was merely pretending not to notice. Why? Seeing her standing silently, Rayon's voice hardened further as he commanded, Speak. Following his order, Judil trembled as she slowly opened her mouth, and immediately a pill was pushed inside. Although she resisted, ultimately she dared not act recklessly for fear of losing her life. Realizing she had swallowed the pill, although unaware of its effect, Judil turned pale. After successfully subduing her, Rayon calmly turned and walked away with an innocent expression, leaving Judil coughing on the ground. Then he looked back at the pond, casually picking up Judil's intelligence paper. Looking toward her again, Rayon continued, I cannot read the contents of this letter. This type of paper requires a special method to read, right? He began chanting each word in a hypnotic tone, and receiving no response from her, he intoned, water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, sunlight. Despite being forced to swallow the strange pill, Judil remained stubbornly defiant. After a while, Rayon finally discerned it. It was moonlight. These words made her flinch, unable to hide her emotions. Looking at the small yet dangerous boy before her, Judil trembled as she asked, How do you know? Without answering, he coldly recited several names, Ares Zeeghart, Karun Zeeghart, Denier. Although Judil had not uttered a single word, Rayon saw through everything, so it was Karun Zeeghart's order. The mention of that name startled her so much she nearly spoke. Judil could not believe it. Impossible. Her expression had no flaw at all. She had spent years training to become a skilled spy. He could not possibly discern so much just by reading her expression. Pausing for a moment, she grew anxious. Wait, no, the agonizing pain in my body. He can even easily read my thoughts. Now she began to feel true fear. There was only one possible explanation for this, what he had forced into her mouth. Could it be the voracious worm? Thinking of this terrifying creature, Judil's spine instinctively turned icy cold. Recalling Karun's earlier instructions, Judil remembered she had been told to infiltrate the auxiliary building and send all information about Rayon and Sylvia. At that time, he had added a sentence. If the mission was completed well, he would give her something. Now, standing before Rayon, Judil did not hesitate to ask directly, "Did you feed me the voracious worm?" Rayon, slightly surprised by the maid's question, replied, "You even know about the voracious worm." He was genuinely astonished and curious about her identity. The fact that she knew about the worm surprised him. Somehow, Judil's attitude had become frantic and urgent. It seemed the pill had begun unleashing its terrible effect. Judil's entire body ached unbearably, forcing her to collapse to the ground. Tears began to fall as she realized in despair that by placing it in a target's body, the poisoner could perceive not only their location but also their thoughts. The voracious worm was one of the most terrifying curses in the world, allowing the poisoner to kill the target whenever desired, inflicting extreme agony. Her expression confirmed it. There was no doubt, it was the voracious worm. Rayon stopped pretending and went straight to the point. "You sent this letter to Karun Zegart, so you must be a spy sent by the Marshal Hart Hall. And this mission must have started 7 months ago, after the judgment ceremony. You investigated thoroughly, didn't you?" Every word Rayon spoke made Judil break out in cold sweat. Rayon also clearly laid out her crimes, not only against him, but also against his mother Helen and all the other maids. Judil silently lamented, witnessing his terrifying abilities firsthand. She had thought this was a simple mission. In her mind, all she needed to do was gather information about the disabled children Rayon and Sylvia. She had assumed she could complete the task easily. Looking into his cold gaze, Judil internally assessed, "But there is a monster living in this auxiliary building." Acting on instinct, she shouted, "I will change the report. I will send false information." Rayon interrupted disdainfully, "Walk away. Even if you alter the intelligence, Karun will still learn about me in the end." It only made him realize your inadequacy, and Rayon's words struck at the core, intensifying Judil's fear. He sat closer to her, a devilish smile appearing on the face of a child, making Judil shiver, then quickly returned to his innocent expression and calmly said that from now on she would be a double agent. He did not wait for her agreement and directly outlined his plan. She would report any information to Karun that he would soon discover, conceal important details, and never reveal them to anyone, while in return bringing Rayon valuable information from him. Trembling, Judil agreed, saying she would follow his instructions. Once again, that innocent smile appeared on Rayon's face, completely different from the cold expression he wore while threatening her. He then stood up and casually walked away, tossing her a final remark that until they met again, he hoped to receive useful information. The Essence Emperor was surprised, asking how he had summoned the voracious worm, but Rayon replied disdainfully that he had not used that disgusting thing and had instead given her a poison pill, causing temporary extreme pain. The Essence Emperor froze in astonishment and asked if he had read her thoughts just now, to which Rayon calmly replied that while others can only probe based on cues they fail to notice, he could. Somehow, the Essence Emperor watched Rayon's retreating figure with a mixture of bewilderment and caution, finally feeling true fear, realizing this was the real demon. Meanwhile, Rayon continued to immerse himself in training until the day to return to the training school arrived, and his mother cried at having to part with her little son. Despite constant effort, when the day of departure came, he still could not produce aura, leaving him somewhat disappointed and puzzled. Upon arriving at the school, Rayon immediately heard the bustling commotion of everyone there. According to his calculations, 42 people had passed the exams, but now only a quarter of the original number remained. Recalling the ever-smiling teacher, Rayon could not help but evaluate that Rimmer was truly strict about results. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking Rayon's concentration. Turning his head, he immediately recognized the familiar figure as Ranon. She quickly walked up to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but remained silent. Seeing this, both the Essence Emperor and Rayon fell silent, waiting to see what she would say. Her gaze fixed on Rayon as she recalled the earlier voice saying that the young Master Rayon had helped their daughter train. A few days earlier at the Sullian family mansion, Ranon had been casually eating a cookie and replied calmly yes. Sophia looked at her little daughter lovingly and asked if she had greeted him and said thank you. Runan answered honestly that she had when he gave her the snack. Sophia then asked about when he helped her train, and Runan replied no. Surprised, her mother asked why. Runan innocently explained that her father had told her not to start a conversation with the boy first. Seeing her innocence, Sophia could only smile wryly and said she understood. Then she advised her that when showing gratitude, gender does not matter. She patiently taught that if someone helps you, you must always respect and be grateful, as it is common courtesy. Seeing Runan remain silent and bewildered, Sophia emphasized again, remember that, do not forget. Now, standing before Rayon, Runan boldly said thank you. Rayon was surprised but responded awkwardly yes. The Essence Emperor was puzzled, wondering why she suddenly said thank you, and Rayon whispered he did not know how he could. Satisfied, Runan turned her face away. Then another voice broke the quiet, young Master Rayon. From afar, Dorian ran up panting and asked how he was, saying he had thought he would die, as just being a temporary student already made him feel like he was about to die. And so Rayon had to listen to a non-stop stream of chatter from him, and he could not imagine how much more difficult it would be now that Dorian had become an official student. I keep having nightmares, he said, tossing and turning all night, afraid I will not be able to do it. By the way, really, the Essence Emperor could not help but remark, you talk so much. Pausing for a moment, Dorian continued, but I am very happy that young Master Rayon is the top student. If young Master Burin were the top, then I... Suddenly, something felt off. He immediately turned around and came face to face with Burin's angry expression, as if seeing a demon, and shouted in terror. He stumbled back several steps and almost fell, his eyes still fixed intently on Burin. Then, without saying anything, he walked directly in front of Rayon, who did not react, and the two of them stared at each other for a long while. Rayon said nothing, silently observing to see what Burin intended next, though in truth he did not really care. Burin also remained silent, his gaze now containing a glint of deadly intent as he looked at Rayon. Then, to the other's surprise, Burin suddenly bowed his head and spoke loudly, I apologize. I admit my failure last week and let everyone see my shameful side. Yet still maintaining his superior demeanor, Burin continued, however, I will not give up. Quickly regaining his composure, he looked at Rayon and said that no matter how much effort it takes, I will boldly stand before you. I will not retreat, nor give up. As soon as he finished, Burin immediately turned and walked away, still seeming somewhat embarrassed. The atmosphere grew tense, and Rayon did not expect that he would come to apologize to him. Yet he could not help but praise him, thinking that it was remarkable for a 13-year-old to acknowledge his mistakes, truly the result of being raised by a great family. The Essence Emperor, in stark contrast, shouted, already beaten once and still clueless, go gouge his eyes out. Rayon did not argue and pulled him back, saying, that is fine, just calm down. The Essence Emperor stubbornly yelled, who cares about that? At the same time, a voice rang out, sorry for being late. Rimmer stepped forward shyly, smiling wryly, saying that he had overslept because he drank a little the other day. That bright smile remained on his face as he spoke amiably, asking if everyone had rested well. Standing before his students, Rimmer spoke loudly. First, I congratulate all of you on becoming official students. From today, we will begin formal training. He gave an assessment for a while, noting that overall it would remain similar to before, though some additional training programs would be added. At the same time, a sweet voice rang out, surprising the students, and they all quickly turned to look. On the first day, we will learn the methods of cultivating spiritual energy. From a distance, a young woman with long hair, dressed in a striking white outfit, opened the training school doors wide and stepped inside. In the quiet atmosphere, she could not help but curse, damn it, the door wouldn't open, almost got into trouble. Dorian looked and immediately recognized her, panicking. That person must be. Rimmer cut him off. Finally, you've arrived. Everyone, pay attention. I am not the one responsible for guiding her, but she is the student who failed last time. Since from now on everyone will train together, go ahead and greet her." The girl quickly strode inside. Standing before her peers, she arrogantly introduced herself. "I am Martha Sieghart." She was of the direct Martha Sieghart lineage. After introducing herself, Martha let out an exasperated sigh and looked away. Rimmer quickly spoke to soften the mood. "She may seem like that, but she is actually very kind." Martha paid no attention and interrupted haughtily. "First, who is the top student?" With that, Martha positioned herself in the center of the students as if ready to prove herself. She scanned everyone and then said, "I cannot let someone of a lower level stand above me. I must see which fool holds that position." With that, she brought her two fists together, excitedly shouting, "Come on, let's fight and see. Let's fight and see." Looking toward Rayon, the girl was as excited as a warhorse, thinking, "Why don't I just fight right now?" Rayon looked at her and sighed wearily. "What is wrong with the feng shui? Why do I always get stuck with people like this?" Then he stepped forward and announced loudly, "I am Rayon Sieghart. I am the top-ranked student." With a look of disdain, Martha glanced at him, her expression a mix of amusement and superiority, exclaiming, "Oh ho!" She appraised him at a glance. "You don't even look like a top student. Well then?" Then Martha charged at Rayon, saying, "No need for words, a fight will show everything." At that moment, a cold voice rang out, "Martha Sieghart." Burin stepped forward to defend Rayon. "How rude of you." Martha glared angrily and shouted back, "This brat dares to speak disrespectfully to a senior." She then ran toward Burin to argue face to face, but he paid no attention to her yelling. Martha, frustrated, threatened, "If you keep saying such foolish things, you will die immediately. Next time, you'd better choose your words carefully." Burin replied loudly, "Rayon Sieghart has been recognized as the top student in front of the Lord and the trainers. Are you questioning their decision?" Hearing this, Martha could not help but laugh mockingly. "I thought that's why you made a fuss too, right?" Burin, unbothered, calmly said, "That's exactly why I did it." Martha was surprised by his words. Burin then said directly to her, "I do not want to see that shameful image of myself again." Rayon, observing the boy in front of him, silently admired. Burin has really changed. But at that moment, Runnan suddenly stepped up in front of Rayon, surprising him and the Essence Emperor. Holding her hands out to block, Runnan glared at Martha and shouted, "Stay away." Martha, refusing to be intimidated, jabbed back. "Well, what a beautiful friendship. A torn leaf covering another leaf, huh?" Then, pretending not to know what she had done wrong, Martha scratched her head and turned away, still mocking. "If I keep doing this, I must be the wrong one, right? Fine, I will just be the villain." Her gaze flicked toward Rayon, and Martha smirked cunningly. "But you know, I really hate cowards who hide behind others. They are even more pathetic than those full of themselves." With that, Martha lunged at Rayon, throwing punches so fast that no one could react in time. Burin and Runnan could only stand there, helplessly watching Rayon being attacked. With an extremely triumphant expression, Martha grew excited, laughing loudly as she threw her strikes. "Go ahead and block this." But immediately, Rayon gently countered, causing Martha to lose her balance and stumble forward uncontrollably. She had not expected someone so seemingly weak to possess such quick reflexes, and Martha secretly felt astonished. Of course, Rayon did not stop there. He threw another punch, leaving her even more shocked. Before she could even recover, she was struck again, still reeling from the surprise. A violent whirlwind erupted, sending both Rayon and Martha flying simultaneously. Burin, witnessing this scene, could not help but gape in amazement. On the other side, Rimmer wore a satisfied smile, thinking that Rayon was indeed the prodigy he had long hoped for. Martha instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, but the arrogance on her face was blown away by the whirlwind, leaving her momentarily dazed and open-mouthed. Even after the whirlwind subsided, she could not regain her composure. Now channeling her inner energy, the anger within Martha radiated outward. She sneered disdainfully. Ridiculous. The ground beneath her cracked under the pressure of the overwhelming power. Immediately, she raised her fists again, glaring at Rayon. Don't think walking away will end this. Seeing the tension in the duel, Rimmer stepped forward and grabbed her hands to stop her. Enough now. Martha, utterly surprised, glanced around, silently wondering, when did he get here? Rimmer's voice turned cold as he questioned Martha. It seems you are underestimating me. Even if you think I am easygoing, don't act as though I am invisible. Pausing briefly, he continued, Burin and Renan may have learned spiritual energy, but Rayon hasn't yet. Don't you think winning with that advantage is somewhat meaningless? Then Rimmer smiled cheerfully. I will let you fight Rayon freely once the boy has learned spiritual energy. Martha, annoyed, brushed his hands away. I was already planning to stop anyway. Then Rimmer turned to him and said, Go back to your place, Rayon. Rayon obediently replied, Yes, though the girl behind him still looked unwilling to accept it. The Essence Emperor was also furious. What are you doing? How dare you let that brat attack me? You should have torn her limbs apart and imprisoned her in ice for 1,000 years. Rayon responded calmly, I already fought back. He fumed. That's not enough. You should have taken her head off. Rayon quickly countered, No, now is not the time. He had his own plan. It was better to fight when he wanted something from her, using his status as the top student to lure her in. He decided firmly, just wait, next time I'll show you a good show. Afternoon quickly arrived, and the training grounds remained quiet. Inside, everyone was diligently practicing their physical training. Then Rimmer interrupted, All right, everyone take a 10-minute break. After resting, Burin, exhausted, grabbed a water bottle and drank as if he were dying of thirst. Looking at his own hands, he felt disheartened, just as I thought. It's not easy. Having learned the 2-star advanced supremacy technique, it wasn't too hard for me. But reaching 3 stars is difficult because it requires combining multiple advanced techniques. But Rayon, thinking of him, Burin glanced over at his opponent. Everyone rested, but Rayon did not, which impressed Burin. Even after only a month, he had learned the 7-form punch, while Burin himself took a month to master it. He had only learned sword techniques alongside Rayon, which made Burin slightly unsettled. Glancing at Martha, Burin evaluated her as well. Apparently, it's not just me feeling pressured by his progress. Looking at Martha's frenzied movements, Burin asked nonchalantly, Are you trying to catch up too, Martha Zekart? She responded with a furious, unwilling expression, her stubborn personality on full display. Eventually, human limits prevailed, and Martha loosened her grip on her sword, muttering under her breath, Damn it! Breathing heavily, she felt uneasy. Rayon Zekart, even though this is his first time learning martial techniques, how can he progress so quickly? Martha evaluated him further. Not only does he not seem to have prior training like Burin or Renan, but his body isn't normal either, still containing ice within. How can he train all day with a body like that? Thinking of this, her anger flared. Martha stubbornly refused to accept defeat, determined not to fall behind. She proudly praised herself. My talent is formidable. That's what everyone says about me. Ever since being adopted by the Zekart family, I have always been a hunter, and now she could not accept that someone stronger than her existed. From a very young age, Martha had surpassed all the direct and collateral lineages, those insignificant ones who bragged endlessly about being geniuses. Then she would mock them when they were desperate. That feeling brought Martha immense pleasure and enjoyment. She told herself, I am the genius, I am the best, that used to be the essence of who I am. Holding her sword, Martha felt uneasy, but now I am very worried I can no longer control myself. After returning to the manor, she quickly and respectfully praised, Today you performed very well, Miss Martha. But Martha, usually arrogant, just replied with a simple yes and silently brushed past. Seeing her mistress in a solemn mood, Agnes felt a bit unhappy, silently watching her back. Don't worry, Miss Agnes's warm voice echoed, making her flinch. Martha turned and asked, What did you say? Agnes continued, As I said, because he has shown his good side. People have forgotten. But young Master Rayon won't have a chance to defeat anyone. Miss Martha's face turned cold. She asked in surprise, "He will never defeat me. On what basis do you say that?" Agnes looked at her attentively and then smiled gently. Then Agnes explained to Martha that young Master Rayon has a fatal weakness that he cannot overcome. Over here, Rayon was diligently practicing swordsmanship alone in the training room. His face carried a serious expression, his breaths heavy and labored, yet he did not stop his movements. At that moment, a fellow student approached him and spoke up. "I want to ask you something," glancing at Rayon's stance. The young man standing nearby, feeling shy, added, "No, I can't ask, but his swordsmanship is really impressive." At the same time, Martha came from behind and suddenly wore a bright, friendly smile, praising him. "Excellent." Then she switched to a more dangerous tone. "I didn't expect that in such a short time you could already train alongside me. You're even better than a genius, learning so quickly." Pausing for a moment, her eyes shifted, and her voice carried a hint of contempt. Finally, she could not resist mocking him. "But your mana sensing ability is so weak that no matter how much you train, it's useless. What a pity. At least you could become a swordsmanship instructor." Hearing her ridicule, everyone around fell silent. Meanwhile, Rimmer observed everything with amusement, quietly waiting to see how things would unfold. Seeing the silence around her, Martha became extremely self-satisfied. No one said a word, just as she thought. No one expected that this fool still hadn't mastered aura after 4 whole months. Yet, in the face of her mockery, Rayon remained completely indifferent, not even bothering to react. Now, Martha recalled Agnes's words. Young Master Rayon had no aura talent at all. Hearing this, Martha was shocked. Agnes continued, "You probably don't know, since this happened after he was adopted, but at the evaluation ceremony, young Master Rayon's mana sensing was at the lowest level. He was the only one in the 5th training hall who hadn't learned aura yet. The bronze medal would only allow him to obtain an intermediate or slightly better training method, just a little above the basic Linden method everyone else used. But he still hasn't mastered any method, so the results of the evaluation ceremony were accurate. He may be the best in swordsmanship and combat, but without aura, he could not become a true martial artist." Hearing these words, Martha's face could not hide her delight. Now Martha smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself that she was still upset about losing to that guy. But that guy was not even worth her worry, and before her thoughts could finish, she was suddenly startled. Run-On stood behind her, giving Martha a sharp glare that made the other shiver involuntarily. At this moment, unable to withstand that imposing presence, Martha spoke up. "Do you want to say something to me?" Run-On slowly continued, "Go away," and seeing her feeble posture, Martha smiled smugly. "Is that all?" For some reason, Run-On repeated the words once more, her face still fixed on the other, and went away. A bright smile appeared on Martha's lips, and she cheerfully replied, "I am going." Immediately after she just left, "I still have to attend the main family class." But for some reason, Run-On's gaze continued to follow her in a very strange way. Night fell, but the training room was still brightly lit. The familiar figure sat there with 2 empty water bottles on the ground, breathing heavily into the air. Rayon, exhausted, wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and let out a long sigh. Today is probably enough. But then, looking at his own hands, he could not help but smile with satisfaction, feeling truly happy. Recalling that dark past, on the battlefield he had not learned martial arts, but only survival and killing. Only his assassination skills had improved. He could not learn anything else. Now Rayon was completely satisfied with the present. He did not expect to feel this happy while learning martial arts to develop himself. At the same time, the Emperor appeared angrily, shouting, "Are you awake yet? I cannot believe you just stood there while being humiliated." Rayon was surprised. Humiliated? He explained furiously, "That black-haired girl, she kept speaking badly about you. Now you finally realize." "Oh really? I didn't hear it. I was too focused." The Emperor was angry on Rayon's behalf. You should pay more attention. If she had said that, I would have encased her in ice already. Rayon just calmly replied, I already said it. Fighting her now would not benefit me at all. So it turned out he did not care because even without the Wan Huo training technique, he could still easily defeat her. While Rayon was on his way back to his room, suddenly a familiar figure appeared at the door, surprising him. He did not know how long she had been standing there, but seeing her silently watching, he could not help but be astonished. Run on. Immediately, Rayon asked, Why are you standing here? Run-on opened the box in her hands. Inside, she held something round that looked extremely delicate. She quickly brought it in front of Rayon. Eat it. Rayon looked at the item in his hand in surprise. So cold, what is this? Seeing him stunned, Run-on continued, eating it. Rayon was startled. Oh, okay. As Rayon put it in his mouth, he thought, I am an assassin. I should not eat things given by others, but surely she would not poison me. The piece melted in his mouth, and Rayon's eyes suddenly froze. The Emperor was also stunned. What is this? In the demon realm I have never tasted anything so sweet. And it is cold too. What is this? Run-on stammered. How do you like it? Have some more? The Emperor next to him shouted loudly. I want more. Give me more. Rayon quickly replied, Delicious, so delicious. Seeing his bewildered reaction, probably not knowing, Run-on continued, It is ice cream. As soon as she said that, she hugged the box and left, leaving Rayon confused behind. Hey, wait. The Emperor urgently shouted, Give me another one before you go. Watching Run-on's figure, the Emperor frowned. She was strange. Why didn't she give me one more? Rayon secretly blushed. Is she worried about me? Rayon recalled the box. Run-on liked sweets like a child, and there seemed to be only 4 pieces. It seemed she had left one for him. She must have struggled with her decision a lot. It looked like his guess was correct. At this moment she was still looking into the box with regret, guessing her thoughts. He sighed with relief and smiled wryly. But it does not matter to me. Rayon thought to himself, I will have to repay her later. The Emperor next to him still could not stop thinking about that cold ice cream, so he decided to ask her for another piece. As soon as he entered the house, he called out loudly, I'm home. Helen was startled. Rayon, it's been a long time. Why did it take you so long to return? He replied, Just 1 week. She said again, Are you hungry? I will make something for you to eat right now. Rayon was surprised. No, But Helen did not give him a chance to refuse. Hurry up. After he was alone in the room, Judil entered respectfully. This is the report I will send to the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall. Holding the paper in his hands, he asked thoughtfully, What did they say? Judil hesitated. Not much. Then she explained, They ordered me to investigate a little more because your progress in swordsmanship and combat skills is too fast. But it seems they are no longer interested because you cannot use aura. Rayon glanced coldly at her, probing, What about mother? Judil wiped the sweat off her forehead. I think they are less interested in Lady Sylvia now. She paused, then continued, At this rate, they will recall me soon. Rayon felt a bit uneasy. That won't do. I still need her. At the same time, Judil hesitated, curiosity getting the better of her, and asked, Young master. Pausing to summon all her courage, she immediately asked, Did you deliberately choose not to learn aura? Rayon replied indifferently. He looked at Judil and said coldly, Who knows? Then he asked, What do you think? Judil realized she had spoken too much and grew fearful. It's nothing. I'm sorry for asking such an excessive question. Immediately after, Rayon dismissed her. All right, you may go, Judil replied. Yes. The Emperor was puzzled. They think you deliberately are not learning. Rayon replied, Taking advantage of the situation and environment for one's own benefit is a very smart thing. He thought again and still did not understand. Why is it so hard for you to train aura? I never had such difficulty. Rayon answered indifferently. I don't know. Now let's go train. He was startled. Again, running after the Emperor while panicking, he tried to advise this guy, Go to sleep. Rayon replied, If you want to train then. His words trailed off as his eyes suddenly froze at the figure in front of him. Rimmer sat there calmly, for some reason not asleep and playing with the birds. Rayon spoke. Trainer Rimmer, surprised. "Oh, you couldn't sleep?" Rayon quickly asked. "Why are you here?" Rimmer replied, "I came to teach you." Then he placed his hand on Rayon's shoulder, which made him startle. Seeing him dazed like that, Rimmer said cheerfully, "I will show you your attribute." And so, the two of them quickly walked deeper into the forest together. Rayon spoke up curiously. "I thought you would teach me about attributes or something. Why are we just taking a walk like this?" Rimmer did not answer immediately. "Stop complaining. Just wait. I may be a little lazy, but I am still an excellent teacher." Rayon could not help but look around again. How could you teach me about mana attributes in a place like this? Indeed, a lazy teacher. He did not even want to explain anything further. His blue eyes just glanced behind him and quietly gave Rayon a gentle smile. Rimmer recalled he could never forget the first time he saw Rayon's training technique. To him, Rayon was like a fire as hot as magma. He could not help but evaluate, completely different from ordinary training techniques. Rayon had tried to adapt to the cold in his body along with the fire instead of removing it from his mana veins, and that was what surprised him. If Rayon could truly master this training technique, just thinking about it made Rimmer so excited that he could not hide the emotion in his eyes. Now, looking at the boy curiously observing everything around him, he gave a faint smile. Immediately after, Rimmer hurriedly said, "This should be enough." Rayon was surprised to hear this. Silently observing the forest for a moment, Rayon noticed that the thick trees here were not at all like a training ground. He could not help but ask, in the middle of the forest, "Why here?" Without letting him wonder further, Rimmer extended his hand and a stream of blue light surrounded him. Instantly, Rayon's whole body was quickly infused with that power. Rimmer explained, "I want to create a wind blade to protect my lord." Seeing Rayon confused, he added, "What you are seeing now is the wind I have chosen." As he finished speaking, a whirlwind arose, making all the large trees sway and rustle simultaneously. Looking at his hands, Rayon said nothing, just silently observing for a long time. Rimmer continued, "I deliberately weakened it so you could get used to it. But you seem completely unafraid. You are not childish at all." He added, "Since birth I have sensed this wind because I am an elf, but you are human. Moreover, your mana veins are filled with cold energy, so it will be harder for you." According to Rimmer, there are many types of wind: warm, cold, or sharp. Placing his hand on his face, he told him, "I want a wind blade that can cut through everything." Then, with a very proud voice, Rimmer recounted, "And I achieved it." Afterwards, he told Rayon, "You must find your own. Think about the fire you want to have." These words were enlightening for him. Now Rayon asked, "But this is the north. Unless I set the forest on fire, I won't be able to see the flames properly." Rimmer replied, "In that case, we would be beheaded immediately." As he finished speaking, he quietly glanced at the boy beside him and smiled brightly. Then he approached and continued speaking while bringing him to a spot. "This is a very suitable place for you." As soon as they arrived, Rimmer raised his voice, "Hey old man, I'm here." The man looked displeased. "I don't even know why the fire went out of control, so it was you." Rimmer smiled brightly. "It seems like another failure tonight." Rayon looked around. "Where we were?" Rimmer quickly explained, "This is the place with the hottest and brightest flames in the north. And this place is a coal forge, hidden deep within the forest." The man glanced coldly and asked, "What have you brought this time?" Seeing his disdain, Rimmer spoke, "Hey, this is the heir of the household." But despite the introduction, Valken remained indifferent. "I am just a retired old man, unless the master himself comes." Rayon basically ignored his words, but suddenly he was startled. "What?" Standing before the powerful fire, Rayon could not believe it. "Is this really fire?" At this moment, he felt a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had seen countless flames. He whispered to himself, "All the fires I created, high-level fire magic made by mages, and so on." But these flames, now, as he sensed them, left him stunned, staring without blinking. Rayon seemed afraid of missing any detail, the temperature, the image, the flames. Reaching out his hands, he was delighted, the image of the fire he wanted to possess. Instinctively, Rayon clenched his fists as if wanting to own the flames. Suddenly, the light disappeared, startling him as he turned around. The man had reduced the fire. Then he quickly introduced himself to Rayon. "My name is Valkan." Before Rayon could speak, he continued, "If you want to be polite, you may step aside." Now his face looked completely bewildered. The name repeated over and over in Rayon's mind, Valkan. According to his knowledge, this was the legendary craftsman known worldwide for his skill, truly Valkan. This was also the man who created Glenn Zeegart's celestial sword, but he had disappeared 30 years ago. Looking at the sturdy man, Rayon was amazed how he could be here. After regaining his composure, Rayon immediately bowed deeply. "Very pleased to meet you. I am Rayon Zeegart." Valkan looked at Rimmer. "Did he tell you about me?" Rimmer answered honestly, "Not at all." Then Rimmer explained to him that the old man was a craftsman of the Zeegart family. Rayon added, "He is retired." Rimmer said, "Yes, he is a retired craftsman, but he has been tending the fire here for 10 years. He explained that he watches over this flame all year so that the children cannot see the flame properly anywhere else." Immediately after, Rimmer spoke. "Can he help me with something?" Valkan asked, "Why don't you go to the other blacksmiths?" Rimmer replied, "There are too many eyes there. I don't want anyone to see this training technique before he masters it." Valkan was surprised. "What do you mean?" Rimmer quickly said to him, "Because Rayon is Sylvia's son." At this, Valkan's eyes became somewhat complex. Then he hurriedly turned to look at the young man standing behind him. Rayon spoke seriously, "I will not trouble you. Please let me feel this flame." For some reason, Valkan's gaze softened, looking at him with a hint of pity. Then Valkan said, "I am making charcoal." Rayon was confused when he heard this. Looking at the flame, he continued, "Golden charcoal produces a stronger fire than white or black charcoal. I have been doing this here for 10 years. Valkan silently agreed to let Rayon stay here. "If you do not trouble me, do as you wish." Hearing this, Rayon became cheerful. He smiled with the innocent smile of a child. Instantly, Rayon respectfully spoke aloud, "Thank you." Now Valkan and Rimmer quickly went outside. Rimmer could not help but praise, "He is really kind. I did not expect him to accept so easily." Then he placed his hand on Valkan's shoulder, trying to bribe him. "If you treat him well, I will bring you some fine wine." But now Valkan spoke, "Not because of you." Hearing this, Rimmer was surprised. Valkan explained, "The fire in the forge blazed when that child stepped in, so strong that it broke the coal underneath. And from what Valkan observed, the child had the ability to control the fire." His gaze paused. Valkan hesitated and said dryly, "If it is him, then I think he could make my dream come true." Inside, Rayon sat silently, circulating his internal energy. And so, time passed quickly. In the 7 months Rayon visited the forge, he had been thinking about the image of the fire he wanted to possess. Now, sitting before the forge, his inner mind whispered, "Fire, I understand." He had come to realize that people say fire is the most fearsome and powerful element. But if it can be fully controlled, it is a different matter entirely. A tamed flame is stronger than any other element. According to this theory, the great fire training technique had also awakened. Standing before himself, he remembered Rimmer's words, "Imagine the image of the fire you want to have." In Rayon's mind, the phrase kept repeating, the image of the fire I needed." Rayon's 2 greatest desires in this life were to slit Darius's throat and to help Sylvia gain the title of the main line. He quietly thought about the path to his goal. It was shrouded in darkness with nothing visible. A torch lighting the way, a flame defeating the monsters, a persistent flame. Speaking silently to himself, he reached out to touch the flame in the void. Rayon's whole body was now enveloped by its heat. "This is the fire I want to have." In thought it was so, while outwardly he remained silent, circulating his internal energy, a fire power stronger than usual flowing through his body. The temperature of the space, this forge, seeped into his skin. I have to focus and grasp it. Feel it a little more. These sensations surprised him. Was this a completely indeterminate state? Could he truly see his subconscious before his eyes? Rayon pushed himself further. If I focus a little more, and at that moment, suddenly a stream of blue light appeared on his hands. This voice was none other than that of the Imperial Essence. He laughed smugly and coldly. My turn. He greedily gazed at the boy before him. Didn't I say I would wait until you were weakest, frozen? Upon hearing these words, Rayon was startled and looked at his own body. His arms were freezing over. Panic surged through him. I was too careless. Why now of all times? Rayon blamed himself. I forgot that he has been very quiet recently, but he is not my ally. Recalling that always smiling face, he suddenly realized, a demon wants my life. The more he looked at the Imperial Essence, the more he regained his awareness that this being was a demon king. Now, he felt his body slowly being consumed by the cold of the ice sword. Damn it. It feels like my body is shattering into pieces. I can barely breathe. But if I move now, I will die. Yet if I use the great fire training technique, I will also die. Immediately, Rayon gritted his teeth and told himself, I must focus on my aura. Though his breath was faltering, he struggled to endure. To survive I must think. I need to find a way. But his mind was muddled, and at this moment, over half of his body had already frozen. The Imperial Essence smiled with satisfaction. Your struggle is beautiful. Do you think you can withstand my power as before? Seeing Rayon's increasingly exhausted face, he became excited. It was useless. Your body and soul now belong to me. With these words, Rayon's eyes began to close. The Imperial Essence continued to mock. Your effort, your life, all is in vain. You are no different from that guy working in the forge. But do not worry, I will avenge you. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Rayon's mind. The forge, thanks for the suggestion. Instantly, he clenched his teeth and resisted. All or nothing. If I do nothing, I will die. Outside, Rayon exerted all his strength to control the flames in the forge. Instead of absorbing natural mana heated by the forge, I will directly absorb mana from the forge. According to his calculations, he had to summon a flame much stronger and hotter, capable of engulfing everything. Immediately, Rayon stood up, his entire body tense. Now he was absorbing it. Seeing this scene, the Imperial Essence was shocked. What are you doing? Not answering him, Rayon frowned and told himself, focus. Now the fire in the forge seemed to be stimulated by something, growing larger and larger. Valken had been waiting too long, and he accidentally dozed off, unaware of what was happening around him. But suddenly, Valken quickly became alert as the heat of the flames startled him. Just after a short nap, the fire had now erupted across his entire body. Valken fell to the ground, staring at the flames in shock. What is happening? Why is the fire suddenly so high? He could not help but speak out. I have never seen a flame this strong before. Immediately, he turned around to investigate what was happening with the forge. Looking back at the boy, he was surprised to see Rayon still sitting motionless. Rayon Zegart. Seeing him shivering uncontrollably, Valken wondered, if the forge is burning like this, how can he be cold? Instantly, he rushed closer to Rayon and asked anxiously, Are you okay? Still receiving no response, Valken was alarmed. Why are you shaking like this? Say something. Before he could finish, Rimmer quickly stepped in front of Rayon, startling Valken. Valken exclaimed, Rimmer. He spoke coldly, leave her alone, don't touch her. Valken scowled. What are you saying? He could die. Rimmer explained, she is currently in a completely indeterminate state. We cannot do anything. If we touch her, she will vomit blood and die. Valken looked closer. That is the cold he mentioned. We really cannot do anything. Rimmer added, No, it is too dangerous. Although he said that, deep inside he silently prayed, Rayon, please do not die. Meanwhile, Rayon finally opened his eyes wide, fighting fiercely against the Imperial Essence. Seeing the flames grow larger and larger, he shouted, You, stop right now, you cannot do anything. But Rayon ignored these words and dismissed them. Nonsense. I have died in vain once already. Recalling his previous life, he gritted his teeth. My last life was meaningless. In the end, I still died with my eyes open. Just one more moment and Rayon could reach the scorching flame to break free from this control. He resolved, I will not repeat that mistake. Seeing the thermometer needle move steadily toward the limit, Valken shouted in shock. The temperature is too high. At this rate the forge will. He told Rimmer that she could not withstand such a sudden spike in temperature. Hearing this, Rimmer's mind began to stir in anxiety. The mana in the forge was converging in one place. Rayon, you are absorbing the mana. Thinking of this possibility, sweat dripped unconsciously down Rimmer's face. Meanwhile, Rayon shouted fiercely, his eyes intense, as if he was struggling violently between the power and the survival of his own body. The Imperial essence was the same, exerting all its strength to violently seize control of Rayon's body. But in the end, Rayon was still able to grasp the blazing flame before him. And so, immediately after Rayon touched the flame, a huge explosion erupted. Like molten lava igniting, Valken's forge was now engulfed in a sea of fire. Viewed from a distance, his house looked no different from a volcano continuously erupting. Watching the dramatic scene before him, Rimmer was worried but dared not approach. He could only stand far away and shout, Rayon, are you okay? Answer me. Valken was also filled with fear. Rayon Zegart. Yet now, what was happening before their eyes was beyond Rimmer's comprehension, startling him. After the explosion, Rayon was still alive, and not only that, he was slowly ascending. Seeing the radiant power surrounding Rayon's body, Rimmer could not help but speculate, metal, fire. Immediately before his astonished eyes, the system notified him that he had learned the 10,000 Flames technique, and just like that, a series of notifications appeared at once. Before Rayon, now, a calm, soothing blue flower reappeared. According to the system, this was the frost aura upgraded to 2 stars, thanks to the fury of the cold. As if it had acknowledged him as its master, the beautiful blue flower fell straight into Rayon's hands, settling neatly. Slowly moving it to his chest, he could not help but smile in satisfaction. Everything was progressing better than he had thought. He could develop it immediately. Then, looking at the system, he was surprised by the sheer amount of achievements. The system continuously displayed notifications, and Rayon read them one by one in disbelief. Immediately, he asked himself, is this a dream? It gives me everything. In just a moment, I have obtained what would normally take years to achieve. The problem was that after the struggle, the Imperial essence was still alive. Now, it bit its teeth in shock. Damn it. It always had a weak spirit. How could it endure this? Taking advantage of the moment, Rayon smiled smugly. I never said you couldn't. Don't misunderstand that. In truth, he also secretly exhaled in relief. Although he said that, this time he had almost died. He needed to be more careful. That was for sure. Looking at the Imperial essence, he assessed it. Even if its body was slightly stronger, its fury was still an enemy. I cannot let it see my weaknesses or secrets. While he was tangled in these thoughts, suddenly a warm voice sounded. Are you okay? Looking toward Valken, Rayon quickly replied, I am fine. His voice carried a slight tremor. You have obtained the aura, haven't you? Rayon did not lie either. He answered sincerely, yes, thanks to you. Then he glanced at the shattered furnace. I am sorry, the furnace broke because of me. Seeing him safe and unharmed, Valken finally felt relieved. He sighed, it is all right, as long as you are fine. Looking at his furnace, he said, I can build another one. But then something made Valken so surprised that he was stunned. Rayon, noticing his strange reaction, asked curiously, what is it? And slowly stepped closer to the remaining furnace. Valken hesitated, that is. Immediately, to satisfy his curiosity, he grabbed a shovel and started digging. From the furnace, Valken retrieved 3 burning coals, but they emitted a strange golden light. Looking at the 3 coals, he felt slightly delighted and guessed, golden coals. At that moment, Valken remembered the whispers of people in the past. Surely he has returned to the furnace. He said he wanted to create golden coals. Everyone at that time thought he was crazy. Many years have passed. Golden coals only exist in legends. They thought he had retired. He must be bored. Looking at the golden coals before him, his voice trembled. It seems you are not the only lucky one. Bringing them before Rayon, he introduced, these are golden coals. According to Valkan, they burn stronger than white coals and longer than black coals. Thanks to you, I have created what I have tried to make for decades. Thank you. Rayon was also surprised. I did nothing. At the same time, there was suddenly a complex look in Valkan's eyes. Then he told Rayon, every time you train here, the fire will burn stronger, and your breathing makes it flare up. The heat spreads throughout this place. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I am just a rough man who only knows how to work with a hammer. But I still know what you have done. It is all thanks to you. His voice hesitant. Valkan looked at him. So I want to ask you a question. Rayon, what is your goal? Suddenly asked this question, Rayon was momentarily stunned. Goal? Valkan continued, yes, what kind of swordsman do you want to become? Placing his hand on his chest, Rayon spoke sincerely. I want to become a swordsman who never gives up no matter what opponent I face. Hearing this answer, Valkan could not help but feel pleased. I did not expect a child to say such a thing. A swordsman who never gives up. And now he honestly evaluated. In 3 to 5 years, you will be able to have a sword. And when you think your mind is strong enough, come to me. I will save it for that day. Speaking, Valkan continued diligently gathering the golden coals from the furnace. Rayon was still stunned. You mean he will train me in swordsmanship? I heard he retired already. Valkan replied, people often come back after retirement. Before parting ways, Valkan did not forget to advise, so try to live until that day, Rayon. After saying goodbye, the two went in different directions, but everything that happened here was being watched by a pair of eyes. Rimmer could not hide his satisfaction, still wondering what had happened. So the boy finally has an aura. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Indeed, he really makes people worry. Speaking, Rimmer turned to look at the familiar figure behind him. Am I right? The master, Glenn, was still silently standing there observing the situation. He could not help but tease. You come here every day worrying about him. You must feel relieved now. Glenn quickly replied, I did not come here out of worry. Even so, Rimmer explained the situation to him. Perhaps because of the furnace's temperature, the quantity and purity of the aura is extremely high. The boy has stabilized his aura, truly talented. Suddenly Glenn felt thoughtful, then spoke words that were hard to understand. Not good. Looking at his grandson before him, he quickly realized he has turned his flaws into advantages. Meanwhile, at the 5th training hall, Run-On still held the cold cream box, staring intently at the door. A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Run-On silently wondered, Rayon, when will you return? During this time, she had overheard all the chatter behind Rayon. Have you heard about Rayon? He still hasn't created an aura after 7 months. Perhaps he isn't as talented as rumored. Some even maliciously remarked that young Master Burin or young Lady Martha should take his place. They probably aren't that talented either. Because of these words, Run-On felt even sadder for her friend. Staring intently at the box of sweets, she thought to herself, I want to help him. My mother said I must repay those who have helped me. These thoughts constantly lingered in Run-On's mind, making it impossible for her to be happy over the past 7 months. But at that moment, when she looked up, Run-On was immediately astonished. The young man before her slowly approached, the one she had been longing for. As always, Rayon maintained a composed demeanor, walking very slowly. While moving, he glanced at the Essence Emperor teasingly. I told you not to try. He is unwilling. Do not be arrogant. One day, Rayon paid little attention, and instead spoke a challenge. Yes, yes, keep trying. But immediately after, his gaze froze. Seeing her, Rayon could not help but be surprised. He called out, Run-On. Though worried for Rayon, her face always retained its usual cold expression. But now, Run-On opened the box of cold cream. which still contained 3 scoops of ice cream, only one missing. She remained as taciturn as ever, placing the food in front of Rayon and encouraging him, "Keep going." Immediately, Rayon's reaction left her astonished. He said nothing but stepped closer and took the ice cream in his hand with delight. "Ah, the ice cream from last time, thanks." It seemed Runon was strong enough to sense the aura emanating from Rayon, which surprised her greatly. This cold aura, it is much stronger and more pleasant now. At this moment, Runon realized the young man before her no longer appeared as weak as he had 7 months ago. Rayon quickly put the ice cream into his mouth, happily saying thank you once again. As Rayon ate it, the Essence Emperor beside him could not help but exclaim, "It tastes amazing." He flipped excitedly. "It has been a long time since I last ate it, but it still tastes the same. Eat the remaining 2 as well." Rayon glanced at him. "You do know this is her food, right? Don't be so greedy. Get yourself together." Immediately after, Rayon quickly closed the box and could not help but praise, "Very good, thank you." Runon, though craving it herself, still asked, "Aren't you going to eat more?" Rayon replied cheerfully, "1 is enough for me, thank you." Seeing Rayon's expression, Runon became worried and immediately asked, "Do you feel better now?" This question made Rayon a little surprised, his gaze fixed on the girl before him. Realizing Runon's kind intention, he sighed and reluctantly replied, "Yes, I feel better." This answer made her pleased, her cheeks blushing slightly. Runon responded, "Good." Receiving the answer she hoped for, she hugged the box and left happily. Rayon was no longer surprised by her behavior. He just watched her leave and smiled gently. Truly a strange girl. Very quickly, everyone gathered to hear the announcement, and Rimmer stepped up onto the high podium. He spoke loudly. "Practicing like this all day is boring, so this month I have prepared something more special. You have been training the foundations and cultivating for 7 months. Now it is time to start activating your mind energy." Murmurs arose. Why is he suddenly doing this? I wonder too. After hearing the announcement, everyone could not help but be curious. What is he planning to do? More than anyone, Martha was the most excited upon hearing the announcement. "You will compete with each other for a month." Rimmer did not stop there. He continued, "The results of these matches will affect your graduation rankings." He advised everyone to prepare carefully for the coming month. While he was talking, suddenly a hand went up. "Wait." Martha asked maliciously, "What about those falling behind, who still have not created their aura?" Needless to say, everyone knew these words were aimed as an attack toward Rayon. Rimmer smiled brightly and replied, "Fortunately, the teacher heard that those students have already created their aura." This answer left her stunned. Martha was speechless. "Ha! When did that happen?" Rimmer responded, "Maybe yesterday, or today, not sure." Immediately after, she turned to look at Rayon. A provocative remark quickly followed. "I finally had a chance. I thought I would be bored to death. It's been so long." But facing such a troublesome girl, Rayon hardly paid any attention. Moving toward Rayon, Martha asked, "Do you remember what I said? I don't obey someone weaker than me." Looking at her with interest, he said, "I have endured you long enough. I'm sure it's been hard for you too. This position is too much for you." Her arrogance could not be hidden at the corners of her eyes. She continued, "I will seize this chance and deal with you once and for all." At the same time, a hand quickly reached out in front of her, stopping her and surprising Martha. It was none other than Burin, who warned in a cold voice, "Martha Ziegart, step back." Burin questioned with disdain, "He hasn't even had a full day of aura. What kind of swordsman's honor do you have?" Although angry, Martha tried to hold back. Young Master Burin, you grew up with such prestige, so honor must be very important. Honor is for those who deserve it." Knowing the sharp-tongued girl was about to speak harsh words, Burin gritted his teeth. "Martha," pointing at her group of friends, mocking, "those fools also learned aura in just 1 month. But our top student took 6 whole months." Faced with Burin's silence, she smugly said loudly, "Even for advanced techniques, it usually takes about 7 months, which means that idiot is very incompetent. Since you two attended the evaluation together, you should know." A swordsman who has not learned aura cannot become famous, no matter how skilled the sword techniques are. Without aura, it is useless. Glancing at Rimmer, she asked, "Teacher, you set up this duel to change the top student, right?" But Rimmer replied calmly, "Who knows? I don't know." Then looking at Rayon's indifferent face, she said, "Rayon Ziegart, you have been the top for too long. It is time for you to step back." As she spoke, Martha moved closer to Rayon. She did not stop there, continuing to provoke. "So as I said, fight to decide who will be the top." But in response to her eagerness, Rayon calmly replied, "No." He looked at Martha with disdain. "Without something of value, how can you gamble? If you want to bet the top position against me, you have to put something of equivalent worth." She laughed contemptuously. "You still don't understand your place. Are you stupid? No one here is on your side." But immediately after, Rayon spoke 3 words that struck Martha like a critical blow. "Are you scared?" Looking at the young man with a gentle smile before her, she could not understand why he said this. Stunned, pointing at herself, Martha asked again, "What did you just say?" Then she burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and repeating over and over, "So funny, really funny." Afterward, Martha let out a long sigh and rummaged through her bag. "All right, I'll let it slide. Do you want me to put something up?" She presented an item and said, "This is Tian Zai Dan, a divine medicine my father gave me. It will enhance the body and aura." Then she arrogantly slammed the box shut in front of Rayon. "If you win, I will give you this. How's that? Not bad, right?" Immediately, a sly smile appeared on Rayon's face. He whispered to the Essence Emperor, "Do you remember when I said we should wait until we handle Martha?" Surprised, the Essence Emperor exclaimed, "What did you say?" Rayon replied, "I have something I want to take from Martha." Then his eyes filled with delight as he continued, "This is our opportunity." And so time passed. 1 month later, Martha was standing in her room choosing her weapon. Looking at the red circle marked on the calendar, she said to herself, "It's been a month." Then a satisfied smile appeared on Martha's lips. "I finally had a chance for revenge." Remembering that humiliating incident, she was annoyed. "Before coming here, no one my age had ever beaten me. That was the first time someone struck me." And now, her desire for revenge grew stronger. "This is the chance to avenge the humiliation he caused me 8 months ago." As she walked, Martha cursed, "That bastard Rayon has only had aura for a month. He cannot possibly defeat someone who has trained for 3 years like me. But waiting for an incompetent like him is only a waste of time." Remembering that painful past, she silently resolved, "I must become stronger quickly, because I need to save someone." Thinking of this, a sorrowful, indescribable expression appeared in Martha's eyes. Thinking of his face, Martha grew furious. "This is the end for you, Rayon Ziegart." Meanwhile, Rayon calmly glanced at his system panel and then smiled with satisfaction. Finally, the day arrived when everyone gathered. Rimmer stood in front of his students and spoke loudly, "Attention everyone." He announced, "Observing the matches has the same effect as participating in practice fights. You should carefully watch the battles of other students and think ahead about your own moves." Pausing for a moment, he reassured them, "Don't worry, just give your best." After the announcement, the opponents were also named. The first match was between Buren Ziegart and Dorian. Hearing his name, Buren quickly responded, "Yes, sir." While everyone was excited, a trembling hand was raised. "Sir," Rimmer asked in surprise, "what is it?" Standing before the crowd, Dorian looked dejected and said, "I surrender, sir." Hearing this, Buren was astonished, and so was Rimmer. "I haven't even started yet." Dorian pretended to clutch his stomach and stammered, "I'm not feeling well. I caught a cold yesterday, so I still have chills and body aches, and I didn't sleep last night either." "It's true, sir." The Essence Emperor looked on in anger. "If he were my subordinate, I would have beheaded him on the spot." Rayon calmly replied, "I could see that he would do this." Rimmer noticed the fear in Buren and spoke to encourage him. "Dorian, you should try to fight Buren. You will definitely learn something even if you lose." Realizing he could not avoid it, Dorian had no choice but to obey. "Yes, sir, I understand." But in the end, the result could not have been more predictable. Just as the match began, Dorian collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. I surrendered. Rimmer gave advice. Burin, you still have not controlled your emotions. If you had fought properly, you would have defeated him within 5 moves. Burin looked at his opponent and felt anger rising at his attitude. Rimmer quickly addressed Dorian. Why do you keep running away? I told you that you could do it. If you had fought back, you could have lasted longer. Dorian dejectedly replied, I'm sorry, but it was too scary. The first battle finally ended, revealing a huge gap in strength. Rimmer then announced, all right, next. This match was Run-On versus Crane. Her face maintained an unusually calm and cold expression. But as soon as the match began, Crane seemed a little flustered. Trying to take the initiative, Crane lunged at her with a strike. Still with that emotionless face, Run-On remained unfazed even though her opponent had struck first. And at this crucial moment, Run-On immediately tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Just one strike from her startled her opponent, and the weapon in Crane's hand was instantly knocked away, much to his shock. Crane could not believe that his opponent, a girl, could strike him so forcefully, and for a moment he was taken aback. Seeing the sword fly from his hand, Rimmer immediately shouted, enough. He was slightly disappointed. Crane, you're too tense. You need to relax when holding your sword. He then evaluated Run-On, a beautiful counterattack, but your aura still didn't last until the end of the match. Run-On quickly responded, yes, sir. Rimmer continued, next is, and so, each pair of students took turns facing off against each other. Now, watching the two opponents fiercely battling in front of them, everyone was amazed because, as the last ones to fight, they were giving it their all. The final match was Martha's. She was aggressively attacking her opponent without pause, her expression full of excitement. After all, Martha had waited for this moment for 8 months. Meanwhile, Rayon remained calm, continuously blocking her strikes with his sword. Seeing her opponent focused only on defense, Martha grew more excited and attacked even more fiercely. Yet Rayon still had not made a proper counterattack, remaining entirely on defense. And so, countless sword strikes rained down on him. After a long while, as Martha continued her aggressive assault, Rayon finally counterattacked. He raised his sword and lightly delivered a decisive strike, startling her. The sharp blade cut through a portion of Martha's hair. Now Rayon no longer allowed her to maintain the initiative. He finally advanced to strike back. But of course, Martha was not someone to be defeated easily. She leapt backward to evade his attack. Praising him while still sounding disdainful, she said, I didn't expect you to block all my attacks. I have to admit, you are skilled, but your talent is limited to swordsmanship. She continued attacking as she spoke, wildly striking while mocking him. A half-hearted warrior who cannot properly use aura like you will never shine. At this very moment, Martha raised her sword high and channeled her inner power. For some reason, it was as if she had been injected with a stimulant. Her legs moved swiftly forward. She struck at Rayon, smiling proudly, confident that he could not dodge. And so she continued crazily swinging her sword down toward his head. Rayon no longer dodged. Instead, he chose to block the attacks head-on. There was no denying that Martha was still incredibly strong, and now Rayon felt some difficulty. She was thrilled. He can block this, but how much longer can he keep it up? Martha secretly looked down on him. The ability to use aura was extremely important, even more than swordsmanship. After 7 months, his powers had only produced an aura the size of a pea. At this rate, he had no chance of becoming a swordsman. If you still refuse to surrender, my next strike will crush your bones, she threatened. But before she could finish, Rayon's sword swung again. Martha could not believe it. Not only had he resisted her attacks, but he also had the ability to counter and reverse the situation. Rayon asked disdainfully, you always talk about talent. Doesn't your family overvalue their own talent a little too much? Martha mocked, you must be annoyed because you have no talent at all. That is why I want to show you what true talent can do. Facing Martha's arrogance, Rayon calmly replied, Then I will show you the opposite. Talent is not the most important thing." As he spoke, he channeled his inner power intensely. What Rayon did next left even Martha frozen in disbelief. A surge of light rapidly emanated from his body, and Rayon's eyes turned cold. Van Hoa Tu Kai, single flame. Seeing the power enveloping him, she stared in shock. "What is that flame?" Martha quickly became alert. This was definitely not ordinary fire. There was something hidden within the flames. She could not help but praise it. How can it be so beautiful yet chilling? Observing Rayon's momentum, the smug expression on Martha's face dimmed slightly. But very quickly, she gripped her sword firmly. "I have to take this seriously." She ran her hand along the blade and summoned her aura crystal shape, the ultimate point. Rayon deduced, the ultimate point is when one concentrates aura at a single point. At this age, she can already use it. Impressive. I guess she is preparing to channel all her power into the next strike. Martha now spoke again. "I admit you are strong, but you will not be able to block this move." Despite the threat, Rayon's expression remained calm and unchanged. After fully channeling his inner power, Martha charged forward once more. Now, the two powerful opponents officially entered a thrilling battle. The two sources of aura clashed continuously, and the ground beneath them began to crack. Everyone watching could not help but exclaim in shock. The ground is splitting. What is happening? Before their eyes, a whirlwind raged non-stop, and from the swirling gray smoke, a figure stood tall. On this side, the sword that had been cut was now firmly planted in the ground. Martha had been defeated. She lay motionless, unmoving. Whispered voices spread, "Rayon won, no way." Seeing Rayon's calm expression, people could not help but discuss. Martha lost again. What is with his aura? Observing his opponent, Rayon could not help but remark, even unconscious, she still clenches her fists tightly. Then he added, "She has something even more remarkable than skill or talent." What Rayon could see was her mental strength. It was nearly midnight. At Glenn's mansion, a quiet atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Sitting on a high chair, Glenn asked again, "So Rayon has defeated Martha?" Rimmer quickly replied, "Yes, he completely defeated Martha, even though she had been practicing aura for 4 years. It's truly unbelievable." After a moment of thought, Glenn continued, "The flames I saw that day were truly beautiful, like a flower made of fire, the power far exceeding its size. I'm sure everyone in the family already knows about this. Guide the boy well. Don't let him become arrogant." Hearing this concern, Rimmer replied cheerfully, "Of course." Thinking about that girl, Glenn asked, "But what about Martha?" Rimmer answered, "She's a bit shocked, but her injuries are easy to heal." Rimmer continued, "The biggest problem is the psychological shock. Hopefully she can overcome it." Meanwhile, Martha sat hugging herself, feeling sad. At the same time, Rayon was diligently planting flowers in the ground, the blossoms vibrant and glowing pink. The Essence Emperor shouted beside him, "Be more careful, or I'll freeze you." Rayon glanced over with contempt and replied, "What can you do?" "Stop making empty threats." Annoyed, he said, "It's because of your elemental resistance." Rayon calmly said, "Good thing you know that." Now, as he planted, Rayon thought to himself, "After defeating Martha tonight, the miracle pill I received greatly boosted my stats. More precisely, the effects I've gained until now are only now fully active thanks to this pill. Many things were strengthened, but the most notable is level 4 water resistance, which is why Martha's attacks were nothing to me. And since today is the last day off, I wanted to spend some time in the garden, which is why Rayon was tending the plants." The Essence Emperor kept shouting in his ear, "You idiot, dig deeper, not like that. What are you doing?" Annoyed, Rayon thought, "Why do I have to listen to him while gardening?" Of course, he wouldn't leave him in peace and added, "You have to use your hands so the roots don't break." Rayon was surprised. How does he know so much about gardening? As if hearing Rayon's thoughts, the Essence Emperor bragged, "When I was in the demon world, I always filled my garden with ice flowers. The demons respected me when they saw it." Rayon awkwardly scratched his head. "Yeah, At the same time, a figure approached from afar, making him suddenly flustered. It was none other than Martha, her face now showing a hint of pensiveness. As soon as Rayon saw her, he became cautious. She probably didn't come here to cause trouble, he thought. What is she doing here? Still seeing no response, he wondered silently, what is she thinking? I thought she was mature, but now she seems so childish. No, that doesn't matter right now. Who would have expected it? She was still stubborn. I want to challenge you again, Rayon Zeegart. He couldn't help teasing. Pathetic. You still haven't admitted defeat. Startled, Martha said, I didn't say I haven't admitted defeat. I just don't understand why. That's why I came to find out. Rayon looked bored. What am I getting out of this? Martha couldn't believe how greedy Rayon was and opened her mouth in surprise. Huh. Seeing she still didn't get it, Rayon explained. The loser coming to challenge the winner should at least bring a gift. Martha quickly retorted, nonsense. Why would you pay anything for a fight? Rayon replied calmly, but for me, it's necessary. Martha frowned, annoyed. He doesn't even seem interested in fighting. What should I do? Suddenly, her eyes glanced down at the flowers in Rayon's garden. Raising her foot, she thought, should I stomp on these flowers? Then she said, you must really like flowers. What a surprise. But his answer left her bewildered. Not really, she was surprised. Huh. While planting flowers, Rayon said, I don't like flowers. I don't understand why people like them either. I just garden because of my mother. Hearing this, Martha frowned and clicked her tongue, the malice on her face quickly fading. Her intention to trample the flowers disappeared, and she immediately withdrew her foot. Unsure of what to think, she quickly turned her back to hide her emotions. Fine, I'm leaving. At the same time, Sylvia came out of the house. Rayon, I'm here, Rayon called out happily. Mother? Stepping out gently, she said, I was wondering where you were. Then looking at Martha, Sylvia added with interest, but is this your friend? Your new friend from training? Seeing the woman in front of her, Martha felt a spark of curiosity. Is this Sylvia Zeegart? The woman who left the family for a man and returned to save her child. Brave enough to act for her child. Sylvia approached Martha, her eyes and hair black. You must be Martha. Very pleased to meet you. Rayon stepped forward to block his mother. She's not your friend. Let me handle this. Why, mother just wants to talk to your friend. But not listening to her son, Sylvia immediately reached out and took Martha's hand. I heard you fought Rayon, where you were hurt. Martha shyly replied, I'm fine. Sylvia said happily. Really? I was so worried. Touching that adorable face, Sylvia couldn't hide her praise. She said, I heard Daniel brought a talented child, and you're also beautiful. You're really lucky, both talented and pretty. She smiled brightly like a flower and asked, but why did you come here? Martha replied, I just wanted to talk to Rayon for a moment. I've said what I wanted to say, so I'm leaving now. Sylvia took Martha's hand and continued, You should stay and eat with us. Startled, Martha asked, Really? Sylvia added, I can't let Rayon go home hungry. The warmth and kindness of her demeanor made Martha momentarily flustered, and she stammered that, in the end, Martha couldn't refuse Sylvia's enthusiasm. Now the two of them were sitting opposite each other at the table waiting for the food. Rayon was surprised. What is this? Why is mother so gentle? Sylvia cheerfully introduced, Rayon really likes meat soup, so I'd always cook it for him. Martha replied politely, Yes. Seeing the shy girl, Sylvia kept talking. You're a year older than Rayon, right? Martha replied respectfully, Yes, I'm 15. Ignoring her son, Sylvia asked attentively, Did you have any difficulties while training? Martha responded, Not really. Sylvia continued, We have very good chefs, but the meat here isn't as tasty as at home, so it might be a bit tougher than what you're used to. Martha seemed still unaccustomed. She mostly stayed quiet or answered directly. Suddenly, Sylvia placed her hand on Martha's shoulder. With an extremely gentle expression, she kindly said, Chew carefully, don't get a stomachache. These words reminded Martha of her own mother in the past, who always reminded her to chew carefully and not get a stomachache. At that moment, Martha remembered clearly that she had responded happily, Yes, mother. Martha remained silent, focusing on eating the food on her plate. After finishing, she politely said goodbye to Sylvia. It was delicious. Thank you, Sylvia reminded her. Take good care of Rayon. Meanwhile, Rayon quietly whispered to the Essence Emperor. What is this? I was sure she came to fight. Did she eat something wrong? He was a bit startled. Maybe so. Now walking alone across the yard, Martha thought to herself, Rayon probably thinks I'm crazy. Feeling a little sad, she added, but that look, it's just like my mother's. I can't refuse her. Martha studied for a long moment. Her face, hair, and voice were all very different, but at that moment she felt something familiar, like when she was with her mother. Suddenly, the warm image of sitting at the dinner table with her mother appeared in her mind. She remembered how, even though the meal was simple and plain, she had been truly happy. Martha recalled the painful past, after her mother was kidnapped by the vile blood sect and she was taken in by Daniel. She had decided never to lose until she found her mother, and she had kept that promise until now. But that day she had lost to Rayon, and the shock made her feel deeply saddened. She realized that the Zeegarts had taken her in because of her talent, but now she felt afraid if she lost like this, she might be cast out. Martha was nearly in despair. Her father was a gentle man, but what if that was just an act? Then she would have no hope of finding her mother. She thought she should never have lost and blamed herself for the defeat. Finally, she dragged her heavy feet back home, where Agnes was waiting. He stepped forward respectfully and said, Miss Martha, you're back. You returned later than I expected. Surprised, Martha asked, you were waiting for me. Agnes replied, I was waiting to deliver a letter written by Sir Daniel for you, miss. Seeing the letter, she was astonished. He wrote to me. Agnes nodded. Yes, it was written right after the match. The contents of the letter were as follows. Martha, congratulations on your first defeat. One loss does not make you a failure, so do not be too upset. But think carefully about why you lost, as that will help you improve. I also wanted to comfort you in person, but my duties took longer than expected. I apologize for not being there with you at this moment. Reading those words, Martha's face showed no emotion. It was the following lines of the letter that truly caught her attention. I am still searching for your mother. I have not given up, so you must not give up either. Martha left silently, whispering to her father through the letter, I will remember these words, and I am deeply grateful to you. Agnes bowed his head respectfully. Yes, miss. Now, alone in her room, Martha felt disappointment weigh heavily on her. I lost, and it was humiliating. Picking up the small knife resting on the table, she tried to steady herself. It was not because I was careless or overconfident. I simply lost. She lifted the blade to her hair and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Now I must accept this defeat and move forward. I cannot bring shame to father. If I pretend as if it never happened, I will learn nothing, and I would be too ashamed to face him. These thoughts repeated over and over in her mind, and with that, her beautiful hair fell as she cut it away. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Martha spoke to herself. Let's begin again. I will give everything I have to move forward. I will cast aside this foolish and pitiful past. Her eyes now burned with determination. Martha made her resolve. I will become stronger. I will become stronger. The scene shifted to the next day. A student stammered. What was going on? Others also felt confused. What happened to Lady Martha? On the other side, Martha was slowly walking forward and speaking. Rayon Zeegart. She honestly said, I will not make excuses for what I have done, but I will keep the promise. Rayon asked again. Martha calmly explained, I mean the promise that the loser must listen to the winner. I just wanted to say that. I will go now. Hearing this, Rayon let out a long sigh and thought, unexpected. Even if there was a promise, I did not expect her to obediently accept like this. Then he assumed Martha must have changed in that short time. Though still young, that virtue was very precious. But later Rayon saw Martha angrily scolding. Why are you standing in front of me? Get out. The classmate, although being hit, still had to say, I am sorry. Then he realized, but it seems she is only like that with me. The new year has come. Although many things have changed, contrary to what everyone thought, Martha still followed her words after the new year passed. Burin became calmer and more reliable, and Rennon's sword became sharper than before, although her expression was still the same. As for Rayon, putting his life in danger to practice had become a daily matter. Others could hardly believe it and said, "Impossible. We just learned that technique, but he already mastered it in only half a day." Some still thought, he must have learned before. How could he master it that fast? The two of them kept arguing while Rimmer stood watching, but he was standing still with his eyes closed. Right? His posture is even more accurate than the teacher. After that he began to leak information to Glenn. Unbelievable. That boy must have used his brain to record all of those images. He is a monster, a real monster. Glenn, hearing this question, are you his personal butler or what? Every time you see me you only talk about him. Rimmer did not hesitate to answer. My lord, I know what you mean. I know you also want to know about him. But after seeing the scene below, he suddenly fell silent. Then Rimmer wondered, but the servants in the main building seem very busy. Are they preparing something? Glenn coldly replied, nothing is being prepared. We are just about to have guests. Hearing this, he could not help but ask again, guests. Immediately after, he revealed to Rimmer that the envoy of the Owen Kingdom would arrive here in a few days. The Owen Kingdom, one of the 6 kingdoms located in the center of the continent, one of the few that still maintains a good relationship with Zeegart and rarely associates with others, is a kingdom of knights, highly valuing the worth of the sword and martial arts. A moment later, Rimmer curiously asked, the Owen Kingdom, who is the envoy? Glenn immediately replied, they announced it is the 3rd prince, but most likely Duke Tartan is the real representative. Hearing this, he sneered, Tartan. That madman ended up becoming a duke. But then he suddenly realized, wait, the 3rd prince should still be young, probably around the same age as Rayon and Burin. Glenn honestly replied, I do not know. I have never bothered to look into him. After finishing his words, he added, you should also remind the students to behave properly, making Rimmer bewildered and blurred out, even the 5th training ground too. Glenn sternly continued, the knight trainees will escort the 3rd prince, and they also said they want to observe how the swordsmen and knights train. We cannot let them see a bad image of Zeegart. He then murmured while calculating, the 3rd prince and the knight trainees of the Owen Kingdom, around Rayon's age too. Seeing Rimmer quietly muttering with interest, this might be quite fun, Glenn said. You look like you are scheming something. In another development, some students upon hearing the news could not hold back and exclaimed, we will fight the knight trainees of the Owen Kingdom. Rimmer immediately confirmed, yes, you probably heard the news that their envoy will visit. The 3rd prince is also coming, and he said he wants to fight you. One of them hesitantly asked, but why so suddenly? He casually replied, what, are you scared? I already told you, a swordsman must always be ready to swing his sword even in his sleep. Rimmer calmly watched his students below discussing non-stop. I heard he wanted to visit the 6th training ground instead of us. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Remembering that moment, he said, Your Highness, I heard you already visited the 6th training ground. Judging by your expression, they must have disappointed you. Fear was not convincing enough. Rimmer added, if you have time, please visit the 5th training ground. I will make him impressed. Returning to the present, he sympathized and said, well, you are surprised, so my announcement was sudden. Meet them first before drawing conclusions. Immediately after, Rimmer raised his voice and announced, everyone you may enter. As they stepped in, he introduced them. They are the pride of the Owen Kingdom, the knight trainees. Greer led the delegation and politely spoke. Pleased to meet you. My name is Greer de Owen, 3rd Prince Greer de Owen. Rayon, hearing this, thought, so he is the 3rd Prince of the Owen Kingdom. He is outstanding despite his youth. He silently assessed that, from his appearance, he has the strongest presence among them. While Rayon was absorbed in thought, he was suddenly singled out by Rimmer. Rayon, how about you? Are you eager to fight them? He looked toward Greer and calmly analyzed the prince in the center. He could be a good opponent to practice the water wave technique and the star sword technique I just learned. Very quickly after, Rayon gave his answer. No, I want to fight him. Rimmer immediately became excited and ordered, if the top student is eager, then surely you all agree. Begin the matches. We need a total of 20 people. Follow Rayon and choose who you want to fight. After speaking, he suddenly remembered. The teacher forgot one important thing. Next, Rayon casually tossed out a line. The teacher has bet this month's salary on you, so you must win. If you lose, the teacher will kill you, which left the students utterly surprised. Less than a minute after weighing options, Rayon was satisfied and thought to himself, this should be enough. After speaking, he told his friends, watch the knight I will face first. Rayon did not forget to remind his teammates and pay close attention to their hands. Hearing this, the students turned their eyes to observe the opponents and suddenly realized they were trembling. Rayon quietly explained, on the outside they may look confident, but they are just like us. They are only trainees around our age, and they are nervous before having to fight. At this moment he also encouraged his teammates. We are not inferior to any other kingdom in terms of hard work. Your sweat and tears will bring you the results you deserve. Finally, Rayon raised his voice and concluded, do not worry and give it your all. Show them how good we are. After hearing his words, everyone responded with a fiery spirit. Understood. With their mental preparation complete, Rayon continued, I will decide the order. The first match is very important because it will raise everyone's morale. That is why he would send someone certain to win. Thinking that, Rayon decisively chose, Martha will go first. After finishing he asked, can you do it? Martha confidently replied, yes, I will finish it quickly. Hearing that, Rayon advised, when you are ready to step into the center, while other students curiously wondered, wait, is he really the same age as us? Others could not help exclaiming, why is he so big? He looks like a real knight. At that moment Tars introduced himself. I am a fighter from the Owen Kingdom. Tars, your body is in very good condition for someone so young. I think we will have a good match. The students thought the size difference is too great. Even if it is Lady Martha, it will be very difficult. But Martha did not care in the slightest. She arrogantly declared, a good match. I will win. Stop talking nonsense. Come at me. Nonsense. Come at me. Rayon looked at the scene before him, so surprised that his eyes widened. He thought blankly, she is overwhelming her opponent. The swordsmen of the second training ground are truly strong. They live up to the name Zegart, and in terms of skill, they are definitely capable of matching the knights of this kingdom. However, the sixth training ground is truly disappointing. Even though they have been trained well, they cannot even compare to the trainees of the Robert family. Thinking of this, Rayon suddenly wanted to argue. But then, he considered, it seems this training ground also has very talented trainees. In another development, Tartan curiously asked, yesterday you suddenly appeared and invited me to the fifth training ground. Was it because of this? Rimmer. He calmly replied, sparring with one of the 6 knight orders of the Empire is a rare opportunity. I thought this would be a good lesson for them. Hearing that, he mocked. Hard to believe such words are coming from the man once called the genius of swordsmanship. Rimmer not only did not get angry, but even cheerfully suggested that we should return to our usual ways. Want to make a little bet with me? Tartan asked helplessly. You still have not gotten rid of that gambling habit. What do you want to bet on? He excitedly explained. There will be 20 sparring matches in total, and even prizes for the winners. Would it not be more fun if we bet on something instead of just watching? Then Tartan questioned, they have all been trained properly at Orwen. Do you think your kids can win? Rimmer cheerfully remarked, it seems you have a lot of faith in your trainees. After finishing, he added, but I also have my own faith. Living up to Rimmer's trust, Martha on the other side continued to overwhelm her opponent. Tars looked at his broken sword and wondered, why is she so strong? Meanwhile, Martha on the other side was extremely pleased, especially when she saw him fall. She seized the momentum and decisively struck the hilt of her sword toward her opponent, leaving Tars unable to react. The sudden pain rushed straight into his brain, making him freeze for a moment. Finally, the referee raised his voice to announce the winner, Martha. Seeing this, Rayon regretted it and thought, I take back my words. I thought her swordsmanship had become gentler after the battle with me. But he silently added, on the contrary, both her speed and strength have increased. On the other side, Martha arrogantly said, only knowing how to rely on strength. Yet you did not even dare to use your full power with the first strike, fool. After that, Rayon nodded in agreement and remarked, this match is truly interesting. While the Emperor's essence immediately refuted, interesting. Watching two ants fight is interesting to you? It bores me to death. Faced with that attitude, Rayon only calmly replied, the dog mocks the cat for having too much fur. The Emperor's essence ignored him and nostalgically said, remembering the time when I was still in the demon realm. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Even young demons fighting like that were more interesting. Rayon remained expressionless and reminded, you are ruining the fun, be quiet. Not long after, the referee's voice rang out again. He paused for a moment and then said, the 18th match, Runan versus Idalia. Hearing that, Rayon turned and said, Runan, it is your turn, she calmly replied once. Turning back, Runan had already stepped into the arena, officially facing her opponent. Next, Idalia suddenly spoke. You are Runan, right? I really do not like that absent-minded gaze of yours. Immediately after she summoned her power, Idalia looked blazing with fighting spirit as if she had been ready for a long time. Facing that provocation, Runan calmly replied, I do not like fire. With that, she also summoned her own icy power. A pale blue light instantly enveloped Runan's body. At that moment, she radiated killing intent no less than Idalia on the opposite side. The two of them rushed into attacking each other in just the blink of an eye, neither side willing to yield. The battle was so fierce that the arena was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for the other students to see anything. Idalia held her weapon tightly, her eyes fixed ahead with full vigilance. Only when Runan's figure suddenly appeared behind her did she finally realize it. Idalia spun around sharply, slashing backward and shouting, over there. But after discovering there was nothing behind her, she asked in confusion, an illusion. At that moment, Idalia felt the cold sharpness of a sword pressed against her neck. Before she could react, the referee had already declared the 18th match, Runan wins. After getting up, she admitted, I lost. But that was a great match. However, Runan did not pay any attention to Idalia and directly turned to leave. As soon as she returned to her spot, she asked, did you watch the last match? Rayon did not hold back his praise. Your footwork has improved a lot. Well done. At this point, Runan relaxed and plopped down on the ground, then sincerely said, thank you. On the other side, Rimmer cheerfully said, wow, whether win or lose, every match has been spectacular. The atmosphere is heating up. Let us move on to the 19th match. After speaking, he reminded Burin and Sarun, step forward together. In the arena, Sarun politely introduced me to Sarun Kaisel, a trainee knight. Burin also replied politely, I am Burin Zeekart, a trainee. Rayon below silently evaluated. This Sarun guy is quite strong. Except for the third prince, he is the strongest among the remaining ones. As the sound declaring the start of the match echoed, Burin immediately charged toward him. Sarun was not to be outdone and instantly countered. The two clashed back and forth without either yielding. Burin calculated inwardly. The techniques of both sides are quite similar, so if I lower my guard even for a single second, it will be enough to hit the floor, and surely he is thinking the same. Next, both of them shouted loudly to gather strength. It seemed that Burin and Sarun were both preparing to unleash their decisive strike. And finally, the result was that both sides were evenly matched. The other swordsman, seeing this, then commented, the swords of both of them have broken. So then, immediately afterward, Rimmer announced, the result of the 19th match was a draw. Seeing Burin return to his seat, Rayon encouraged, well done Burin, that apprentice knight is the strongest among their side. But he still painfully blamed himself. What meaning does that have? If I stood to fight for the honor of Zeekart, then by any means I must win. Seeing his friend so remorseful, Rayon placed his hand on his shoulder and reassured, "Do not worry." Before stepping onto the arena, he firmly declared, "I will win this final match." Rayon paused for a moment, then added, "and brought glory back to Hal's Zegart." Greer, standing opposite, wondered, "Must I fight him?" He silently assessed, "The martial power I sense from him is too mediocre." Thinking that, Greer spoke up and asked, "Are you a direct descendant of the Zegarts?" When he heard Rayon reply, "Not," he immediately exclaimed, "I did not expect to have to fight such a weak match." Greer glanced toward the three, Martha, Run-On, and Buren, and told himself, "I want to fight one of those three." Then he turned and said, "Teacher Rimmer, I have a proposal." Rimmer asked curiously, "What proposal?" Greer arrogantly said, "I do not think those two are tired yet. May I fight them after defeating this one?" Hearing that, Rimmer casually replied, "Ah, that is fine with me, but you must win." Greer calmly answered, telling them to warm up. The match will end quickly. After speaking, he silently calculated, "I will not use aura to conserve energy." Meanwhile, Tartan below asked, puzzled, "What is with that monster, Rimmer? I almost did not notice him because he is too unremarkable." Rimmer praised, "You are not that blind. If you knew why you did not warn the third prince." The third prince seems to underestimate Rayon. He calmly voiced his thought. He will soon become the future of the Orwan kingdom, but he has never known defeat, so teaching him a bit about losing here is a good idea. Tartan added, "But the third prince is very strong. Even a genius swordsman will not beat him easily." Rimmer agreed, "Indeed, it is not easy." Then he cheerfully proposed, "How about we bet?" Tartan sighed. "Again, you really like gambling." Rimmer decisively replied, "Just a simple wager. A round of drinks." He immediately confirmed, "Fine. What shall we bet?" Then Rimmer spread his 5 fingers before Tartan, leaving him puzzled. After that he confidently declared, Rayon would take down the prince within 5 moves. On the stage, Rayon was blazing with momentum as he rushed toward his opponent. Greer was utterly shocked at the sight, his eyes wide with astonishment. Even Tartan below could not hide the surprise on his face when he witnessed the scene. What? Before anyone could react, Rayon had already executed a basic strike that left Greer unable to respond. Then he suddenly felt the pain in his waist, the place Rayon had just passed. Rimmer, seeing Greer collapse, quietly judged, "It should be over." Then he could not help but exclaim joyfully, "Oh my, not even 5 moves." Greer had miscalculated. He had assumed there was some reason why Rayon was placed last. Greer looked at Rayon and firmly declared, "It is because he is too strong." Tartan below grumbled, "Is that really a cadet? His technique and swordplay are already complete." Rimmer replied casually, "That is why I said Rayon would win." Rimmer was proudly saying, "I will book a fancy place," when he suddenly stopped. It was because Greer on the other side spoke up, "You, stop, I have not lost yet." Tartan reminded him, "Your Highness, the match is," but he furiously denied, "I have not yet shown you my true skills. If from the beginning I had fought seriously." While he argued heatedly, Martha's voice suddenly rang out, the sound of a barking dog. She bluntly said, "Why can a prince not accept that he is lost? So annoying." Then she added, "Just like someone I know," making Buren sitting below feel uneasy. Greer asked, "You are?" But she had no intention of answering and instead said, "Hey Prince, I am already being very polite to you." Finally Martha firmly concluded, "Get out of here now, you have lost." Idalia shouted, "Shut your mouth, you are speaking to His Highness the Prince." But she retorted without hesitation, "He is royalty, but I am the main line of this family. Why should I bow down?" As the war of words reached its peak, Rimmer's voice rang out, "Enough, let us hear Rayon's thoughts." Then he turned and said, "Rayon, you can choose what you want." Rayon calmly spoke, "The teacher has already placed the bet. The match is over, so there is no reason to continue fighting." At that moment Greer solemnly raised his voice, "I accepted defeat." He admitted, "I misjudged you. I underestimated you even before the match began. I am deeply ashamed of this." Then Greer lowered his voice and pleaded, "Please fight me once more. If I leave like this, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Afraid that Rayon would refuse, he even bowed his head and said, "Please, Rayon Zegart." Seeing this, Rayon thought to himself in surprise, I never expected him to apologize and even lower his sword. I thought he was just an arrogant prince. In the end, he still agreed and replied, "Fine, but only once." Greer happily answered, "Of course." And so the two faced each other once again on the stage. Greer clenched the token in his hand, looking utterly determined to win. He thought I was careless, which is why I underestimated him and lost. Tightening his grip on the token once again, he resolved, so this time. Greer told himself, I will fight with all my strength. Immediately his power erupted. Witnessing this scene, Rayon was truly astonished at his real strength. Martha was no exception. She too widened her eyes at the sight of Greer's power exploding. While Tartan exclaimed anxiously, "Third Prince, that swordsmanship is," Greer calmly replied, "This is not the time to hide my power." Then he fiercely added, "I will fight him with all my strength." The Emperor's spirit whispered to Rayon, "This guy is really stupid. He does not even know you are still hiding your strength." Rayon calmly affirmed, "This time I can still win." The spirit retorted, "He has far more aura than you, and he is stronger as well." Rayon suggested, "Do you want to bet?" The spirit bluntly answered, "Of course." And so the wager between them was set, with extremely impressive stakes. Greer, seeing Rayon already in stance, said, "Then let us begin." With that, he gathered his strength and leapt forward, charging toward Rayon. Faced with Greer's aggressiveness, Rayon calmly waited for the right moment. Soon, the two massive forces clashed, neither side willing to yield. It led to a fierce battle, the smoke and haze so thick that the other students could only stand in shock. On the stage, Greer relentlessly attacked while Rayon defended with great precision. Greer thought to himself, I am using all my strength, yet he is not being pushed back at all. Then he irritably declared, Rayon Zegart, is he a genius? No, he is a monster. Seeing the situation becoming unfavorable, he decided, fine. Greer told himself, I will fight with everything I have. Thinking so, his power exploded once again. Rayon calmly analyzed that must be the peer's swordsmanship, only passed down to the heir of the Orwen kingdom. Judging by the magic gathering into this strike, he intends to pour everything into the next blow. Soon after, Rayon had no intention of dodging and coolly said, very well, come at me. Greer on the other side roared with fiery spirit, all of my strength is here, take this strike, Rayon Zegart. Yet on Rayon's face there was not the slightest trace of fear. He stared straight ahead, calmly waiting for the right moment. Rayon calmly observed Greer standing on the other side, overflowing with immense power. Then he thought, so that is the peer's sword technique, the kind of swordsmanship only passed down to the heir of the kingdom of Orwen. He must have planned to pour everything into the next strike. Rayon gripped his sword tightly and told himself, I have already memorized every sword technique the third prince has used. Right after, he decisively unleashed his own technique, 10,000 flames one strike, cyclotorsion. Even Greer, who had been brimming with confidence, could not hide his surprise. Rayon's spirit burned as he summoned his strength, golden flame breaking the heavens, and at first glance his power erupted no less than Greer's. Witnessing this, Greer fell silent and thought, no, not yet. He confidently told himself, I still have this technique, then immediately swung his sword in attack. Rayon was not to be outdone. The moment Greer struck, he swiftly countered. The two overwhelming forces collided, their clash growing fiercer and fiercer. Neither Rayon nor Greer gave an inch, the fight appearing evenly matched. They battled fire against fire, locked in a stalemate for a long while, until Rayon suddenly stepped back, making it look as though he had been forced into a defensive position. Greer instantly assumed, I have pushed back his sword technique, I have the upper hand now. But in that very moment, Rayon closed the distance and suddenly struck toward him. Greer reflexively raised his sword to block, the sound of metal screeching out as their blades clashed. Yet not even a second later, Greer's sword shattered before his stunned eyes. He stared at the fragments in disbelief, unwillingly thinking, my sword light. Then he wondered in frustration. Are you planning to divert my attack again this time, Zegart? In the end, the Greer who had been so confident at the start of the match now collapsed to his knees on the arena floor. It was no surprise when Rimmer once again declared, "The victor is Rayon Zegart." Meanwhile, Greer was lost in thought. Surely I am superior to him in speed and strength. He suddenly realized, did he use the sword of his leg to deflect my light sword? Just as Rayon was about to turn away, Greer's voice rang out, "Indeed, the world is truly vast." He extended his hand and spoke sincerely. "Thank you. Thanks to this match I have learned a lot. I admit that I have lost." Rayon immediately extended his hand in response and said, "I have also learned a lot." Greer added apologetically, "I am sorry for underestimating you earlier. Just consider that I had no eye for judging people." He replied comfortably, "It is all right." After finishing his words he wondered, "May I ask your age?" Rayon frankly revealed, "This year I am turning 14. Hearing that, Greer sighed softly. "I have lost to a swordsman younger than me in both swordsmanship and character." Saying this, he extended his hand again and said, "Take it." Rayon then asked curiously, "What is it?" Greer proudly introduced, "It is proof that the third Prince Orwen, Grier de Orwen, is ready to accept any request from you in the future." Hearing that, Rayon was endlessly surprised. "Why would you give me something so precious?" Greer replied honestly, "I have lost, but you truly awakened me. I feel as if I have just been enlightened in many ways. I think I am fortunate to have lost to someone like you." Before turning to leave, he firmly affirmed, "Surely one day we will meet again. I hope that on that day, you will still be stronger than me." After finishing, Greer added humorously, "I think the desire to catch up with you in strength is also very interesting." Greer stepped down from the stage while speaking. "Coach Rimmer, we lost. You won the bet." He cheerfully replied, "Very well." With that said, he called out, "Duke Tartan, let us go home." Tartan was dazed, but as soon as he heard Greer's voice he immediately responded, "Ah, yes, your highness." Though he had lost the match he still cheerfully said, "I have matters to attend to right now." On the other hand, Rayon quietly told himself, "In my previous life, completing a mission without receiving any payment was very normal. But now being rewarded like this has truly surprised me." He stared at the token in his hand, then sighed. What a strange feeling. After that, Rayon silently added, "This life keeps surprising me in ways I could never imagine." The scene then shifted to a magnificent and splendid castle. By then the sky was already at sunset. Inside, Glenn spoke sternly, "So that is the lesson you learned from the recent match?" Greer replied politely, "Yes, I thought I was the best, but he helped me reflect and learn many things. He is like a seasoned swordsman with much experience." After finishing, he sincerely continued, "I have fought many battles across the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time I have seen such a strong trainee like Rayon. He is younger than me, but I can still learn a great deal from him." Seeing Greer's passion, he responded with a hint of recognition, "I understand." Next, he continued to explain, "That is why I plan to return right after this meeting. I want to quickly train and study from what I have learned from him." Finally, Glenn concluded, "Very well," and sent a letter of thanks to the king. Greer immediately agreed, "Yes, thank you." By the time his party departed, the evening was already approaching. Seeing Tartan hesitating, "Your Highness," Greer took the initiative to ask, "What is it, Duke? Do you have something to say?" He frankly expressed his thought, that you revealed your strength, and even used the sword technique peers in the battle with Rayon. I think doing that was a bit too much. Then, Tartan paused briefly before continuing seriously, "Concealing your strength is very important." Hearing that he admitted, "I know, I really did go a bit too far." He took the chance to add, "Giving him the token was also a bit much." But this time Greer flatly denied, "Not at all." He believed, Rayon Zegart showed goodwill toward me. He could have been very angry for being underestimated by me, but in the end he still treated me with politeness, so I only returned that goodwill. Then Greer said again, "Moreover, Rayon showed me a secret sword technique." Tartan added, "That is true, but—" However, Greer calmly replied, "And that token is an investment. hearing that he was filled with doubt. What do you mean? He firmly declared, he has the skill, the character, and the spirit at that age. Surely in the future, he will become an outstanding person, even if not a direct heir. After finishing, Greer turned and asked, if I build ties with someone like that, would it not benefit me? Tartan, after hearing that, also nodded in admiration. You really do think far ahead. He answered casually, I grew up in the royal family. If I cannot think like that, then I might as well be dead. After that, Greer looked up at the sky and happily murmured the name, Rayon Zekart. He told himself, I am very curious to know how strong you will be the next time we meet. On the other hand, after Greer left, Lowen immediately spoke. Surely you are very pleased to see your grandson being acknowledged by the prince of another nation. Patriarch Glenn in turn asked back, what are you talking about? Lowen immediately exclaimed, it has been a long time since I last saw you smile so warmly. He unconsciously touched his face and wondered, smiling. Lowen replied, yes, you smiled when the prince mentioned the name of young Master Rayon. Glenn, with an expressionless face, said, Lowen, you are getting old. Surely you were mistaken. He then shifted to another subject, Patriarch. I feel a bit worried about what Duke Tartan said. What do you intend to do? Hearing this, the face of Glenn, which had just slightly relaxed, began to tighten again. He suddenly remembered when Tartan spoke, I have something to tell you besides the letter from the prince. After finishing, he added, I have a message from the Emperor of the Orwen Kingdom and Lekros Albertan de Orwen II to deliver to you. Glenn remained silent in place of an answer, meaning Tartan should continue. He understood, and very quickly announced in a grave voice, the year of darkness has begun to move again. After the sparring was over, Rimmer immediately spoke. You all did very well in the training match with the trainees from the Kingdom of Orwen. He paused for a moment and then continued, it seems you are all ready. Next week I will prepare a training session for you with special skills. Hearing that, they wondered, special skills. Dorian boldly asked, what is this special training about? Rimmer hesitated to answer. Well, calling it special training is not exactly right. He thought for a while before explaining, it should be a real battle. You should prepare yourselves to sweat and shed tears. In the southern territory of Zekart, deep within the mountains, there is a band of thieves who call themselves the Claws of the Snow Tiger. Their comrades are in the south and north, and they live by collecting tolls from the roads there, but recently they have become more rampant. Hearing Rimmer explain that they have been killing and robbing merchants more often, they immediately understood. So our mission is to eliminate them. Standing on the podium, he hesitated to answer. That used to be the case. The students hearing this curiously asked, used to be, what do you mean? After finishing, he asked again insistently, has the mission changed? Why are we not subduing them? Rimmer could only tell the truth, we cannot. They ambushed and slaughtered an entire village in the south, then burned everything to the ground. Hearing this, everyone could not hide the shock on their faces. Then Rimmer continued, that is why the mission has changed to tracking them before eliminating them. Although they are only a band of thieves, they are all people who can use hidden aura, so you must not be careless. We will depart tomorrow night, be ready. In another scene, a leaf had just fallen from its branch when it was cut in half by something. It turned out to be Run-On, who was practicing swordsmanship. Every movement of hers was extremely serious. But something made Run-On's mood not very bright. She thought gloomily, I want to practice my stance a little more before departure, but things are not going my way. Then Run-On sadly told herself, Rayon's sword thrusts are so flexible and smooth. I do not know where my problem lies. She looked ahead and kept wondering, Rayon is probably also practicing there right now. Should I go ask him? Run-On stared in that direction for a long time as if making a very important decision. In the end, she turned her face away and muttered, maybe not. I do not want to bother him. Run-On spoke inwardly, I will just train by myself. Then she continued swinging her sword to practice, until the sun gradually descended behind the mountain, the evening light shining through the lush green leaves. Even the puddles of water shrank in range because of the afternoon heat evaporating them. Only then did Run-On reluctantly admit, I am weaker than before. but my movements have become smoother. That is enough for today." She looked toward the academy and guessed, "Rayon is probably still training, so I should stop by to say goodbye before heading home." Just as Run-On was about to head there, she suddenly remembered something. The voice of a reminder, "Coming home early this weekend. I bought some ice cream," suddenly rang in her mind. In the end she decided, "I will just go home. I will ask him tomorrow. When I see him tomorrow I will give him some ice cream." After finishing her words she immediately turned around and left. By then the sky was already dark. Someone had been following her all along the road, yet Run-On did not notice at all. It was not until that person called her name, Run-On, that she turned her head to look. Out of reflex she blurted, "Who is it?" unaware that danger was lurking very close. Less than a second later, Run-On suddenly realized the identity of this person. Kriya greeted her calmly, "Long time no see," while she hesitated and blurted, "Kriya." The one who appeared was none other than Kriya Sleon of the vassal family Sleon. He acted familiar and said, "Meeting your brother again, and you do not feel happy. That makes me very sad." After hearing Kriya say in a low voice, "Did I not tell you not to make that face?" her expression changed. Seeing Run-On remain silent, he continued, "Anyway, Rimmer's training is quite good. You have become stronger than I expected." Then Kriya spoke with apparent emotion, "I am very proud of you, Run-On." After finishing, he immediately changed his tone and asked, "But you will not risk your life to participate in a war or some reckless confrontation, right?" Hearing this, Run-On screamed in fear and quickly ran away. Seeing that, Kriya asked kindly, "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Perhaps I should remind you." He asked coldly, "The squirrel you raised before was named Ruby, right?" Hearing that, Run-On could only stammer, "Brother." Afraid she did not remember, Kriya even took out a squirrel as an example. Then he leisurely asked, "Do you remember now, the way Ruby died because you did not listen to me?" At that moment, Run-On's face turned pale without a trace of blood. She panicked and called, "Brother." Run-On vaguely sensed what he was going to do next, so she hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait." But unfortunately everything was already too late. Looking at the scene before her, she suddenly recalled the days in the past. The two little squirrels had already turned cold, lying helpless on the ground. Run-On sat next to them, using her bare hands to dig a grave to bury them. At that time Syria behaved exactly as he did now, his hand clenched tightly, his face without a trace of expression. All the painful memories she wanted to forget returned one by one. Then Run-On could not hold back and screamed out in torment. She kept screaming unconsciously while clutching her head with both hands. Seeing this, Kriya was extremely satisfied and whispered in her ear, "Run-On, remember you are mine." After finishing he paused for a moment, then continued, "Until the day of judgment arrived." Next, Syria reminded her in a low voice, "Do not do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I tell you to do otherwise." At that moment something rushed straight toward him and Run-On. A sudden explosion cut off Kriya's strange conversation. But it seemed that the explosion meant nothing to Kriya. His face did not change at all. In contrast to him, Run-On trembled continuously in fear. But by then Rayon had appeared. He spoke coldly, "Hey." Next, Rayon with blazing killing intent stared directly at Kriya and said, "Who are you?" Facing Rayon's question, "Who are you?" Kriya remained nonchalant. He put on an affable air and said, "Before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Those who want to cause trouble for me will not meet a good end." Rayon replied calmly, "Blocking someone in an alley like this is not a pleasant thing to do." Kriya heard the question, "Are you a pickpocket or a robber?" and immediately appeared extremely annoyed. Right after, he explained, "You may think that if you like, but I am not a thief or a robber. I am her brother." Rayon looked incredulous, glancing at Run-On trembling with fear behind him. She still kept her hands on her head as before, her mouth making sounds of panic. Seeing that, Rayon asked, "Run-On looks frightened. Are you really her brother?" He explained casually, "Ah, well, it has been a long time since we met, so I intended to joke a little." You immediately objected. You crushed an entire squirrel in your hand and called that a joke. Syria calmly asked back. You saw it, did you? But it was not a real squirrel, it was a toy. After speaking, he spread out his hands, then explained, look here, there is no squirrel. Kriya kept saying, come on, do you think I really killed a squirrel? Rayon heard that but remained calm and thought to himself. He burned all of its blood and body with his aura. Soon after, he put a box down and said, anyway, I will not be able to return here for a while because I must carry out a long-term mission. I just dropped by to bring her some snacks. Finally, Kriya looked at her and instructed, Renan, you truly have a good friend. Get along with him, okay? Before leaving, he added one last line. Sorry for the crude joke earlier. Take care of your health. See you later. Rayon watched his retreating figure calmly and thought to himself, I know that man. He is the genius swordsman of the Sleon clan, and one of the 12 monsters of the next generation who will become a divine sword of the continent. Swordsman Kriya Sleon, a name the vast continent must remember. He thought silently. Even before being reborn, I had only heard his name. This is the first time seeing him in person. Is he that madman pretending to be a compassionate hero? He also exudes a disgusting stench, like when Rayon faced Darius. After that, he reached out toward her and gently called Renan. Seeing Renan still hesitating, Rayon decided, come on, I will take you home. Not long after the carriage arrived, the two stood at the gate as if they still had something to say. Finally Renan opened her mouth. Thank you for bringing me back. You politely replied, go rest early, we depart tomorrow. Rayon did not turn away immediately. He stood there silently watching the carriage's silhouette. While Renan sat in the carriage, her mood was little improved. When she returned home, she still could not escape the earlier scene. At that time, the scent of pastries kept reaching Renan's nose. She despaired and told herself, he has returned. He has not changed at all. Recalling then, there were a few scratch marks on Renan's hands that were bleeding. She hurried to explain, brother, Ruby was just a little sensitive because she worried about her babies. It's really fine. But things were as they were. Ruby still had her life taken by him, just because she accidentally caused Renan to be hurt. After that, he declared, you belong to me. You must not allow yourself to be hurt. From now on, do not get hurt and just breathe to live. She fell silent as she listened to Kriya's cruel words that if she spoke a single word of this to her parents, he would kill them. Even if they were his own family, he would destroy them all. Except for her, he would burn everyone to ashes. From then on, Renan believed that if she dared utter a single syllable, others would be in danger. It was better for her to live a silent life. She told herself that she would be safe as long as she kept quiet. Renan had thought she was the only lonely one, the only one who suffered. Then she silently added, but actually she was not the only one. Renan recalled with emotion that when she met Rayon Zegart, learned what kind of person he was, saw how hard he worked, and the difficult times he endured. She paused and admired silently. A person who constantly changes others' prejudices about him through his own effort made her believe she could change too. She tried to change. But the more she thought, negative thoughts flooded Renan's mind, and in the end she still could not do it. Finally she returned to the old rut and told herself it would be fine as long as she endured. The scene shifted to the far south of the Zegard estate, the village of Zartan. At that moment Rimmer's voice sounded, all right, we will stay here tonight. After finishing, he kindly reminded them, you all worked hard to come to this remote place. You must be tired, rest well, because tonight will be the last rest before the mission begins. The one receiving them then spoke. You have arrived, Zegart swordsman. This way, please. I will show you to your lodgings. Rimmer politely replied, thank you for your hospitality. Inside the room it was very warm from the heat of the burning wood. Rayon suddenly said, thank you, spirit of vengeance. The Essence Emperor heard this and curiously asked, for what? He immediately explained, if you had not reminded me, I would not have discovered that he was concealing energy. Then the Essence Emperor scolded, that man is indeed vulgar. Rayon immediately asked again, vulgar? he confirmed. Of course, I must help that ice cream girl. At that moment he was gloomily thinking. He said he had a long-term mission so would not return for a while. But as long as he remained Ranon's brother, she would never be safe. While feeling depressed, the Essence Emperor suddenly offered, "Give me your body, kid. I will kill that bastard vulgar man and return his corpse to you." Rayon exclaimed. He arrogantly answered, "I have always repaid kindness double and vengeance tenfold. That girl introduced me to such delicious ice cream. Right, I will do it for her." But this plan was quickly dismissed by Rayon. Nonsense that cannot be done. The Essence Emperor then emphasized, "I am serious," but he still casually said, "Even if you are serious you cannot." After finishing, Rayon explained, he obsessed Ranon. "Even if we kill him it will not change what has happened." He silently told himself, "Actually, in my previous life, and in this life, Ranon was the first person to treat me well." Rayon thought to himself, "If anything happens to her, I will personally kill him." 2 days after leaving the Zekard estate, they reached the place the snow tiger claws had passed through. The students looked at the bodies burned black and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Some were so shocked they stammered, "How could they do this?" They looked at the desolate scene and shuddered, "This has really gone too far." Even Burin, upon seeing those bodies with his own eyes, could not help but snort. Rayon did not show it on his face, but thought inwardly, how horrible, their throats were cut before being burned. Then he turned to look at Martha and quietly wondered. But Martha did not show any fear toward the corpses, as if he had seen many dead bodies or had killed someone himself. Before sinking into curiosity, Rayon glanced around and suddenly realized, wait, where is Ranon? At that time, she was standing opposite a charred body. Ranon stood frozen, looking at the burned hand lying very close to her feet. A wave of nausea suddenly rose from her stomach, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth. A moment later, Rimmer spoke up. "The terrible scene you see here is the result of the White Tiger bandits." He raised his voice and emphasized, "Engrave this moment in your minds and never forget it. Be on high alert if you encounter them." After finishing, he held up the soundless flute and instructed, "This is called a soundless flute. It will not make any noise no matter how hard you blow it. The only people who can hear this whistle are those trained to listen for it. So if there is any emergency, do not hesitate to use it." Ranon heard him say that the wardens would react immediately and come to rescue you as quickly as possible, and stared at it. After that, Rimmer spoke. "Their swords and blades are merciless. The consequences of clashing with them are unimaginable. However, instead of blowing the whistle straight away, you should do everything you can first. You can try to fight them without our help." He declared with fervor, "Do not hesitate to slay them at the first opportunity, because the crimes they have committed are worthy of death." The other students then loudly responded, "Understood." Seeing everyone ready, Rimmer assigned, "Now, split into groups under the captain's orders. Martha will be in Group A and Burin will follow Group B. Everyone will move in groups of 3 or 4. Suddenly Kriya's voice echoed in Ranon's head. "Remember, Ranon, you are mine." He solemnly warned, "Do not do anything dangerous that could get you hurt. All you need to do is survive until I tell you otherwise. I will kill anything that dares hurt you." She unconsciously sank into those words, unaware someone was calling her Ranon. After reacting, Ranon discovered Rayon offering, "Will you go with me?" She did not agree immediately, hesitating a little to weigh pros and cons. A while later, Ranon slowly replied to his proposal. At that time, the two stood facing the majestic view of the mountains and forest. Rayon quietly wondered if Mount Rutan, from that high point, could probably observe the situation below, and it would also be easier to flee from enemies if we fell into disadvantage. It would be a perfect hiding place. He looked left and right and told himself, but precisely because that place is too perfect, the bandits will not hide there since it could be an obvious observation point for us. There is no way they would choose such an exposed position, knowing many people are tracking them. They must have thought we would guess they were hiding there and therefore found another safe refuge. That means hiding in that hill over there is their only option. On the outside it may seem completely visible because it is open. but there may be another hiding spot inside. While she was still dazed, Rayon's voice suddenly rang out, "Run on, let's go quickly." He candidly spoke his thoughts. "We should check that hill first, leave the forest to the other teams." Run-on heard this and quickly agreed, "All right." After finishing, she turned and left first. Rayon watched her go, deep in thought. Suddenly Tin Hoa appeared and said, "Your concern for her is obvious. Aren't you going to say anything to her?" He answered honestly, "I'm not sure what to say to her, and besides, that matter belongs to her family." But then Rayon sadly thought to himself, "I can't even understand my feelings toward Kriya. There's no way I could give her good advice about her family." After that he thought, "But I know what Kriya did to Run-on in the past. Perhaps I could deal with it if I had the chance, though finding that chance will be difficult." Rayon looked straight ahead and confidently told himself, "Moreover, everything is within my expectations." As he walked he silently calculated, "There is a forest hidden behind that hill that outsiders cannot see. It is quite deep, and," Rayon pondered, "it seems human traces have been concealed so others cannot find them. Even so, those tricks only fool amateurs." He looked at the scene ahead and calmly said inwardly, "Useless to them against me. Just killing targets will not make one the best assassin. Hiding, probing, and gathering information, one must be the best at all those aspects." Rayon thought carefully, maybe they were deceiving an ordinary hunter or others, but useless against me. Then he spoke, "Run-on, I think the White Tiger base is nearby." He scanned everything with his eyes and cautiously instructed, "Follow me. Try to be as silent as possible even in your breathing." Run-on obediently followed Rayon's command. Then the two stepped deeper into the forest, each gripping the haft of their swords. Rayon moved while observing everything, and he noticed several traps they had set. He thought confidently, as expected, they have nothing special aside from a few traps at the entrance. Maybe they thought no one would reach this far because there are many signs of living people around. Rayon looked at the bandits waiting in front of the cave and judged, "It seems they have underestimated us." Then he glanced at the boy tied up and wondered, "Is that kid a hostage?" The bandits guarding the gate were quite large, but Rayon could not sense any strong presence from them. These were only low-level fighters. The bulky one lying near the hostage is strong enough to make a living with his sword technique. Rayon silently calculated, the bandits must be gathered inside. There is no way they would leave the only hostage outside in such a simple guard post. Thinking this, he hesitated. Perhaps there are dozens of bandits inside. Should I blow the whistle to alert everyone? I could retreat now and attack with the main force when they arrive. But, Rayon observed and thought, the current condition of the hostage is extremely critical. At this rate the boy will become cold and die. He will not be able to survive until the full support force arrives. He raised his hand to the hilt of his sword and made a decision. They have not noticed our presence yet. The best course now is to rescue the hostage before they find us and deal with them as quickly and cleanly as possible. At that time the two of them carefully hid behind nearby bushes, trying not to make any sound. But Run-on looked extremely worried. She kept sweating even though it was already winter. Suddenly a gentle voice rang out, cutting through her thoughts. "Run-on, look at me." He gently reassured Run-on, "Do not worry so much. We can save that boy, but I need your help." After finishing, Rayon solemnly asked, "When I give the signal, use magic to block the sound. I will handle the main task and you pay attention to the lackeys. Can you do that?" She was very surprised to hear this from Rayon. Then Run-on wondered to herself, "Can I change like he did?" Finally, after much hesitation, she answered, "I will try." Meanwhile, the bandits began to complain, "I am so sleepy. How much longer is my shift? How much longer?" At that moment Run-on suddenly stepped out, causing them to exclaim in surprise, "Who are you?" She did not answer, but executed a technique, releasing aura to interrupt the flow of sound. One of them cursed, "Damn, our voices cannot escape outside. That girl just blocked the noise with magic." Another wondered, "Why is there someone using magic in such a god-forsaken place?" Meanwhile Rayon dashed forward thinking to himself, "This is my chance. Before dealing with the big guy in the back, I will." He silently finished, handled these two first, and then the two were dealt with. Their bodies suddenly appeared before Ranon's eyes, of course drawing her attention. That familiar yet strange feeling suddenly surged in Ranon's mind. The image of her little squirrel lying motionless on the cold ground reappeared. In fact, not just one, but as many as 3 lay motionless around Ranon's feet. Thinking of this, she collapsed to the ground and screamed in torment. Rayon, seeing this, cursed angrily. Damn, he thought. The sound barrier magic has been broken. Then Rayon wondered, has her psychological trauma relapsed because of that situation? At this rate, the bandits will discover us. As soon as Rayon saw the man lunging to attack Ronan, he also sprang into action. At that moment, Rayon could not maintain his usual calm when witnessing the scene before him. When the sword was almost touching Ronan's body, and she still did not know, fortunately at that critical moment Rayon appeared in time and stopped it. He coldly threatened, "If you are sensible, do not shout loudly. I have not given permission, and if you dare make a sound, you will surely die. You must answer my questions. If you do not comply, I will pull out your bones." The man crushed beneath Rayon's foot could only agreeingly answer. Before asking questions, he took the chance to glance at Ronan to see her current state. And then Rayon firmly affirmed one thing: she was frightened. Instead of blaming her, he thought that thanks to her he was able to act. Though frightened, she had done very well. Soon, questions were put. "You belong to the White Tiger gang, right?" He answered, "Yes." Rayon asked next, "How many of you are there? Where are you hiding?" The man resignedly answered, 39 in total. They are in the forest." Rayon then asked, "How many hostages are there?" He honestly replied, 1. After hearing this, he pondered, "Indeed, there is one more hostage." At that moment Joe's voice rang out, "Swordsman, the hostage inside is my sibling. Please save my sibling." Seeing this, Ronan spoke to reassure, "Kid, rest assured. We will save him. Do not worry." But Rayon denied. "Ronan, I did not say that," she innocently replied. "Anyway, you will do it later." Hearing that, he helplessly called, "Ronan." After that, Rayon analyzed the situation for her. "It is not that I am afraid of the bandits, but it would be better to call people to rescue them. The hostage will be safer. Among them there are 36 bandits and 1 lone shark, so it may be very dangerous." Ronan, upon hearing this, suggested, "Then let us blow the whistle to signal." At this, Rayon immediately agreed. "Yes, I think that would be better." With Rayon's consent, Ronan put all her strength into blowing the soundless flute. He observed and thought, "So close, and yet I still cannot hear it. That must be why Rimmer gave this flute." Suddenly someone shouted, "That is the soundless flute. Everyone charges. They are hunting us." Rayon found this very puzzling. "What? How does he have such keen senses? I was right beside and could not hear it." Not even a second later, the bandit squad had fully assembled outside, and Rayon quickly pressed his sword to the hostage's throat. Caleb spoke up in confusion, "You bastard, aren't you afraid coming here? You are too reckless." He raised his brow challengingly and asked, "Who are you calling with that whistle?" Rayon replied coldly, "You do not need to know whom I called. Exchange people then." The bandits asked, "You want to trade the hostage?" He quickly answered, "If you hand that child over to me, I will return this man to you." Unexpectedly, Caleb bluntly retorted, "Whether that bastard dies or not makes no difference to me. He is not worthy for me to release that kid." Mary, seeing the sword at the throat along with the threat, "If you do not want to see that girl's head fall, put the sword down now," and begin to shed tears. Seeing that, the fury inside Rayon flared up. He said coldly, "Very well." After finishing, he instructed Ronan, "Step back, wait for my signal." Then he ruthlessly ended the man, so fast that he did not even have time to blink. The bandits' blood sprayed in all directions, mostly toward Caleb's men. Those struck flew into a rage and cursed, "You bastard! What did you just do?" Not stopping there, Rayon wordlessly lunged his sword forward. Each man nimbly dodged, and in the end only the one standing last remained. He could not evade in time and took a full stroke from Rayon, and at the same time Mary escaped his grip. After dealing with that man, Rayon shouted, "Run on, create a fog to block vision." She did not ask much and immediately placed her hands on the snow and acted. Mist instantly burst out from all directions, preventing them from seeing the movements of them. The bandits cursed angrily. Damn, the fog obscures vision now. Meanwhile, Rayon quickly seized the opportunity to rescue the girl out. Very soon someone noticed. Terrible. He snatched the kid and ran. That damned dog. Another aggressively ordered, do not lose their trail. If you meet them, kill them immediately. On the other side, Rayon calmly said, I think the child was frozen and fainted, so it would be hard to run. We cannot spare those bandits. If we ignore them, who knows what more evil they will do to the village. Although there are many, I must eliminate them here and now. After finishing, he said, Run-on, you stay here and watch the kids. But Run-on anxiously said, Rayon, your hand is bleeding. Rayon quickly replied, It's fine. After dealing with the bandits, I will return immediately. Just as he turned to leave, Run-on suddenly grabbed the hem of Rayon's coat. She stammered, Rayon, do not go. You are injured and fighting is too dangerous. Fearing he would refuse, Run-on added, The wardens will arrive soon. Wait for everyone to come help you. Faced with her pleading, Rayon could only call her name helplessly, Run-on. Seeing Run-on's sorrowful eyes, he sat down fully facing her. Rayon began to express his view. Indeed, every battle is terrifying. Both for seasoned swordsmen and trainees like us, it feels that way. After finishing, he asked, Do you know what is the most frightening thing? When hearing Rayon say, that means sitting still, doing nothing at all, Run-on was stunned in surprise. The bandits had carried out extremely cruel actions, hard to forgive. There were those who sacrificed themselves to protect the village, and there were also those who fought to protect their loved ones. They could not close their eyes and ignore the sacrifice of those people. Therefore, he continued to affirm, We are swordsmen. Rayon gently explained, So we must fulfill our mission until the very last moment. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before us, protecting the ones who remain. Then he said, I do not know how your brother treated you, but the more you fear someone, the more the image of that person will appear, and the fear will dig deeper and deeper into your mind. If you keep running away from it, then for the rest of your life you will be tormented by it. Run-on heard Rayon whisper softly, Run-on, only you can protect yourself and the loved ones beside you. Then suddenly understood something. Meanwhile, Rayon suddenly reached into the chest pocket of his shirt, intending to pull out something. He gently placed it in Run-on's hand and said, From this moment on, whatever you do will be decided by your own hand, Run-on. Before leaving, Rayon raised his voice and reminded, There is no need to hide in the darkness anymore. Run-on was deeply moved after hearing those words from him. She wanted to change. Run-on wanted to let go. She did not want to be bound by the past anymore. Run-on suddenly had the thought, I want to protect what is most precious to me. She was so moved that tears rolled down her cheeks, and she told herself, I will not hide in the darkness anymore. Run-on cherished the wooden squirrel in her hand and promised herself that, and towards the bright future ahead, I must continue to move forward. In another development, a chaotic fight was occurring between Rayon and the bandits. Seeing the situation not looking good, they shouted, Damn it, kill him quickly. More and more fell down, and the remaining ones began to panic and shout, Damn it, block him quickly. He is just a kid. Caleb watched Rayon coming closer and angrily yelled, Why can you not block him? Meanwhile, Rayon, with murderous intent blazing on his face, charged straight at him. A bandit suddenly leaped up, intending to take his life from above, but Rayon quickly detected the fellow's plan. As the bandit landed, Rayon swiftly stepped back to dodge the strike. Caleb then smugly thought, You are surely dead, you damned rat. Immediately after, a large explosion suddenly occurred, sand and rocks flew up. But witnessing the scene before him, Caleb could not help but exclaim, What? He was so surprised he even forgot his anger and wondered, where did he disappear to? At that moment Rayon's voice rang out, How long are you going to wait like a coward for the chance? After finishing, he then calmly cut off Caleb's head with one swift move before he could react. The bandits exclaimed in awe, A monster, only that age, and how strong he is he really just a trainee? Just as he urged, Surrender, your leader has been someone suddenly advanced and launched an attack at Rayon, cutting off his urging. Vulcan spoke mockingly. Ridiculous. You would surrender to that kid? If this continues when we join the North-South Alliance, we will only embarrass ourselves. After finishing, he added, and you look wealthy. You must come from a fairly rich family. All the better. Vulcan assumed a stance ready to attack and arrogantly said, I was worried there would not be much ransom when we caught you. God has not abandoned me, Vulcan. He gathered his strength into one strike and then calmly declared, I will take you as a hostage. Rayon parried while silently deducing, this one is the leader of the White Tiger Bandits. Surely he is an entry-level swordsman, perhaps not a full-fledged swordsman. While the two were grappling, the voice of one of the bandits rang out, and we found them, that the bastard and the hostage were here. Unexpectedly, Run-On was alone fighting a bandit. Seeing that, he panicked inwardly, damn, Run-On is not ready to fight yet, I must help her. But Vulcan would not allow him to do that. He sneered, how dare you look elsewhere while I stand before you? Are you worried about your comrades? With that, he excitedly said, you and I can have a little more fun. Rayon was still blocking the strike of the man, but inside his heart was burning with anxiety. Damn it. Outside, the bandit began to realize, damn it, this bitch, she is using strange techniques. Looks like you have never killed anyone before, have you? Then he impatiently shouted, hand over the hostage, stop stalling. Run-On looked at the bandit rushing toward her and told herself, I must protect those children at all costs. She trembled and thought, but to do that I must kill the enemy in front of me. Luckily he is not a formidable opponent. Run-On kept repeating to herself, yes, kill him, I can do it, kill him. Just as she reminded herself not to forget what Rayon had said, the figure of Kriya appeared. He stood right before her, making Run-On suddenly feel terrified. Then she thought blankly, no, I am seeing him again. Run-On told herself that she must drive him away, but she could not forget the fear of that day. Can I protect something like Rayon did? She fell into complete despair when telling herself, I cannot even swing my sword properly in this situation. I am afraid I have never protected anything. Why? Just when Run-On was sinking into darkness once more, Rayon's voice rang out, Run-On? She turned around in surprise. Rayon was standing there dueling with Vulcan. Yet he did not forget to encourage her, it is okay, you can do it. At that moment Run-On felt as if a ray of light suddenly shone through the darkness inside her. Rayon slowly stepped into the gloomy chamber, then reached out his hand to Run-On, gently reassuring her, do not worry. Little Run-On heard him say, come here with me, and placed her hand on his. At that moment she suddenly woke up and told herself, I must thank him. Right after that she immediately summoned her strength while firmly gripping her sword. Run-On advanced toward her fear and finished her words, for giving me courage. By then she was no longer trembling in fear. Run-On charged forward with her sword in hand. She swiftly finished off the bandit, then thought to herself, for helping me move forward. After everything was dealt with, Run-On tearfully whispered, for believing in me. Vulcan saw that one fall and angrily cursed, those guys lost to these kids, useless trash. Hearing this, Rayon immediately refuted, she is not just a child. He gathered his strength while firmly declaring, she is a child who can overcome her past, and she has a kinder heart than anyone I know. Finally Rayon concluded, she is a swordswoman who has overcome trials. After finishing he muttered, 10,000 flames technique first fire. Rayon felt as if the soft petals in his heart were ablaze. As soon as he uttered the two words, falling flowers, that was the moment Vulcan was officially defeated. A moment later, he opened the chest and thought, I will check if there are any traps before the masters arrive. A two-colored flower, this is a rather rare herb, but did they really slaughter the entire village just for this? At that moment a voice rang out, what, is it over? Richter looked at the flower in his hand and wondered, that is the two-colored flower that Vulcan had. Seeing Rayon say nothing, he asked again, did you two kill them all? He replied nonchalantly, I killed them, so what? Richter cheerfully exclaimed, you are truly brave, not only that but good at judging situations. You are so confident probably because you are skilled. Next it was Rayon who questioned him. Are you from the North-South Alliance? He heard Richter frankly admit, yes, my name is Richter, and thought, so he is Richter. Rayon had heard this name once before. A genius swordsman who joined the North-South Alliance with a single sword and became the leader of a large mountain bandit group within 10 years. The White Tiger bandits are nothing compared to him. Richter's face suddenly appeared in his mind as Rayon silently affirmed, he is a swordsman with truly powerful ability. Then Richter pondered aloud, a child from a famous family, a direct line of the Zieghardt family right. Your sword techniques are not impressive yet, so you must still be a trainee. What should I do now? After saying that, he calmly added a thoughtful line, should I kill you? The killing intent radiating from Richter was so clear that even if he wanted to ignore it, he could not. On the other side, he silently affirmed, his intention to kill was obvious. But Rayon was not shaken as he thought. For someone who was once an assassin in his previous life, this kind of thing was nothing. Richter saw his calm expression and exclaimed in surprise, you are not afraid? Then he added with admiration, you truly are not an ordinary child. At that time, Rayon was still carefully calculating. I am certain I could kill him if I approached from behind. But if I fight him head on, my chances of winning are impossible. As he drew his sword, he told himself, but for some reason I do not want to retreat. Thinking this way, Rayon firmly spoke, draw your sword. Richter placed his hand on the hilt but still hesitated to ask, if so then you will surely die. Unexpectedly he frankly replied, the weak losing to the strong is only natural. Hearing that, Richter exclaimed in surprise, to hear those words from a child is truly strange. Then Richter happily added, being like this makes me even less willing to fight. It would be shameful to kill you here. Rayon calmly replied, a warrior does not choose where to die. Hearing that he exclaimed, truly insane, are you really a child? Do you have a collection of life philosophies? Then he seriously said, there is another reason I do not want to kill you. Richter calmly revealed, Storm has been observing us for a while. Then he quickly leaped onto a nearby cliff and said, if you are also part of the North-South Alliance, it will surely be interesting. Before leaving, Richter asked with a lingering tone, what is your name? At that time he did not hold back and frankly replied, my name is Rayon. Afraid it was not clear enough, Rayon raised his voice and emphasized, Rayon Zieghardt. Richter smiled lightly before answering, and Rayon Zieghardt understood. He left behind a line, I hope that one day I will hear your name from beyond Mount Terukan and the river Rabel, then leapt away. Rayon looked at his free-spirited figure and muttered, he is gone. Then he turned and said, run on, we should go too. She quickly replied, all right. After walking a few steps, Run-on called out, Rayon. He quickly turned back and asked, what is it? Run-on hesitated for a long time before shyly speaking with curiosity, did I do well? At first Rayon was stunned and surprised when he heard this question from her. But after reacting, he instead smiled with an incredibly gentle expression. After receiving the affirmation, yes, you are the best, from Rayon, Run-on immediately became cheerful again. Thus, though short yet very long, their mission had ended. When Run-on and Rayon returned with the head of the Snow Tiger bandit leader, Burin and Martha were very sad because they had once again lost to me. Rimmer had no choice but to comfort the other trainees because they could not perform well, and it seemed he was also giving them advice, but somehow it turned into a story about his own wonderful first mission. The Empire's elite also did not miss the chance to boast about themselves. What is so great about that long-eared guy's story? You even froze an entire castle in your first battle. Listening to these two chatter endlessly made Rayon feel like his ears were about to bleed. The children who were rescued had lost their parents, so the Sleon family decided to adopt them. The children seemed to like that because they were very fond of Run-on. After returning from that mission, Run-on and Rayon had been summoned by the Lord. They were awarded bronze medals for their achievement. Rayon was surprised to receive praise from him, but more than that, Glenn gave him the twin bloom back. To keep such a rare elixir as his own was truly an incredible gift. But as soon as Rayon stepped into his house, he exclaimed in surprise, "What, you are here again?" Dorian cheerfully shouted, "Young master, you finally came home." Rayon was dumbfounded when Dorian told him, "The lady asked you to come by and tell her what happened after the mission ended." He stammered to confirm, "So you told my mother everything?" With tears welling up, Dorian replied, "Yes, I told her about your touching story." Rayon thought to himself, "What on earth is this fool doing?" At that moment Sylvia's voice rang out, "Rayon, is that you?" Helen also cried out joyfully, "Young master, you are back." Rayon thought to himself that Sylvia would be angry if she knew he had dared to face bandits alone, so he hurried to deny it. "No, that I did not mean to." But instead of scolding, Sylvia suddenly came forward and embraced him. She gently stroked Rayon's cheek and praised, "Well done, Rayon." At that moment he could not hide the surprise on his face. When Sylvia asked, "What, did you think I would be angry?" he honestly replied, "You always tell me I must be careful." She tenderly explained, "The reason the head of our family carries a sword is to protect the weak. I have heard that he always reached out a hand to those in need, and our descendants still continue to follow his example." She went on to say, "I once dreamed of becoming a swordswoman like that. How could I scold you for risking yourself to save hostages?" Finally, she placed both hands on her son's shoulders and concluded, "I am very proud of you." Hearing this, Helen added, "When we learned of it, we were also proud of you, young master." Another servant joyfully said, "Tomorrow I have to go to the main estate, so I will brag about this there." Sylvia then firmly declared, "My son, when you grow up you will surely become a good man." Rayon, now flustered, thought to himself, "I really cannot understand her. Emotions are indeed complicated." Then he turned sharply, casting a steely glance at Dorian. "Anyway, Dorian, that fool." But when Rayon stood there stunned at not seeing anyone, the Spirit King explained, "Just remembered, that coward already ran off long ago." After thinking it over, Rayon quietly concluded, "So tonight is not so bad after all." Elsewhere, the wooden squirrel was carefully placed on the nightstand by Run-On. She unknowingly smiled gently, then could not help but reach out her hand. She remembered when Rayon had told her, "You do not need to hide behind that shadow anymore." Run-On cheerfully promised herself, "Next time I see him, I will definitely tell him. I will thank him no matter what." In another scene, Rimmer was leisurely enjoying life. He recalled the moment when Rayon had urged Richter, "Draw your sword and fight." Then Rimmer suddenly smiled, both proud and calm. He quietly remarked, "It has been a long time since I saw someone with the qualities of a lord. It seems this will be a worthy candidate for the next throne. Everything is only just beginning. Night had fallen, covering the Robert family's main mansion. Inside the study, the silence was chilling, and Robert was still absorbed in writing something. He suddenly froze, his hollow eyes staring blankly at the notebook. Robert sat there in deep thought, lost for a long while. His hand had stopped at the last written word, and now the page was smeared with blood. It turned out the old wound on his hand had started bleeding again. Robert dazedly thought to himself, "The wound still has not closed." He wondered in confusion, it has been 17 years already. Memories from the past rushed back. At that time, during the battle with Rayon, Robert had been wounded by a dagger slash. He had tried countless high-grade elixirs, even invited skilled scholars and famous priests, and yet the wound could not be healed. He sighed in frustration. "A wound that cannot be healed yet does not worsen either. It is as if I was just injured yesterday. Perhaps it wants to remind me not to forget that day." Robert questioned himself, "Is there some dead soul that does not want me to forget him?" He showed clear irritation. "Damn it, I am not someone who likes looking back on the past." Robert suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the notebook. He muttered, "Only a short while left before my lifelong wish comes true." The scene shifted. Rayon was happily reviewing the notifications sent by the system. The curse of misfortune had weakened. Flame arts, aura of misfortune, master of senses, and fire resistance had all reached 3 stars. All of his stats were rapidly increasing. The speed of aura control, proficiency in swordsmanship, and mastery of martial arts techniques had risen. After reading it all, he looked satisfied and thought, "Finally, I have reached the expert realm." Even though it is just the first stage, I had to struggle greatly to get here. The Spirit King suddenly appeared behind Rayon, gritting his teeth in resentment. "Ridiculous. Even if you are a master of swordsmanship, to me you are nothing more than a tiny insect. Yet just a little progress, and you already feel proud." Rayon confidently replied, "Not every 15-year-old can reach my level. Even if you search the whole continent, you would not find anyone my age equal to me." The Spirit King, angered by Rayon's words, criticized him. "Age. Only fools talk about age on the battlefield. Age means nothing. Weak is simply weak." Rayon calmly voiced his agreement. "That is true. Once on the battlefield, no one has any obligation to go easy on you just because you are younger. I completely agree." His words left the Spirit King stunned. But he continued warning Rayon, "Fool, if you keep going like this, you will not even be able to touch a single finger of mine. No, not even a fingernail." Rayon did not argue. He simply replied, "That is true." Then Rayon gave a slight smile. This strange expression made the Spirit King deeply suspicious. "Why are you still smiling?" Rayon answered without hesitation, "Sincerely, because I feel happy. In my previous life, I was never able to reach this level." Rayon's mouth did not forget to tease him a little. "You also admit that I have matured, right?" The Spirit King was taken aback. He roared furiously, "You think I would ever praise a human, especially someone like you?" Rayon calmly retorted, "Then why are you angry now?" "I could hear your voice trembling, so I must not be wrong. I have been with you long enough to know what you are thinking." He struggled in frustration. "A human daring to see through me, damn it." The Spirit King was helpless and could do nothing but shout loudly. Rayon enjoyed intimidating him. "Your rage cannot do anything to me. If you do not soon regain your strength, you will be eaten by me." He turned his head, sneering mockingly. "Hearing you say such nonsense reminds me so much of the old days." These words made Rayon unable to hide his bitterness. The Spirit King continued, "Remembering the days in hell, when demons came to challenge me." Rayon sulked and said, "I am going to stretch." He hurriedly called out, "Where are you going? Listen to me." The scene shifted. Applause rang out along with an announcement, "Everyone stop now." Rimmer cheerfully reminded everyone, "Today's training ends here." The students all responded in unison, "Thank you for your hard work." Burin openly voiced his doubt. "Teacher Rimmer, today you came 20 minutes late. We should make up that 20 minutes of training." He rushed away as if chased by dogs and said, "We can make up for it tomorrow. Today is enough." Seeing the teacher's behavior made him curse angrily in his heart, this irresponsible elf. After Rimmer disappeared without a trace, Rayon spoke up, "Then let's finish. Those on cleaning duty today stay behind." Dorian walked to his locker and opened it. Inside there seemed to be something that suddenly left him dazed. Immediately, Dorian closed the locker, his face shining with a bright smile. In that moment of distraction, Martha suddenly appeared beside Dorian, her demeanor terrifying. He had not taken half a step with the broom before Martha grabbed his shoulder and questioned, "Is cleaning with me that scary?" Dorian trembled and denied, "No, it is my honor." She firmly snatched the broom and snapped, "Just the training alone already keeps me busy enough." Martha angrily shouted, "What are you all looking at? I am the one cleaning here. Get out now." Everyone panicked and ran at full speed. Rayon quietly observed from the side and thought to himself, "She really can only stay calm when she is with me." Suddenly, Rimmer's voice rose. "That girl has not changed at all. I guess she only stays calm when she is with you." Seeing that he was still here, Rayon could not help but be a little surprised and exclaimed, "Teacher Rimmer." He immediately expressed his doubt. "I thought you had run away already." He began to search for excuses to justify himself. Then, in the end, Rimmer gave a perfunctory explanation. "I forgot a few things, so I came back." The other students shared the same curiosity. What on earth did he forget? When the whole class had lined up neatly, Rimmer quickly spoke. Everyone paid attention. I still have something to announce that is truly very important. The students were confused, taking the chance to murmur noisily, "What time is it already?" He scratched his face and laughed awkwardly. Then, Rimmer also frankly reminded me, "It is about your second mission." They all froze at once. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became strangely quiet, because the students were struck speechless by him. Rimmer laughed, scratching his head and ears. Sorry. Burin and Dorian were shocked, wondering, could he really forget something so important? Rayon looked at his teacher and fell into contemplation. It has already been nearly half a year since the first mission. The time until the second mission came was longer than I thought. Are there fewer missions for the Zeegard family to handle than in my previous life? Rimmer did not beat around the bush anymore. He went straight to the point. Orcs suddenly appeared and invaded the southern region of the Zeegard territory. Your mission this time is to eliminate the orcs that are threatening the villagers and protect the people and the village. In other words, your mission is to protect the village and hunt monsters. The students become excited and noisy. It is orc hunting. They whispered to each other, "This is the type of mission I have always wanted to do. Finally, I can test my swordsmanship." Rimmer suddenly asked, "I suppose everyone is excited about the new mission, the new recruits." This question immediately stunned them, leaving them frozen. He then reminded further, "This time there will be no teachers going along with you. You will go to the village by yourselves, and you must cooperate with each other in order to complete the mission." Burin then raised his hand and asked, "Then if we fall into danger to the point that we cannot escape by ourselves, what should we do?" Rimmer gently instructed, "That depends on you. If it is a mission that cannot be completed, then you must know when to give up. Therefore, the leader must have the ability to accurately assess the situation. The important thing is that the leader must be able to judge what is the worst and best situation for that matter." Dorian stammered and voiced his opinion. "Is it not that running away from a mission is not very well evaluated?" Rimmer cheerfully explained, "Usually it is like that. But it also depends on the type of situation. If you are alone surrounded by 5 monsters and can still escape, then you should be praised." He immediately turned back delightedly, thinking to himself, "Wonderful. Then if I run away I will not get into trouble." Burin silently paid attention to Dorian's expression. Without letting those kids relax for more than a few seconds, Rimmer had already announced to them, "You will depart early the morning after tomorrow." The children were surprised and exclaimed in unison, "Only within 2 days. Only within 2 days." A student immediately protested, "Why is there so little time? That is too much." Another boy quickly added, "It is already evening. We only have 1 day left." Rimmer, still calmly reminded, "There are many things you need to prepare for subjugating monsters compared to defending or exploring dungeons. You will end up destroying the village if you are not fully prepared. So remember to be careful." Burin, feeling offended, raised his voice and asserted, "We will prepare better than you say. Just wait and see." A cold voice suddenly rang out, "Enough." Rimmer was smiling in satisfaction, while Burin turned around in confusion toward the source of the sound. It was Rayon. He boldly stepped forward and expressed his opinion. "Professor Rimmer has always told us that we will not know when and what kind of missions will come. Now is not the time to panic. We should prepare. The more you complain, the less time we have." Hearing those words from Rayon, the other boys regained their composure and spoke up. "Well, that is true. There is no guarantee we will be fully prepared when the mission begins." Seeing that everyone had steadied their minds, Rayon quickly announced, "Let us move." Rimmer carefully observed the students, and it was hard for him to hide the pride shining in his eyes. Rimmer cautiously warned, "In addition, the orcs are more aggressive and stronger than you think. Compared to the battles you have fought until now, they are far more difficult just by their numbers. There are so many of them that you do not have the advantage in numbers. It will be very hard to face them one-on-one. It is best for you to dodge their attacks instead of blocking them. Bring as little luggage as possible and gather here at dawn 2 days later." Finally, he concluded with one sentence, "That is all." Outside the classroom, the sky had already turned golden. It was the time when sunset fell. Time passed quickly. At the magnificent villa, the sun rose shining across the space. Inside, Rayon was about to open the door and step into his room. At his feet lay a travel bag. Rayon glanced at it. A thought immediately appeared in his mind, a bag with a lightning spell cast on it. Clearly he does not intend to help us store our belongings. Rayon did not hesitate to carry the bag on his shoulder and went straight inside. He told himself, I believe he is trying to say that we have to do everything ourselves, and that is fine with me. The King of Essence clung to Rayon. As soon as he sat down on the floor, he grumbled angrily, arrogant fool. The King of Essence laughed triumphantly. Do you think everything will go as you expect? Surprises can happen at any time. Rayon still did not bother to argue much with him and replied immediately, that is true. He shifted to a mocking smirk. Like the way you handed me all your stat points. The King of Essence growled irritably. I want to sew your mouth shut. Rayon sneered sarcastically. You will never be able to do that. While they were noisily quarreling, suddenly there was a knock on the door outside, and both of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward the door. Rayon quickly stood up and went to unlock the door, his mind filled with curiosity. Who would visit him at this hour? The door opened, and Rayon asked, Who is it? But before he could finish speaking, he was stunned by the sight before him. Rayon's eyes widened in shock, still overwhelmed as he stood frozen for a moment. His stuttering voice slipped out. Mother? It turned out the one who came was Sylvia. She stood with her arms crossed, staring at Rayon. Sylvia sternly scolded Rayon. You should let me know if you have a mission. He nervously asked, How did you know? Did Dorian tell you? She placed her hands on her hips, looking at her son with a reproachful gaze. Sylvia honestly revealed. Rimmer told me. Rayon, annoyed at the thought of Rimmer's mocking demeanor, cursed him silently. That damned elf. He sighed in frustration, bowed his head, and admitted fault. I am sorry. Sylvia fell silent in thought. A faint sadness passed across her face, and seeing her son's current state, Sylvia could not help but feel some pity. She suddenly and gently took his wrist and softly called, Rayon. He looked up in confusion. With the heart of a mother, Sylvia carefully advised Rayon, becoming class leader is not only about representing other students, you also have the responsibility to guide them on a better path. You should not try to handle missions alone. You should assign appropriate tasks to your teammates to minimize losses and lead everyone to success. The lives of your friends depend on your decisions. Hearing these moving words from his mother, Rayon thought to himself, I thought mother would come to scold me. But instead, she gave me advice. A monster subjugation mission may look easy, but it is truly difficult. Ensuring every single one is eliminated to protect the villagers, Sylvia placed her hand on his chest. She spoke her most heartfelt words. You should realize that when doing the mission, you are no longer just a student, but a Sieghart swordsman. I want you to prove that you are a swordsman, one who can inherit the will of the Sieghart family. At that moment, Rayon quietly said, I thought you came here to scold me. Sylvia immediately flared up and shouted loudly, Of course I am angry. I am both worried and upset. However, she suddenly pulled him into her embrace, and Rayon was stunned by his mother's unexpected action. Sylvia spoke warmly, This is not the time to scold you. The image of mother and son sharing a hug was deeply moving. She gently comforted him. You should be prepared to be scolded when you return. I am glad that you shine brighter than when you first started training. But I have never stopped worrying about you. Every single word from Sylvia left Rayon more and more astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sunlight softly shone into the room through the small window. He simply stayed silent and replied to her with a heartfelt embrace. Transitioning to the training camp, the students were dressed neatly, lined up in front of Rimmer. He seriously instructed, Finally, anything can happen. Remember to be as careful as possible. All of the children listened attentively to Rimmer's guidance. He did not forget to remind them of one thing. Retreat if you think it is beyond your ability. After Rimmer had finished presenting all the matters to note, the students shouted in unison, Yes, sir. He gave a satisfied smile, sat down on the podium and said, Then go. It usually takes a month. But because we have opened the way, it should only take about 2 weeks. Rimmer cheerfully said farewell, wishing you luck, and the group promptly replied, "Yes, Professor Rimmer." Rayon then acted like a team leader and issued instructions. "Now form 4 ranks. We will move in the formation we discussed." Rimmer gave the students the warmest looks, thinking to himself, "I am sure they will be fine." Rayon was not only talented in combat and aura, but also excellent in strategy. He began his role as leader with a reminder, "Everyone, remember your positions in case of combat." Rimmer felt very reassured. "I am sure he will complete this mission easily and return. He is only 15. Rayon assigned tasks to each person, Dorian and Crane, to check all items and the condition of the members. After finishing everything, the kids departed together. Rimmer stood silently watching, eager to see how he would perform. A colleague stepped forward and asked, "Should we keep watch? At this distance they will not notice where we go." Rimmer was very confident and immediately affirmed, "Not yet, one of them is very sharp." Then he left while stretching and said, "I will sleep a bit before leaving." The 2 colleagues looked at Rimmer's back with nothing more to say. After he left, they turned to whisper to each other anxiously, "Will that be fine? Should we go now?" Rimmer heard their words and spoke to advise, "You guys should worry more about the orcs." In another place, it seemed to be a deep forest. Now it was a gloomy, silent night. Skulls and human bones were piled up in heaps. Steven wore a mysterious black cloak and asked, "Are you sure about that information?" The subordinate knelt respectfully on the ground and affirmed very firmly, "Yes, we have confirmed it is that village." Hearing the satisfying answer, Steven quickly ordered, "Very well, then go. You may kill anyone who stands in your way." He stood up and shouted with resolve, "Depart." Steven's red eyes emitted a cold killing intent. At the forest beside the village, white mist covered almost the entire sky, and pine leaves gently flew with the wind. Rayon was present at this place to carry out the assigned challenge, and he suddenly stood still. Opposite Rayon was a direct descendant, the top student of the 6th training ground named Kane Ziegart. He wondered and spoke first, "Why are you here?" His mood was not much different from Rayon as he asked back, "And you?" Rayon silently looked at Kane and guessed to himself, "This must be Kane Ziegart. It is said he entered the 6th training ground late due to an injury. It seems he has recovered." He also observed for a moment and thought, "Looking at his figure it is clear he is also someone skilled with the sword." Kane spoke up to introduce first, "We are on a mission to eliminate trolls. But why is your team here, Rayon Ziegart?" He did not hesitate to say, "We are also on a mission to eliminate trolls." He exclaimed in surprise, "The same mission? I have not heard anyone say that." Kane's words left Rayon stunned. "What?" On the night before departure at a nearby bar, lively conversation resounded. "Rimmer, I heard your students did very well on the recent mission." "Yes, I heard they are still very young, yet they already defeated the bandits." Rimmer burst into laughter with pride. "I told you, I praised them already. But it is truly admirable. How about letting them go attack the trolls? Surely they will rush there right away. Then I will also be praised by the head of the family." And suddenly someone stepped up behind him to deny. "No, the 6th training ground will take this mission." He worriedly advised, "With an assault mission teamwork is more important, not focused on individuals like the 5th ground. The 6th ground suits this mission better. Recently the 6th training ground passed the week of hell training without obstacles, so we will take this mission." This person was the instructor of the 6th training ground named Methun. Rimmer sneered and let out a heavy breath. "Are you nervous because my kids are being noticed? Why not let both go together?" Methun asked in surprise, "You want to send 2 training grounds on the same mission?" He did not hesitate to state his opinion. "Anyway, we have to wipe out the trolls, so let both teams go. If they compete with each other, it will be faster. What do you think?" Hearing Rimmer's rather persuasive statement, he happily agreed. "Fine, then I will ask the head of the family." Both of them shared the same thought, truly looking forward to the result. Back in the forest, Buren suddenly stepped forward to speak. "Surely there has been a mistake. Everyone can go back first." He boldly declared, "We can handle it ourselves." Hearing that Buren, Kane was stunned and stared at him. He frowned, showing displeasure, and immediately criticized me. I cannot overlook what you just said. Buren Ziegart, how long have you been at the 5th training ground that you have already become arrogant? This mission requires teamwork skills. Clearly our 6th team suits it more than the 5th. The 5th has little experience in team formation and will surely face difficulties. Buren refused to back down, face to face with Kane in fierce debate. Kane Ziegart, I know your level of skill, but do not underestimate the 5th team. Rayon could only stand silently to the side and think to himself, Rimmer must have known in advance, so why did he not inform us? He began to close his eyes and enter a state of reasoning. All the events appeared in detail in his mind. Rimmer believes experience is of utmost importance. If so, this mission will be highly practical. But teamwork skills and tactics, while important, our team lacks them. Perhaps the teacher wants Team 5 to fight Team 6 so Team 5 can learn to improve themselves. He rubbed his face helplessly and could only grumble to himself. Makes sense, that crafty elf. Rayon resignedly told himself, well, consider it a good opportunity for the others to learn. And besides, Mother already reminded me before I left. Memories surged within him. Sylvia's words echoed in his ears. Mother wanted to see you as a swordsman who can protect others. Rayon felt very confused. He could not put it behind his head. Seeing them noisy all this time, he spoke sternly to warn. You two, calm down a bit. Are you planning to waste time arguing here? Rayon cautioned the two. Continuing like this will get you nowhere. Let's bet first and see how it goes. Buren puzzled and turned to ask, What do you mean by betting? If the situation is unclear, why waste energy? He answered the question. They do not want to give up the mission, and neither do you. This mission will have many trolls and is also an ambush, so it will certainly face tough opponents. Rayon raised a finger and proposed, then bet on who will be commander in this mission. He also explained, take down the leader to cause chaos, and the rest will be handled, okay? If the main force meets difficulty, it will be an opportunity for the other team. Immediately after, Rayon turned to ask Kane's opinion, which sounded good. He very quickly replied, Fine, you are satisfied. Very well then. Rayon looked toward the distance and announced, starting from that mountain. A while later, his group ran like the wind through the forest, Martha leading. She showed obvious excitement for this race. Martha confidently thought, simple conditions. Destroy or capture the enemy flag first to win, much easier than having to fight every single person. Going back a few minutes, Rayon's group began to discuss. Rayon presented his thoughts, then planned it out. Martha smugly opposed immediately. Why bother? They are all failures anyway. She bluntly declared, I will wipe them all out, so just sit and wait. Returning to the present, Martha ran forward with surging momentum. Her eyes lit up. There, Kane's group on the opposite side was already in a ready stance for battle. Martha shouted arrogantly, with failures like this, there is no need for any strategy. She swiftly leapt up and struck down a powerful sword blow. Martha seemed to possess a divine sense, Rayon silently noted. Her senses had sharpened to the point that I do not even need to open my eyes anymore. Buren also advanced and crossed swords with his opponent Eri. Rayon calmly closed his eyes and turned his back. The battle had already begun. Behind him, the two groups were continuously clashing. Renan, sitting beside him, voiced her concern. Rayon, charging in without a plan like this, is that really okay? He replied calmly. They are all confident. Even if I said something, they would not listen. She asked worriedly, then is there a chance of winning? Rayon flatly affirmed, no, defeat is certain. A crushing defeat, just as he predicted. Martha's earlier unmatched confidence had now faded. Not only her but even Buren was struggling greatly, panting heavily from exhaustion. The clash continued. Martha clenched her teeth in frustration. Why can't I break through? They are all weaklings, but their defense is too strong. Dylan attacked her mercilessly, angrily criticizing, You are not the center of the universe. Stop underestimating us. Martha was stunned by Dylan's unimaginable strength and endurance. After a long time, the forest had sunk into a quiet stillness, the sun slowly setting. The battle finally ended. Everyone's face was smeared with dirt and scratches. No one said a word to each other. Martha and Buren, embarrassed, each turned their head away, ashamed of the result they had received. Only then did Rayon speak up to warn them. See now, look who has been pushed back. Misjudging is one thing, but the world will not stand still waiting for us to improve. Everyone underestimated them because the Orwen kingdom does not value them. Thinking we would win anyway because our last achievement was better. Is that what you thought? This is the consequence of fighting without a strategy, not knowing them nor ourselves, just flaunting arrogance, wasting energy and aura only to reveal all your techniques to the enemy. Brilliant indeed. They also train every day. Seeing that we looked stronger does not mean we can belittle them. Runon's eyes showed a trace of sadness. She softly asked, "Then we lost." Rayon glanced at her. He immediately affirmed, "No, there is still a chance." Buren exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Martha without hesitation promised, "If we beat those bastards I will do whatever you want." Seeing their expressions, Rayon spoke with satisfaction. "At least you still have the spirit to try." "Very well. I will draw the path to victory for our team." Buren and Martha listened attentively, determined to win. Kane's group on this side was having a lively discussion. One boy remarked, "The 5th training hall was too easy." Another teammate added, "Watching them struggle is truly satisfying." Dylan calmly warned, "Do not lower your guard." The 5th training hall was able to bring down the Northern and Southern Alliance, the Snow Tiger Fang Gang. He voiced his suspicion. "I bet they will not give up." Suddenly something caught their group's attention. Dylan sprang up ready to draw his sword, his voice tense, just as expected. "We will end this here." The one who appeared was Martha. She spoke coldly, "Truly a bunch of fools." Martha angrily warned, "If you insult us one more time, you will regret it." No sooner had she finished than she rushed forward like a storm, her eyes filled with determination. Dylan immediately commanded, "Attack from the front. 4th formation, focus your aura forward." The battle began. They twisted their ankles to gain momentum, ready for a head-on clash. Martha was the first to unleash her strike, slamming her sword down at Dylan. But he swiftly raised his sword to block. Dylan was stunned by her astonishing strength. What the hell, did she attack from the side? The sky was now dimming, the sun about to fully set. Buren appeared right behind Martha, ready to assist, coordinating with her to defeat their opponent, just as planned earlier. Arai quickly reminded his teammates, "Counterattack as we prepared." Buren engaged Arai in a duel. Just as Arai swung his sword, Buren swiftly ducked to evade. Buren slipped around to Arai's back. Realizing he held the advantage, Buren coldly sneered, "Idiot." With an expressionless face, Buren calmly executed each movement with precision. All the opponents were overpowered and lay fallen on the ground. Buren did not even glance at them, leaving only Arai standing there bewildered. His movements changed that quickly. He was astonished to realize they had altered their combat style. After such a fierce fight, Buren still stood without a single scratch. Dylan witnessed the terrifying scene, unable to hide his anger mixed with astonishment, wondering what the hell just happened. For them to have changed their fighting style like that. Arai too stood dumbfounded, sharing the same question. The brutal battle still showed no sign of ending. The two sides locked in a long struggle. Martha was fighting 3 men at once. Feeling that her attacks were working effectively, Martha rejoiced inwardly. He was right. Back in the past, Rayon seriously asked Buren, "Why do you think we lose when we are stronger as individuals?" He tried voicing the suspicion forming in his mind. Information and strategy, perhaps. Rayon immediately confirmed, "Exactly." He began analyzing thoroughly for the whole group. The 6th training hall already knew our personalities and skills. They prepared tactics around that. However, they themselves did not prepare anything because they thought they would surely win. In the end, they lost shamefully in a fight we could have won. Hearing this, Dorian showed a worried look. He stammered nervously, "Then we will lose." Martha was so enraged by Dorian's cowardice that she grabbed his collar and shouted loudly, "Shut up." He whimpered hastily, "I am sorry." Rayon spoke with a pensive tone, "Even if we do not consider it a complete loss, we have lost much stamina and aura. Indeed, we are at a disadvantage." But it is not only about information and tactics. As soon as those words ended, Martha and Buren simultaneously looked at him in surprise. Buren then voiced his curiosity. Rayon, do you have an idea? Martha had already released Dorian, waiting for Rayon's answer. He quickly explained, Kane Zeeghart, the top student of the 6th Training Hall, has very sharp eyes and intuition. Thanks to that, he can detect others from afar and assign students who can counter you to fight. Martha exclaimed in confusion, Kane Zeeghart. Rayon continued his analysis. Martha's strength lies in power and endurance, but her attacks are too predictable, so he sent swordsmen capable of withstanding them to drain her aura. Buren is quick, but his skills are rather simple, so he sent swordsmen good at adapting. So how to win? The simplest way would be to change the order of who fights who. But I think you do not want that, Martha hastily declared. I do not like that, I must win. Buren also agreed. Sorry, I feel the same. Rayon immediately reminded them. Then you must fight differently. Martha was taken aback. Differently. He bluntly pointed out each key point. Your fighting styles are too rigid. Yet there are many openings because they are not good at moving aura around their bodies. So find those openings and attack them. Buren, you are weak against opponents who rely on instinct to fight. But such people are often easy to deceive. You must abandon your usual style and trick them. I am certain you can do it. Martha suddenly snapped and questioned, Sounds nice. But have you not just been here observing us this whole time? Buren also voiced his opinion. It sounds like you only watched us fight. Rayon calmly replied, It is true that Kane has sharp senses, sharper than ordinary students. Though he gave Kane praise, Rayon himself was no less confident in his own teammates. He firmly declared, But my senses are sharper. Rayon sat calmly on a rock, sunlight shining directly on him, radiating dazzling brilliance. Rayon reflected thoughtfully. They are doing very well. It seems Run-On will not be able to lose. He turned his head slightly and spoke. Now then, behind him at that moment appeared the silhouette of a man. Seeing he had arrived, carrying his weapon in hand, Rayon quickly asked for confirmation. Shall we begin? Kane Zeeghart stood silently staring at him, eager to test himself against Rayon. Rayon thought inwardly, since the situation is different now than before, Kane has no choice but to go for the flag. He suddenly spoke his thoughts. I have been wondering why we lost. So you told them to fight differently. The rumor that you were not acknowledged by other students is false then. Rayon only glanced at Kane without saying a word. He resolutely declared, But this battle will end here. Rayon too had stood upright, gripping his sword tightly, ready to fight. The sword in Kane's hand suddenly radiated a blazing red light. He spoke. Rayon, I heard your aura is of the fire attribute. Kane stepped into a ready stance, his aura blazing and energy surging around him. The red light radiating from him shone straight into Rayon's face, making him momentarily stunned. Could Kane also have a fire aura? Kane arrogantly spoke. Not lucky for you. I have the highest rank fire aura. My aura is also greater than most official swordsmen. According to theory, you cannot possibly defeat me. Rayon only smirked and responded coldly. Why does everyone talk so much before fighting? Without wasting another word, he immediately unleashed his full power. His hair whipped around, his body ignited in a blaze of red flames. The heat radiating from him made the surroundings tremble. I will show you that my fire is enough to overwhelm you. As soon as he finished, Rayon charged like a storm. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Kane shivered inwardly, silently awed, so fast and the flames. He recalled the rumor that Rayon had defeated Martha, even Prince Owen. His aura was not as strong as mine, but his strength could not be underestimated. Nevertheless, Kane still firmly believed in his own power. Their swords clashed, sparks flying like fireworks in the night. The red aura spread throughout the space. But gradually, the one taking the advantage was Rayon. Swish, Rayon's sword grazed Kane's face, leaving a thin but deep cut. Kane froze, his heart racing. What? This is impossible. He thought desperately, is my fire weaker? Meanwhile, Rayon did not stop, each strike descending like a thunder hammer. Kane had to brace himself, but he grew increasingly exhausted. A strike exploded in the air. The sound echoed through the forest. Thick smoke filled the sky. As the smoke cleared, Kane lay face down on the ground, his body battered. Before his forehead, Rayon's cold sword pointed straight at him, giving him no escape. Rayon smirked and asked contemptuously, "Is your fire stronger?" Then, he suddenly said a sentence that left everyone stunned. "Yes, it is." Witnessing the scene before him, Dorian stared in astonishment, stammering, "That person is." He scratched his neck in confusion. What is Kane Sieghart doing here? At this moment, Rayon and Kane each sat on a rock with their backs to each other, saying nothing. A voice suddenly spoke up with curiosity. "The best way to turn the tide of battle is to defeat the opponent's leader. You know this would happen." Burin quietly nodded in agreement. He bowed his head silently and said, "Not only that. You are right, they were easily deceived, even if I was. If not for you, I might have already failed against the 6th Training Hall." Martha agreed with Burin and continued, "Although I do not want to admit it, he is right. If your judgment had been wrong, even I might have turned against you. But in the end, we still won." She did not hesitate to swear, "We have understood your talent and effort. We will follow your lead without complaint." Rayon and Runan looked at each other in surprise. Then Rayon smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "It seems they have matured quite a bit after this. Very good. This is the 5th Training Hall, I know." He looked at his teammates with affectionate eyes. After a while, the whole team lined up neatly. Rayon stood up and spoke as a leader. "Well done, everyone. Perhaps you all have understood the consequences of sleeping on victory and acting without thinking." He did not forget to warn, if this were a real battle, everyone would die. Rayon seriously reminded his teammates, "Do not forget the lessons learned today." Kane stood hidden in a corner silently observing his actions and attitude. He fell into thought. "Rayon Sieghart, you are announcing loudly, the sun is about to set. Today we will camp here, split into small groups, gather firewood and take turns keeping watch." He admired Rayon's maturity. "He is better than I thought, skilled in combat and also a very capable leader." Kane smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, "I thought the 5th Training Hall was full of arrogant people, but it turns out I am the most arrogant." He stepped forward toward him and extended his hand, expressing his thoughts. "I have learned a lot from you, Rayon Sieghart. You have taught me to never let my guard down and to always have a backup plan if the previous plan fails. I thought I would surely win because I believed I understood you all. But I not only lost a team match, I also lost a solo match against you. What I considered confidence was actually arrogance. Now I realize how small I really am." Kane spoke sincerely. "Thank you." He gave Rayon a very warm smile. Rayon could not help but be astonished by Kane's actions and words. Very quickly, he laughed silently in admiration. He is even more sincere than the members of the direct lineage. Rayon happily responded to Kane's handshake. "No problem," he quickly declared. "As I said, we will give our all for you." Time had passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 2 weeks later. Rayon led the group deep into the snow-covered forest. They stopped in front of a high cliff, and Rayon stood silently, observing the entire scene below. He joyfully announced, "We've arrived." Before Rayon now was the image of a simple rural village, though it seemed slightly unsettled. He thought to himself, a small village, nothing special, just a place where people live and farm day by day. This mission wasn't particularly extraordinary either. The task was simply to deal with the monsters that occasionally appeared and caused trouble. However, he furrowed his brow, his gaze becoming serious, noticing something unusual. His mind was in turmoil. Why do I have the feeling that someone is watching me? Rayon glanced around and observed. No examiner could have followed us. Moreover, its presence carries deadly intent. He continued to watch carefully and reminded himself, it's best to find its position first. Rayon then called out, "Burin, I need your help with something." He asked curiously, "What is it?" Rayon immediately went straight to the point. "You will lead everyone on this mission." Burin was stunned, confused, and asked, "Why?" Rayon gently explained, on the first mission, only Run-On and I could face the snow tiger claws, so perhaps it would be better for you to command. Didn't you say you wanted to be like me? He added encouragement. If so, then prove yourself with what you've learned. Buren quickly agreed. Fine, I'll show you. He displayed his rising determination, pounding his chest and affirming, I will be a good leader. Rayon then turned to inform the team. Everyone heard that, right? From now on, we will follow Buren's orders. The group responded in unison, understood. He carefully advised Martha, I'll explain to you later, just act normally. She turned sharply and said coldly, You don't need to remind me separately. I will follow all your arrangements. I'm always normal. Martha went to Buren to discuss plans, while Rayon stood silently, staring at her back. He whispered to the essence beside him, enraged. You feel someone is watching us too, right? It said in surprise. You already know. It began to fall into a state of pride. Well, of course, you inherited my abilities. Rayon didn't like idle talk and asked directly, Where are they, and how many of them? The Essence Emperor smiled smugly and posed a challenge. If I told you his direction, could you guess it? Before he could finish speaking, Rayon interrupted. Only one. The Essence Emperor was left speechless by Rayon and remained silent. Rayon immediately explained, because you said he, not they. Rayon cheerfully expressed his gratitude. Thanks for telling me. Enraged, the Essence Emperor gritted his teeth in frustration. That name. He screamed and thrashed behind, but Rayon ignored him, thinking to himself, It's still not certain that there is only one. Even if only one is following, there is a high chance he has accomplices nearby. I must not lower my guard. He placed his hands on his hips, looked up, and sighed in exasperation. Many things were tangled in his mind, making Rayon anxious. He thought this mission would not go smoothly. The cold weather only added to his gloom. Elsewhere deep in the forest, the Phantom, cloaked in black, asked, Where did they come from? Elita respectfully reported, Most of them are from the Sieghart clan. He commented with disdain, One of the 6 great emperors. Not worth mentioning. Elita offered her opinion. I think they are just some rookies, and there doesn't seem to be an instructor with them. So it is very likely this is their second mission. The Phantom asked, Were you discovered? He confidently affirmed, Of course not. I'm certain that even if I approached them, they probably wouldn't notice me. He spoke with satisfaction. I also did not expect a group of ordinary rookies to detect you. Elita added another piece of information, but we have already controlled the orcs, so why did they send these rookies here? The Phantom speculated. Perhaps the villagers noticed the increasing number of monsters and requested assistance. But our search for the stone was too slow. Perhaps we were overconfident. Elita continued. We have searched the area thoroughly, but still cannot find it. Perhaps it is inside this village. He carefully sought the opinion of his master. Should we attack now? The Phantom silently commanded. Do not wait. Elita tried to persuade him, but now is the best opportunity to eliminate those rookies. He picked up his orc helmet without explanation. Killing the rookies would be easy, but the matter of the mana stone would be exposed, causing more harm than good. Let them defeat the monsters, then return as if they have completed the mission. The Phantom removed his cloak and quickly put on the orc helmet, then said, afterwards. In an instant, the Phantom fully transformed into a terrifying orc. His entire body was a deep green, and his hands emitted green smoke. Standing upright, the Phantom outlined his next plan. When they leave, I will attack the village. Destroy everything in the way. His eyes shone, and the aura he radiated inevitably caused a shiver in anyone who saw it. Night had fallen, the moonlight cast a gentle glow, and the white mountain appeared majestic. Inside a small house, Rayon's group gathered around the dining table, quietly eating. Rayon pondered, staring at his teammates across from him, and thought, Buren Sieghart. Seeing that strange look in his eyes, Buren also sat there confused. Rayon silently observed, At first, I was a little worried about him, but he is doing much better than I expected. He does not exploit the Sieghart family reputation to be arrogant. Instead, he prioritizes the mission. reassuring the village chief and the villagers. I can see that he is trying to do better. Burin was hungry, so he ignored Rayon and continued eating. Rayon thought to himself, but I probably should not worry about Burin. Even if I am not here, Burin and the trainees can handle the monsters. The real issue is the one observing us while we are on the outskirts of the village. I am not sure, but I sensed they disappeared toward the mountains as we entered the village. He speculated curiously, is the Sieghart family testing us, or is it someone completely different? Perhaps tomorrow we will find the answer. Time passed quickly, and the forest brightened, with a strange footprint appearing on the grass. Burin touched it with his hand and concluded, it certainly seems like monsters are around here. Memories from yesterday resurfaced. The village chief stepped in front of him and said, monsters appear at this time of year, but this year there are 3 times as many as usual. We cannot handle so many monsters. Exactly. We have observed over 100 monsters so far, which means there could be over 200 in total. The problem is not only their number. You are probably not familiar with this forest, so I suggest we will prepare a guide for you so you will not get lost in the mountains. He is the fastest young man in the village, so I am sure he will help. Returning to the present, Kanbar, the guide for Mount Cebu, sighed dejectedly. Last night, when the village chief came to see me, I knew something was up, but he asked me to be the guide for the Sieghart family trainees. The worst thing always happens. Rayon stood behind, staring blankly at his expression. Then he suddenly spoke to reassure. Do not worry. Kanbar was surprised by his voice and looked up. Rayon firmly assured him, we will make sure to return home safely. At that moment, Burin spoke up as the team commander. All attention. Orcs usually fight better than other monsters, while goblins and imps cheat with poison or other tricks. He seriously reminded them, even a small wound could be fatal, so do not let your guard down. The teammates responded quickly, yes sir. Burin then turned to assign tasks to Kane's group. Training Hall 6. Please surround that area and monitor any monsters trying to escape. He nodded in agreement. Okay, leave it to us. As soon as everything was clearly divided, Burin immediately shouted the order. Then let us begin the raid, for the monsters threatening this land show the strength of the Sieghart family. After saying that, he led the team charging forward with blazing momentum. Ahead of them, the large dark silhouettes of the orcs appeared. Burin shouted decisively, let's go. The elite spirit murmured continuously in Rayon's ear, judging Burin's group. Those fools, doing something really stupid. They had been preparing an ambush all this time, and then suddenly started shouting, revealing their positions. Then what kind of ambush is that? Rayon calmly observes them while explaining, they are just shouting to calm their nervousness. A mistake like that can be excused since this is their first raid mission. He sighed internally. This guy should have been on his first raid too. But instead of being nervous, he is observing the bigger picture. The elite spirit also commented on Rayon. He seems like a seasoned veteran. Returning to the skirmish, Burin skillfully weaved through the orcs at an incredible speed, leaving them unable to understand what was happening. Martha excitedly declared, I will destroy all of them. Yet behind her, someone was sluggish and not excited about this at all. That was Runon. Burin swung his sword through the air and instructed, deal with the goblins and imps first, then attack the orcs. One teammate panicked and reported, they have broken through our formation. 2 trolls are moving in the other direction. Kanbar shivered and stammered, the trolls coming here, while Rayon still stood there, unmoved and fearless. He was ready to eliminate these pests. Kanbar continued shouting frantically, I really should not have come here. Rayon moved like a gust of wind, slashing the first orc's neck, its green blood splattering everywhere. After quickly taking care of one, he did not stop, charging at the second orc. It immediately swung its sword straight at Rayon, who swiftly leaned to the side to dodge. Rayon used his extraordinary speed to casually leave a slash on the orc's body. He kept his stance low, face frowning, Rayon's hands still gripping the hilt and scabbard tightly. He coldly closed his sword, and immediately, the orcs all spewed blood and fell backward. They lay flat on the cold snow. Kanbar panicked and fell on his butt, stammering, When did they die? Rayon gently asked. Are you hurt anywhere, Kanbar? He was slightly startled but quickly confirmed. No, I'm fine. He then expressed, I'm glad. I want to ask you something. Does this mountain have any urban legends? Kanbar slowly stood up and said, Urban legends. Rayon responded, something like a great treasure or monsters. He did not hesitate to reveal, there is one. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle occurred between the elf kingdom descending from the west and the night order here. People say the snow buried the ring of the elf king somewhere here. Rayon stared in astonishment. He stood dazed, looking at the distant mountain, and thought, I see, I understand now. The eyes I felt watching me just now and before, it is Eden. One of the 5 demons, notorious for madness and extremely cruel in personality. Eden's goal is revival, to restore the era when monsters dominated the world. They want to return to those times and regard monsters as gods. But if that were all, they would have been destroyed long ago. They possess the ability to control and tame monsters, and though human, they can also use the powers of monsters. Their power rivals the Sieghart family. Their strange strength is a secret even the famed families of the continent do not know. But Rayon knew that secret, his eyes radiating a coldness that caused some fear. Thanks to Darius Robert, in the past, he once told Rayon about it. He and his teammates at that time had encountered Eden on a mission ordered by Robert. Eden killed the entire stealth team, leaving only Rayon alive in that hellish scene. Rayon was now lost in vague thoughts. At that time he did not realize it. But it was certainly strange. From the beginning, Robert knew Eden used the Mana Stone. As one of the 6 emperors, how did he know that? And why did he not reveal it to the whole world? Seeing him standing there silently, the elite spirit curiously asked, What are you thinking? He confirmed, I can feel a deep, dark rage within you. Rayon hugged his chest and pondered, thinking of Darius disturbing his emotions. He reluctantly closed his eyes, breathed steadily, and told himself, Stay calm, now, Eden is the priority. Rayon believed Eden's goal was to find the Mana Stone of the Elf King. Hundreds of years had passed since the Elf King lost the battle here. He was certain an extremely powerful Mana Stone was buried somewhere. Rayon observed his surroundings and reasoned. Therefore their plan must be to make us think we completed the mission, so they can find the Mana Stone after we leave. Meanwhile, on Burin's side, he was still fighting fiercely. Burin declared decisively, that leader, I will end this with an ultimate strike. Before he could even touch it, a thick smoke rose and obscured his view. Burin quickly withdrew his hand, staring at the scene with a bewildered expression. As the smoke nearly cleared, Martha appeared, her sword still plunged straight into the ground. She spoke, It's mine. Burin annoyedly turned his head and exhaled sharply. He responded, truly lacking dignity. Then Burin forcefully swung his hand and announced, The leader is dead. Now, we just deal with the rest. His teammates looked at him with admiration. On this side, Rayon quietly asked Kanbar about the Elf King story. Has anyone ever found treasure or jewelry in the mountains since then? He did not hide anything and told the story plainly. Actually, when I was young, the village chief went up the mountain and returned with a red piece of jewelry, which he found on the mountain peak. Rayon curiously asked, Where is that jewelry now? Kanbar honestly revealed, most people noticed, but the village chief buried it under his house. Actually, for some reason, it made the village warmer. Rayon exclaimed in astonishment, that is. He was confused by Rayon's expression and muttered, Is there a problem? Rayon clenched his hand and fell into thought. The situation is worse than I imagined. Is there a problem if Eden does not find the Mana Stone in the mountain? They will burn down this village. Thinking of the peaceful countryside engulfed in flames and smoke made him extremely worried. In the snow-covered forest, Burin's group carefully looked around and reported the situation to each other. We don't see any orcs around anymore. Same here. We have completed the conquest. After everything had been settled, the village chief came to shake hands with Burin and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for going this far for us. He did not hesitate to praise him. You truly are skilled as the Sieghart family described. Sincerely thank you. Burin responded warmly. Of course, I'm glad I could help you. Rayon stood in a corner behind them, quietly observing his close teammates. Rayon's expression suddenly showed melancholy. He lowered his head in despair when a voice unexpectedly spoke up. Did everything go according to your plan? Rayon looked up toward the source of the voice. Martha was leisurely sitting on a tree biting an apple and said, although I don't really know what you want either. After speaking, she silently chewed her apple while looking down at Rayon. He exclaimed in surprise, Martha. Rayon answered her earlier question, I'm not sure either, but I will tell you when the time comes. Martha quickly jumped down to the ground to comfort him. Don't worry, no matter what happens. She passed by Rayon whispering, I will follow your orders until the mission is complete. Ranon stepped forward curiously and asked, Rayon, what are you doing here? Hearing her voice, he immediately turned toward her. She came closer and asked, Are you worried about something? You don't look very happy. Rayon hurriedly denied, I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Then he reminded her, the village chief said he's holding a feast. Let's go quickly. Rayon frowned and thought, Eden will not dare approach until we leave. The next day, on the outskirts of Cebu village, the sky was clear and cool, and the weather was very pleasant. Burin looked at the bright and peaceful scenery and smiled in satisfaction. He thought, perfect. Kane, on this side, was also deep in thought. We defeated all the monsters on Cebu Mountain, and we finished with very few injuries. Even though it's the first mission, we were able to accomplish it excellently. Burin glanced quietly at Rayon behind him and realized, perhaps that's why Rayon no longer demanded to lead. He was still puzzled. His leadership made no mistakes. I don't understand why he entrusted the responsibility to me. Rayon turned his head away, avoiding Burin's gaze. Burin smiled inwardly, but I hope he realizes that my leadership ability can be on par with his. Burin happily continued fulfilling his responsibility as the team commander. He shouted to remind everyone, let's leave here quickly. Everyone followed his leadership and moved forward together. Rayon suddenly stepped back, as if he had noticed something unusual, and immediately commanded everyone to stop. They were confused and asked each other, what's going on? Can't we continue? Isn't it too early to set up camp yet? He lowered his head in silence and announced, this is when the real mission begins. Kane asked in confusion, what do you mean, Rayon? Can you confirm again? As I said, the mission is not over yet. Burin asked in astonishment, what are you talking about? We've defeated all the orcs and even cleaned up, so what do you mean by that? Rayon explained coldly, our mission is to defeat the monsters and protect the village. Burin asked curiously, so what's the problem? He answered directly, someone has been watching us just now. Burin was stunned and exclaimed, what? Rayon began to narrate the story in detail. They had been observing us for about an hour earlier and then disappeared. You might call it a guide, but I sensed hostility, too hostile to be considered a guide. I felt those watching eyes even before we set foot in the village, and I sensed them disappear when we moved far enough away from the village. Burin could hardly believe it and said, are you serious? Martha spoke urgently, waiting, even before we arrived. Rayon immediately confirmed, more precisely, from the moment we set foot on the hill at the village. Her voice became hesitant, so the reason you entrusted leadership to Burin was. Rayon did not hesitate to admit, yes, I concealed my presence to better sense the enemy. Kane frowned and thought, I bet he sensed this even during the wager, but his tactical and sensory abilities are much better than the other guides. I couldn't even tell someone was following us. Burin stammered and asked, so that's why you gave me command? Rayon explained, exactly. I thought if you took command, you could take good care of the rookies. He did not forget to sincerely praise Burin. You did very well too. I'm sure the enemy thought you were the leader of the rookies because of that, and they didn't pay attention to me. Rayon stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. You are a true Zeekart. I'll nominate you as the second top rookie when we return. Burin's morale collapsed. He muttered in disappointment, damn it. I thought I was on par with Rayon, but he was actually just studying the enemy while no one noticed, and I didn't even know and was happy thinking I was equal to him. Rayon quickly reminded his teammates. From the beginning, monsters cannot communicate with other creatures. But in this mission, the orcs and goblins are working together, which means the enemy used some kind of magic to control the monsters. Our first mission is to protect the village. Our mission is still not over because there are still potential threats endangering the village. We will return to Cebu village, but we must be very discreet so the enemy cannot realize that we are coming back. It would be ideal if we had suitable equipment for this, but unfortunately, we do not. Dorian next to him shook his head repeatedly. In just a short while, he spread out a mat on the ground with 4 blankets on it, and excitedly asked, "Is this enough discreet equipment?" Rayon sat down to check it out. He asked Dorian in surprise, "Where did you get all this?" He cheerfully replied, "I brought it just in case." Rayon was stunned and exclaimed, "You brought 40 of them just in case?" Dorian confirmed, "Being well prepared is never too much." Rayon stammered in admiration, "Very good." Rayon quickly gave instructions, "Then we will follow the stealth training. Crane, you report our current situation to a nearby branch of the Zeegard family because you are the fastest among us." Crane was a little startled but agreed immediately. Then Crane hurried off, and Rayon turned back to seriously instruct the team, "Everyone, from now on follow my orders at all costs. I will not tolerate any disobedience." 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary hideout near Mount Cebu, Elita knelt to report. Finally, they had all left. We checked the remaining area to be sure, but there was no problem. Illusion immediately issued orders, "Then we will start the plan." His blue eyes glowed while emanating a strange spiritual energy. Illusion roared loudly, recovered. He clenched both fists, every muscle tensed. He had only stomped lightly and already cracked the ground, carrying the huge sword on his shoulder with a self-satisfied grin. The orcs walked with heavy steps due to their oversized bodies, but exuded overwhelming presence. They had gathered in large numbers on the high cliffs, each carrying sharp weapons. Illusion stood alone on the highest cliff, shouting orders, "Kill them." The orcs immediately charged with bloodthirsty ferocity. Illusion smiled with his sharp teeth bared, instructing his subordinates, "Do not let a single one escape." Rayon and Burin stood above, observing the massive orc army below. Burin couldn't hide his astonishment. There really were still orcs. He anxiously said, "We have to truly wipe them out this time." Rayon immediately objected to this idea. "No, not yet. Didn't I tell you that someone has been watching us?" He tried to explain as clearly as possible. "It's not the eyes of monsters, but of humans. We still haven't identified who the enemy is." Burin, losing patience, shouted, "But look at how many orcs there are. The village cannot stop all of them." Rayon then presented a plan. "But if we intervene now and lose, everyone will die." Burin argued fiercely, "We'd better intervene now if we want to save the village." Rayon reminded him of the past. "Don't you remember the guide said that understanding the mission is extremely important? It's not time yet." Rayon cautiously warned everyone, "And we even have to be more careful because the enemy comes from Eden." Cain asked in surprise, "Wait, Eden?" Martha exclaimed in shock, "Do you mean Eden from the 5 demons?" Rayon replied, "If it's Eden or a monster of Lord rank, then we need to be careful." Burin lowered his head in worry, honestly admitting, "I understand how powerful Eden is, and you are right. But if we don't act now, half the village will die, and we'll have to wait here while the enemy massacres the people." Burin ground his teeth in anger, growling, "I thought you were someone worthy of the Zeegard name, but this is wrong. We must act immediately." He thumped his chest confidently, declaring, "That is what a Zeegard swordsman should do." Swordsman. Burin charged forward fiercely, sword in hand, shouting, "I don't care if you follow me or not. Anyone among you who believes themselves a true Zeegard swordsman, follow me." Rayon stood dumbfounded behind, exclaiming, "That guy." Run-On announced coldly, "I'm going now." Without hesitation, she leapt down the cliff to go with Burin. The others began whispering among themselves, "Lord Burin is right. Being from the Zeegard family, it's shameful to fear just because the opponent is one of the 5 demons." "That's true. We are novices in the alliance of the 6 emperors." Then, they all thought alike and shouted in unison, "We're coming too. We must quickly protect the village and its people." Kane also called out determinedly, "Training Hall 6, pull yourselves together. We'll assist Hall 5 in attacking Eden's shadows." Dylan responded decisively, "Yes, sir." On the cliff, only 5 remained, deciding to stay. Rayon thought to himself, "Everything is unfolding exactly as I predicted." From my observation, Burin and the novices, given their personalities, cannot tolerate injustice, so they will rush to stop Eden and the monsters. That's why I sent Run-On a message through Aura, follow them from behind first. With Burin, Run-On, and Kane on their way, even Eden wouldn't be able to withstand them if anything goes wrong. Rayon glanced back and asked, "Martha, why aren't you going? I thought you'd be the first to run." She reaffirmed firmly, "I told you, I will follow your orders to the end." Rayon exhaled, looking at Martha with gentle, slightly helpless eyes, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He quickly announced, "All right, then we'll move toward that village like them, but conceal our presence as much as possible during the journey. Eden's reinforcements are surely hiding somewhere, not at the front lines." Rayon fell into thought. "I can particularly sense a very strong killing intent coming from the mountain, not the village. Training halls 5 and 6 can handle the remaining enemies, but if they confront that one directly, they will be in danger. However, that only happens if they face him directly. Assassinating him is another matter entirely." At this moment, a chaotic battle was unfolding. Burin's commands rang out, "Don't take the attacks of the ogres head-on, retreat and then counterattack. If fighting them alone is too difficult, form a team. Remember, if we don't stop them here, the village will be in danger." After a while, he grew weary. Burin thought to himself, "These orcs are far more ferocious than the ones we fought yesterday, but this level won't be a problem for protecting the village. The real issue is that Eden, our enemy, is still out there. They will never stop here." He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, Rayon was right again in the end. Burin immediately shouted a warning, "All troops, watch out for dangers above and the camouflaged hazards of the forest." A teammate turned around in shock and exclaimed, "Impossible. It is Eden's 6-color phantom core," Burin thought to himself, "wearing goblin masks and hoods. It must be them. I expected them to come, but I did not expect them to come in such numbers." He thought to himself, "A quick glance showed at least 40 of them. We need to play this right if we want to fight so many enemies." Burin urgently directed his teammates, "Kane, hold back the orcs with the others. Do not let them enter the village. Run-On use cold air to freeze the feet of the orcs and the 6-color phantoms. I will charge." Run-On calmly replied, "Understood. She has already taken her fighting stance." Run-On decisively declared, "I will freeze all of them." Then she immediately slashed, sending white snow flying. Not stopping there, Run-On used her second technique, long ice pillars that rose from the ground. The bodies of the orcs grew extremely cold. They stiffened, almost turning to stone. On this side, Burin did not fall behind. He displayed his talent, unleashing the continuous flow sword technique and the wind collecting sword. He stomped hard with his heel to launch himself forward. Burin's attack speed was like a whirlwind. He nimbly weaved through and slashed the orcs before they could react. One of the 6-color phantom core was sitting on a high branch doing something. Seeing his strange action, Burin could not help but wonder. He was blowing into a tube, and something shot out at incredible speed. It plunged straight toward Burin, but fortunately did not hit him. The entire team panicked and screamed, poisonous needles falling from the sky, using aura to block them or using body techniques to dodge them. A teammate urgently shouted a report, "Lord Burin, they dropped a bag of poisonous gas." He angrily cursed under his breath, "Damn, this poison is stronger than the monster's poison." Burin immediately reminded, "Everyone, cover your mouths." The black gas gradually spread everywhere. Some people collapsed, their strength almost completely depleted. They weakly shouted, "Forget aura. I cannot even lift my sword." Burin could not bear the current situation. He shivered with anger, cursing in his heart. At that moment, not only the remaining members, but I also inhaled the poison. my body would not move as I wished. Runon's complexion also worsened. But the goblins and the 6-color phantoms were completely unharmed. If this continues, they will wipe us out. Burin gripped his sword tightly, trying to resist until the last moment. A cloud of white smoke rose in front of him. Burin was stunned and exclaimed, "This energy, this destructive power." Martha, as he had predicted, had appeared here to rescue her teammates. Martha brought several others to assist. She shouted decisively, "Let's deal with these idealistic fools. Clean up all of Eden's trash. Don't let a single one escape." Burin's group quickly regained hope. They joyfully exclaimed, "Reinforcements! Miss Martha and reinforcements have arrived." If they had come even a little later, we would have passed out from the poison. Get up and fight together. Burin smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, I still haven't seen Rayon, but with Martha and the reinforcements, the situation can be turned around. If things continue like this, we can win. Martha's group drove the 6-color corps to flee. One of them muttered in confusion, "What kind of rookie is this? That's so strong, let's run. If we stay until the end, we'll die." A powerful voice rang out, "Are you planning to flee the battlefield?" The 6-color corps immediately froze in place. Martha and Runon were both stunned and shocked upon hearing this strange voice. Burin's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before him. He stammered, "Impossible." Burin silently assessed, "A presence far stronger than those we faced before. The 6-color champion goblin phantom, and the ability to speak human language. This one is none other than Eden, the 6-color battle phantom, Eden Green battle phantom." Burin demanded, "A warrior like you, what are you doing here?" He answered straightforwardly, "I received reports that you returned here. Did you come back after realizing our ambush plan and want to stop it? Compared to the rookies, you are quite skilled. From what I observed of your strength, that black-haired woman seems quite strong. But if you know the difficulties and want to stay alive, you should quietly leave. The reason you all will die here today is that you do not understand the heavens and the earth." As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom without hesitation struck a blade down toward Burin. The piles of white snow were smashed high into the air, showing that the conflict between the two sides had begun. After relentless struggle, the group of Burin suffered a disastrous defeat. They collapsed at the feet of the phantom. The remaining teammates began to whisper in fear. With just one strike, 3 of them fell. "Where is Lord Kane?" "Lord Kane is facing the goblins beside the wooden defensive fence." "Damn. What about Lord Rayon?" They loudly asserted. There was no way he would show himself after witnessing that scene. Martha, though in pain, forced herself to get up. The phantom asked in surprise, "You can stand?" He judged her. "It seems you are the top trash among the trash here. Of course that is obvious because you were able to sense our presence." The phantom continued to mock. "But even so, you are just a budding sapling that I will crush under my feet. You ordinary insects, no effort, no strength, no discipline, your luck has run out." He arrogantly declared, "All of you will die here today," and the phantom swung his blade. Suddenly, a voice rebuked him. No, it was Rayon, who flew in with his sword aiming to strike the phantom from behind. Rayon gathered his strength, preparing to slash down, and said decisively, "You will die." The phantom's senses were sharp, and he immediately turned around to notice Rayon. He suddenly spun toward Rayon, intending to execute some attack. But before he could act, he was struck by Rayon's 10,000 flames technique. One flame torrent, severing one of his arms. His arm fell heavily onto the cold, snow-covered ground, a gruesome sight. Rayon landed gently with a calm, unchanging expression, his eyes radiating deadly cold. The phantom, still amused, praised Rayon. "The ambush just now was quite good." He arrogantly sneered, "But it seems you did not expect that I have a way to prevent your strike from hitting my neck." Rayon gritted his teeth and cursed, "You crazy bastard, sacrificing your arm for this. But what I want to do is still yet to come. Still yet to come." The phantom arrogantly spoke, "Even though that was a surprise attack, to sever my arm shows quite some skill, a promising Zeegard. But that is all. Looking at your current state, it is clear you have used up most of your strength in that strike." Rayon's hand began to tremble. He thought to himself, just as he said, I forced myself too much with the intention of ending this with that surprise attack. So now even standing feels unstable. Rayon probed, are you the one in charge here? And the Phantom sneered, do you think my superior would show up for a tiny village like this? Rayon explained, you lunatics never act as predicted. The Phantom looked at Rayon with a sinister gaze and remarked, you have quite a mouth for that face. Let's see how long you can keep talking. Then he violently lunged forward with his blade. Rayon remained determined to fight back fiercely, thinking to himself, I haven't fully recovered yet, but it's all right. The Phantom is the same. He leapt forward using only one hand to attack Rayon. The Phantom laughed with excitement. Can you endure? You are much stronger than I thought. Rayon snapped irritably, if you can't endure this, I might as well give up being a swordsman. The Phantom roared loudly, energetically striking repeatedly at him. Rayon struggled heavily to defend. The Phantom both praised and mocked him, thinking like that is good, brat. The battle raged violently, dust flying everywhere, the Phantom showing no sign of stopping, and Rayon resolutely refused to yield. Burin's condition had improved by now. He could sit up, and from a distance, Burin watched the fight in amazement. How is this possible? That green battle Phantom had even defeated our group with a single strike. Yet he can stand on equal footing with him. And not only that, he also used the linked flow sword technique just like him. Burin felt a little disappointed, thinking he had caught up. But Rayon was no longer at a rookie level. Martha stepped beside him and revealed, that is his true power. What he showed earlier was just the surface. She worries silently, but that is still not enough. It may seem balanced, but Rayon hasn't even had time to recover the strength and spiritual energy he used for the surprise attack. Can he defeat the green battle Phantom with only that remaining strength? Suddenly, Run-On appeared behind the two of them and suggested, we have to help Rayon. Martha sighed and warned, don't you see I'm holding back too? I'm even weaker than you. What can I do there? If I rush in, even one mistake will cost our lives in a single strike. Run-On ignored every word and coldly raised her sword. So what? Martha was surprised by her attitude. I thought she would be afraid, but she is calmer than usual, which means she is different from when she was tailing Rayon. Burin expressed his opinion. I feel ashamed even hesitating. But Run-On said, we have to help Rayon. Martha helplessly warned, have you forgotten the previous attack? Do you really think things will be different if all three of us rush in together? He didn't hesitate to step forward with Run-On and affirmed firmly, even so, I cannot turn my back and let my comrades fend for themselves. We are Sieghart swordsmen. Martha drew the sword from her back and said, if anything goes wrong, you will be responsible. She went along with the other two and called out, fight with your lives. On the other side, the Phantom excitedly spoke. A rookie who can withstand me this long is truly remarkable. Your talent is enough that I want to recruit you to Eden. He then asked, what is your name? Rayon, still panting, answered without hesitation, Rayon Sieghart. The Phantom's eyes seemed to harbor some scheme. He then confirmed, wait, are you a direct descendant of Sieghart? Judging by your hair and eyes, I had my doubts. The Phantom commented, it seems the blood of the Northern Destruction King runs thick in your veins. He changed his expression in an instant. I retracted my recruitment offer. In this situation, I will do whatever it takes, using every possible means. The Phantom roared in declaration, to eliminate you. A terrifying aura radiated from his whole body. The Phantom laughed wildly. Dark black energy rose from him. Within him surged an intense fighting spirit. He leapt forward full of vitality. The Phantom showed no mercy, decisively striking his blade straight toward Rayon. The force of the Phantom was overwhelming, blowing Rayon's hair back. Rayon widened his eyes and cursed under his breath, this madman. The Phantom slashed diagonally, forcing Rayon to lean back to dodge. Rayon thought in astonishment, he's faster now. Is he using his life force to add more strength? I barely managed to hold on with fire orbs, but I haven't fully recovered yet. As Rayon struggled in this difficult situation, not knowing how to counter, Martha appeared. She swung her sword, preparing to strike the Phantom from behind, and Rayon couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Martha. She landed on the ground and simultaneously slashed straight at the phantom. Blood spurted from his back instantly. The phantom glanced back, angrily cursing, "A tiny thing like you dares." He suddenly became flustered, his hands starting to stiffen. He was about to be frozen completely. This move was none other than Runon's doing. She glided over Rayon, causing him to pause. Runon pointed her sword at the phantom and unleashed her next move. Ice spiritual energy, breath of winter. Immediately, she slashed her sword, and sharp snow spikes began to rise. Burin also joined forces with the two teammates, running toward the phantom to attack. Burin used his own technique, continuous sword method, spirit light thrusts, and the phantom had to endure a series of rapid strikes from him. But perhaps they underestimated his strength. The phantom lifted Burin effortlessly with one hand, leaving him stunned and spitting a mouthful of blood. He mocked, "Do you think such petty tricks can take me down? It seems you have underestimated me. If you weren't at least at the level of that blonde kid, you would never touch me." Burin smirked unexpectedly and replied, "Yes, as you said. With the attack we just used it would be hard to defeat you, but at least it bought some time." The phantom was taken aback, saying, "What?" The ground where Martha stood suddenly surged, dust and smoke billowing, spiritual energy spreading, maintaining the situation. The sword in her hand drew strength from the earth, and Martha gained great confidence. She declared, "Let's see if you can withstand this strike." Martha rushed to attack the phantom like a storm with incredible speed, weaving nimbly from side to side. He grew furious and roared, "Those brats!" Immediately, the phantom swung wildly, gathering a large chunk of snow and throwing it forcefully at Burin and Martha, sending them flying. Both of them slammed their backs against the tree behind them, crying out in pain. The phantom immediately shouted a warning. Insignificant pests should know their place. Insignificant pests should know their place. Suddenly, Rayon appeared behind him, drawing a circle on the ground with his sword and declaring, "Not meaningless." Rayon expressed his gratitude. "Thanks everyone. Thanks to your efforts I had enough time to recover. I promise I won't let the opportunity you risked your lives to create go to waste. Leave everything to me." The phantom, curious, asked, "How do you still have so much power? Who exactly are you?" Rayon kindly advised him, "Eden's green battle phantom. You should feel honored. This is the first time I have used this skill against an enemy." He thought he couldn't use it yet, but thanks to the insight gained in this battle, now he can. Rayon immediately shouted, "Myriad Flames Fist of Fire." Flames blazed around him, showing that Rayon's power was no joke. The phantom thought in shock, "Those flames, they are different from what he displayed before. Instinct tells me they are very dangerous, no matter the cost. I must kill him immediately." He charged forward, roaring, dying, while Rayon on the opposite side was fully ready to counter and face the phantom. He narrowed his eyes, exuding fierce determination, fighting with all his might. Just as the phantom raised his knife, he was met with a straight vertical slash from Rayon. Blazing red auras surrounded Rayon. The ground shook violently as he swung his sword down in a straight strike. Blue blood from the phantom's body splattered everywhere, staining Rayon's coat, and he bowed his head in silence. The orc helmet on his head was split in two by the sharp sword and fell to the ground. The phantom toppled backward, a vertical wound clearly visible on his body, and his life ended there. Seeing the result before him, Rayon exhaled in relief, finally feeling the burden in his heart lifted. Runon still held her sword tightly with both hands, silently observing from a distance. Martha clutched her stomach and struggled to rise, stammering in shock. "Rayon, you really?" Burin immediately exclaimed, "He really defeated the green battle phantom." Rayon raised his sword and loudly reminded his comrades, "Everyone, it's not over yet. The green battle phantom legion is still here, for the peace and prosperity of the kingdom. Kill them all." Everyone united, a powerful aura surging, and they all resolutely responded, "Yes, sir." After a while, the remaining members of the Green Battle Phantom Legion were completely wiped out under Rayon's group's swords, and everyone rejoiced. Burin stepped closer to Rayon and called out, "Hey Rayon Zeegart," and Rayon turned to look at him. Burin got straight to the point. "You were right. If it weren't for you and the reinforcements intervening in time, we probably would have all died, and moreover, the villagers we were supposed to protect would have died too." Burin bowed his head in acknowledgement, thanking Rayon for saving them and apologizing for not listening, adding, "Even if you had reminded me, I still wouldn't have paid attention to the village." He boldly patted his chest and explained, "Ignoring injustice out of weakness is not something a Zeegart swordsman should do." Rayon turned his back coldly and simply muttered. Burin, stunned, asked again, "What?" Rayon replied, "You all fought with everything you had, and my victory over the Green Battle Phantom is largely thanks to your efforts. Even missing just one person could have caused unforeseen consequences." Every word Rayon spoke was sincere, so, "Thank you all, I truly mean it." Burin tried to hide his embarrassment, then turned away firmly. "I don't fully understand what you're saying, but I will become stronger so that this will never happen again, and then I won't need your help anymore." Rayon did not forget to praise Martha. "She did very well. I had a chance to recover thanks to her. Thank you for following my orders." He looked at Martha with a tender gaze that left her stunned. Then Martha softly smiled happily at Rayon's words. She passed by him and said, "If just following orders is too much, then I'd rather die. I'm going to the village to help them. Do whatever you want." Rayon, exhausted, leaned on his legs and breathed in the air, wondering, "Is this really over?" Rayon muttered in frustration, "Damn it, I relaxed too soon. I can't feel my legs anymore." He collapsed from exhaustion, and Runan hurriedly ran over to support his body. She asked worriedly, "Rayon, are you okay?" Rayon looked surprised and asked, "Runan, you've always been here, haven't you? How did you know I was about to fall?" She sighed and honestly explained, "Just like at the training school. It's as if all your strength was completely drained." Rayon comfortably leaned into Runan's embrace and expressed, "I feel the same." She happily thought to herself, "Not only do I care about them, but they also care about me." A long while later, the sky had darkened, and Rayon finally woke up and sat up, quietly saying, "Thank you." Runan still supported his shoulders, and he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise as he turned to look at the side. The system sent a notification. Rayon Zeegart, after a difficult battle, has exceeded his limits, successfully ambushed and defeated a stronger opponent. As a result, all stats increased by 1. Received the special skill Shadowless Strike and the title Immovable Heart. Current status, title, Immovable Heart. Status, Curse of Misfortune. Special skills, Frenzy, Fire Ring 4 stars, 10,000 Flames Cultivation 3 stars, Fire Resistance 3 stars, Misfortune Aura 3 stars, Master of Perception 4 stars, Water Resistance 1 star, Shadowless Strike 1 star. Stats, Agility 58, Strength 57, Stamina 59, Energy 42, Perception 64. Rayon inwardly felt satisfied. Defeating that Green Battle Phantom yielded a good reward. All stats increased, and even a new skill and title were obtained. He thought to himself, "I'll review it carefully later." Rayon quickly stood up and instructed Runan, "I feel better too. Go to the village to help them. I'll check around here for any dangers." Then he sat quietly in a corner, checking the system panel while thinking, "This Immovable Heart title is more useful than I thought. 3% seems small, but as I get stronger, that increase will be significant. From now on, I'll have to fight opponents much stronger than me, so this will be very useful." The system displayed, "The title Immovable Heart is for those with firm will, unshakable before strong opponents." Effect: when fighting a stronger opponent, all stats increase by 3%. Shadowless Strike 1 star. When performing an assassin strike, your aura decreases and the critical chance of that strike increases. Rayon felt a bit regretful. Shadowless Strike seems like a special assassin skill. If I had it before fighting that guy, I could probably have killed him on the first ambush. The Imperial Essence suddenly appeared, staring with wide eyes, and exclaimed, "Wait, defeating just a lower-level monster and receiving such good rewards. This system was created by me. But how can this be? You teased him a little, saying, "Thanks to you, I'm getting stronger so fast." "Thank you, Fury." The Imperial Essence angrily declared, "I won't let you die easily. I will skin you, drink your blood, and make you die in agony." Rayon decisively stood up, waved his hand, and said, "Do it if you can." He stared after him, dumbfounded. The Imperial Essence followed him relentlessly, not willing to leave for a single second, thrashing and screaming noisily. In the peaceful village, Rayon's teammates were actively helping the villagers, carrying things, repairing, their voices constantly echoing. "Bringing some wood over here. Where are the scraps from earlier? The wooden fence is finished." Rayon suddenly woke up, his eyes still half closed and not fully alert. He quickly sat up, rubbed his forehead, and muttered, "I just wanted to rest a bit, and didn't expect to fall asleep completely." Then Rayon adjusted his clothes neatly and opened the door to look outside. Seeing the lively and warm scene before him, he happily thought, "It seems while I was sleeping they finished repairing the fence." A voice suddenly called from behind, "Rayon, you're awake." Runon carried a bucket of water and a towel, walking over to check on him, asking, "How do you feel?" Rayon replied, "After a nap I feel better." She reminded him, "Then come on, everyone is waiting for you." Rayon froze, puzzled, "Waiting for me?" Runon immediately answered, "The people of Cebu village." A couple in the village bowed their heads in gratitude. The elder spoke from the heart, "On behalf of everyone in the village, we sincerely thank you, the swordsmen of Zeegart. Thank you for protecting us. You risked your lives to defend us. Without you, this village would have been destroyed." The elder concluded with a final word, "We will always remember this." Rayon stood there, stunned by the affection everyone showed him. He turned to look back at his loyal teammates who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, their bright and warm faces stirring his heart. He thought to himself, "I can feel the respect from my teammates and the sincere gratitude of the villagers. This is the first time I've felt this. In my previous life, when I lived as an assassin, I never did good deeds. The only thing that mattered was life or death. It was all because of Darius Robert." At that time, Rayon seemed to have lost all humanity. He was a cold, indifferent person. All the dirty deeds he did, all the people he killed, were just to gain recognition from him. Rayon stirred the determination within his heart, thinking to himself, "But now, I must live a different life." He silently wondered, "Have I ever thought this way before?" He clenched his fists and reflected, "I can feel the ambition rising inside me, desire taking hold of my soul. From now on, I will live as a swordsman, and I will witness this scene many more times." He looked up at the pure moonlight shining in the dark night sky. At this moment, Rayon longed to live a meaningful life of his own, and he silently affirmed, "This is my goal, my ideal. My ideal." In another scene, where everyone was chatting cheerfully with bright smiles on their faces, Rayon suddenly spoke up, "Village chief, do you have a moment? I have something I want to ask." Hearing this, the chief replied, "Rayon, of course." They carefully moved to a more secluded spot, away from the crowd to ensure privacy. Once there, the chief curiously asked, "What do you want to ask about?" Rayon began, "Do you know who controlled the orcs that attacked the village this time?" The chief quickly answered, "Yes, the blue-haired swordsman told me. I heard it was one of the 5 demons, Eden." Then the chief added thoughtfully, "I don't understand why they targeted this village. It's just a small, obscure place." Rayon continued thoughtfully, "During the battle, I heard Kanbar say that you once brought a red gem from Mount Ibu." The chief admitted honestly, "Yes, I found one on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village." "Impossible," Rayon confirmed, "Yes, Eden is after that gem." The chief then regretted deeply, "So, you mean all this chaos happened because of that? I almost destroyed the village with my own hands." Rayon continued, "This time we managed to stop them. But as long as the gem remains here, Eden will keep attacking." The chief exclaimed in shock, "How could that be?" But then he sighed heavily, saying, "After I buried the gem, the fields grew more fertile, and the village became warmer, so we considered it a protective talisman. I never imagined it would be a cursed stone attracting Eden." Finally, he hesitated, asking, "What should we do now?" Should we dig it up and discard it? But Rayon quickly dismissed the idea. No, I will take it with me. Hearing this, the chief was stunned. What, you will? Rayon explained. Eden sees humanity as a sacrifice for their resurgence. Even if you abandon the gem, Eden will seek it. I will bring it to Zeegart. The chief anxiously said, but then Eden will target Zeegart. We can't put such a danger on you. Before he could finish, Rayon interrupted. It's fine. He placed a hand on his left chest and said firmly, this is the path of Zeegart. Faced with Rayon's determination, the chief could only remain silent. Then he bowed respectfully and said, once again, Zeegart has shown us infinite kindness. Rayon, hearing those 3 words, doubted and said, once again. Many decades ago, when the chief was slightly older than Rayon is now, the current head of the Glen Zeegart family saved this village. The chief quickly confirmed, yes, I remember it clearly. Glen saved the village from a horde of monsters, just like you. He smiled warmly at them and treated them with respect. Rayon recalled Glen's stern expression and marveled. Such a friendly smile, it's hard to imagine him like that. Then the chief remembered, oh my meaningless story has gone on too long. Please follow me. I will show you where the gem is. Soon, they arrived, and the chief, digging into the earth, sighed. It was buried here. I never thought the thing we believed was protecting the village would be cursed. Rayon then asked, what is the cloth wrapped around the stone? The chief honestly explained, it's a piece of fabric passed down through my family for generations. We wrapped the gem in it to hide its red glow and buried it. Rayon stared at the stone before him, thinking, this is the mana stone of the Goblin King. If this mana stone falls into Eden's hands, a new monster with the power of the Goblin King will be born, which is even more terrifying than the apocalypse. Then Rayon reminded, Chief, first, cover it with the cloth. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Now it makes sense, he said casually. That cloth conceals the mana energy of the stone, which is why they couldn't find it even after scouring the entire mountain. Rayon heard frenzied blood warn that otherwise, this village would have already turned to ashes, and he immediately shouted, you bastard, who are you? Actually inside Rayon was surprised and thought, what? He came this close and I did not notice at all. Facing Rayon's unfriendly attitude, frenzied blood teased and said, me, who knows? He just flicked his fingers, a mask appeared, and frenzied blood also calmly asked, guess who I am? Rayon stared at what was on him and hesitated before saying, that hat looks like ogre. Finally he concluded, you are the blood demon. Frenzied blood then asked, you recognize this hat? Then he praised, as expected from a Zeegart trainee, your senses are amazing, Eden, the blood demon. Then frenzied blood confirmed firmly, and with that unpredictable power, you are the swordsman who struck the blue ogre. Rayon did not yield and responded, and you must be the superior that the blue ogre mentioned. He said you would not come here, but then he also admitted, indeed I assigned that task to the blue ogre. If he did not die, I would not have come here. In other words, I am here because of you. Rayon thought it was strange. The overwhelming killing intent is paralyzing my entire body, not just me of the present. Even if all the trainees in Ebu village combined, they could not win. At the same time, the Essence Emperor also spoke. Rayon Zeegart, to be honest, you cannot defeat him, and now you only have 2 choices. He confidently continued, you can either die resisting him in vain or surrender yourself to me. At that time frenzied blood had transformed into an orc to prepare for a real fight with Rayon. Facing this life or death situation, the Essence Emperor's voice rang out. You only have these 2 feasible choices. In another scene, the other members of the team were still diligently building the fence. Burin saw Martha suddenly coming and curiously asked, what are you doing here? She replied casually, I came to see if you guys were fixing the fence properly. Not bad. Seems you have more talent for carpentry than swordsmanship. While he was grumbling and reminding, after she finished checking she kept silent and left. Then Martha comfortably added, you must ask for permission. You cannot give orders to me. Only one person can command me. You know that. At that moment Ronan suddenly appeared carrying a basket of oranges. The 2 were puzzled and asked, what are you doing here? She honestly answered, I brought the fruit. Martha was even more confused. The villagers already picked them. Why are you still bringing? Run-on calmly interrupted. For Rayon, these are fresher. I picked them myself. She sighed and thought, you really overthink. Anyone watching would think these two are married. But Run-on did not care and said, I am leaving now. Suddenly an explosion occurred right behind the three of them. She sensed something and immediately spun to check. When she saw the person in front of her, Run-on's eyes widened in surprise. Rayon. She did not think twice and dashed like the wind toward Rayon. Martha and Burin could not react in time. Immediately, a panicked shout rang out from the direction where Rayon and the village chief were. An emergency situation. Grab weapons and inform Kane and the 6 officers to go. Martha ran while wondering. It is the village chief's house. What happened? He anxiously shouted. Rayon, if you are okay, answer me. Before he could finish, another explosion occurred right before the three of them. A second later, the figures of Rayon and the village chief flashed across their sight. Martha could not believe what she saw was real, to the point that she stammered and could not speak. Ra. A few seconds later, Martha reacted and screamed in panic. Rayon Zegart. At that moment, Rayon was nearly exhausted, sweat mixing with blood flowing across his face. He urgently shouted, grab him. Burin suddenly reached out to support him, mumbling as he called, village chief. As soon as he finished, Rayon raised his voice to warn everyone, get out of here immediately. Then he added loudly, take the village chief to a safe place and leave here, right now. Not understanding what was happening, Martha still blankly asked, what are you talking about? Less than a second later, Burin collapsed and gasped. I cannot breathe. Run-on added, it feels like my lungs are being crushed. She in turn wondered, what is this pressure? At that moment, the voice of Blood Rage rang out. Oh my, turns out there are still many cute people around here. Seeing this, they stammered, that form, that is the armor of the ogre demon. Only then did the three belatedly realize he is one of Eden's leaders. Then he mocked this level of pressure, and you cannot endure it. Truly pathetic for those named Zekart. Seeing the three still not moving, Rayon anxiously asked, do you want to die? Hearing his reminder to wake up, they suddenly felt a bit enlightened. Then Rayon spoke again, if you keep standing there like fools, we will all be wiped out. Focus your spiritual energy to overcome the pressure and stand up. He coldly commanded Burin, move to the village and evacuate the villagers. Burin quickly replied, understood, I will return soon. Next Rayon is assigned, Martha, Run-on, stay behind and prepare to distract. After that he added, do not try to confront him, just observe the situation. Finally Rayon concluded, remember what Master Rimmer always told us, we must surpass our limits, now is the time. Despite being covered in injuries, he still spoke with fiery determination. We need to surpass our limits both physically and mentally. Blood Rage heard this and spoke mockingly. I like your spirit, but... He squinted and continued, I wonder if surpassing one's limits will be enough. Meanwhile, Rayon thought, the trainees and villagers are behind me. Everything will end the moment I retreat. I have to find a gap and cut off his head. He felt as if standing on the edge of a cliff, extremely dangerous. Rayon could not convince himself that he could do it. It felt like facing an endless wall. As he silently reflected, it was already difficult in his previous life, let alone this one. Blood Rage then said, you acted as if you would attack immediately, but you just stood there and watched. He continued calmly, whatever then, and immediately took a stance to attack. Less than a second later, Blood Rage dashed toward him at the speed of light. He assumed a defensive posture while speaking. If you do not run to me, I will come to you. Facing this critical situation, Rayon thought he was even faster than before. Countless flames suddenly appeared, surrounding his body. That was also the moment Blood Rage chose to attack, taking momentum and charging straight ahead. A second later, he shouted confidently, 10 fire. Blood Rage, along with the flames, rushed forward with the intent to take Rayon's life. Despite being somewhat wary of his power, Rayon silently thought, heaven shift. He blocked a thunderous strike from Blood Rage while thinking, at least I like this outcome. In the blink of an eye, the flames and his fists shattered everything. Seeing this, Rayon resolutely thought, he is breaking through the flames of the myriad flower technique. I must stop him. He whispered to himself, I just barely managed to alter the trajectory of his punch. If I hadn't read the flow of the strike with the ring of fire, I would have died on the spot. Rayon believed, surely they are observing the battle now. I must let them watch his moves as much as possible. Then he reminded himself, this is necessary to give us even a 10% chance. No, perhaps only a 1% chance of survival. While Blood Rage on the other side laughed mockingly. That's right, that is the spirit. Saying that, he crouched down, appearing to prepare for a leap. As expected, he jumped while shouting, if the fire is extinguished by a single punch, it wouldn't be interesting at all. The battle between the two, though uneven, continued intensely. Blood Rage, full of killing intent, charged at him like a moth to flame. Rayon froze as he witnessed him rushing forward, shouting, making me even happier. He struck the ground with immense force, cracking it immediately. Fortunately, Rayon quickly moved to another spot. Then a huge explosion occurred, shaking the entire area. At the same time, Blood Rage spoke, your flames surpass ordinary spiritual energy. No matter how foolish the blue demon is, I still found it strange that he was defeated. However, seeing your power now, I understand. He calmly added, that makes me even more regretful. Fire has no effect on me. Do you know why? Rayon did not panic and replied calmly, of course I know. The helmet you are wearing has the traits of an ogre. The king of the mountains, Orge, and they can destroy a castle with countless arrows piercing through. Blood Rage can utilize the ogre traits. Blood Rage sighed, in that case, you should be fully aware, no matter how much spiritual energy you try to unleash, it would be meaningless against me. How regrettable. But this time Rayon did not flinch and immediately responded, if my flames are useless, I just need to use something else. Hearing that, he was stunned. What? On the opposite side, Rayon summoned his icy power, a stream of blue light enveloping his body. Blood Rage froze for a few seconds. Wait, this cold? Then he wondered. First, the fire-based spiritual energy was already astonishing. And now you are using water-aligned spiritual energy as well. After speaking, Blood Rage added such advanced attributes and control over spiritual energy at such a young age. He paused for a moment, then hazily asked, who exactly are you? Rayon calmly countered, do you need to know? Anyway, you will soon die at my hands. Blood Rage sighed, looking at him, how arrogant you are. He continued, let's see how long your will can last. Then Rayon charged forward. As the explosion rang out, the group led by Burin also ran closer to the scene. Witnessing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, hey, you are. Meanwhile, Rayon on the other side leapt up and delivered a direct strike to Blood Rage's head. Burin was astonished, thinking, the spiritual energy he is using is ice instead of the usual fire. Can he use two types of spiritual energy? Moreover, the pressure around him and the energy blade. Then he curiously wondered, since when has he become a swordsmanship expert? The warriors on this continent are divided into different types depending on their strength. Anyone who wields a weapon, including swords, is classified based on their mastery of spiritual energy. Those who have only learned to use spiritual energy are called novices. Those who are familiar with spiritual energy and can separate it from their bodies to channel it into their weapons are called spiritual energy users. Then there are those who have trained their spiritual energy endlessly and can release it into the surrounding environment. These are the ones who can use sword energy, called spiritual energy experts. Burin watched the scene before him and thought to himself, that means Rayon has reached the level of an expert capable of using sword energy, which should have been impossible, yet he is fighting. He muttered in astonishment, Blood Rage, the one known as an expert. Then Burin suddenly added, but even though he is fighting Blood Rage, he still has not inflicted any significant damage. Next, he speculated, his body is somehow ignoring the power gap too. At that moment, Rayon exchanged a glance with Burin, as if conveying some information. Burin understood immediately. Rayon looked straight into his eyes, saying he would create an opening and needed them to combine their attacks. Because they had spent so much time together at the 5th training school, they could communicate with just a glance. Not only him, but Martha and Runan were also ready with their swords, waiting for the right moment to strike. Runan glanced to the side, then nodded firmly, her expression full of determination. She was no exception, and in Martha's eyes, her fighting spirit was overflowing. They gripped their swords tightly, thinking, "That's right, we are part of the Sieghard family." At that moment, all three shared the same resolve. We must protect this village. They watched Rayon fighting fiercely above them and thought, with Rayon, we can do this. Meanwhile, he had successfully landed a strike on Blood Rage, though he did not know if it had caused any injury. But as Blood Rage let out a startled, seemingly painful groan, Rayon immediately realized this was the perfect opportunity and shouted, "Now is the time." He called out, attacked, and all three rushed to strike Blood Rage at once. They continually reminded themselves, "We will win, we can win." At the same time, Martha and Buren silently added, with combined strength. In contrast, Blood Rage remained unfazed and calmly said, "I am waiting for you, insects." He leisurely released a large amount of spiritual energy, immediately knocking the three rushing in off their feet. Buren was stunned, thinking that fighting spirit, he could project it outward like an explosion. Then he irritably affirmed, "This bastard, expert in my foot, has reached the level of a master." At that moment, Blood Rage still spoke calmly. "I was wondering if I need to chase each of you individually. You have saved me the effort." He then wondered aloud, "Seeing those expressions of hope fall into complete despair always brings me great joy. Do you think you can push me back?" Blood Rage raised his fist and coldly declared, "All of you will die here today." He added, "Because you do not know your place." Then he launched a devastating punch toward Rayon. Surprisingly, Rayon did not show any fear and even spoke with a hint of confidence. "You are not the only one waiting for this opportunity." All the killing intent Rayon had accumulated in his previous life as an assassin allowed his ice energy to merge with the Inferno Mastery technique, concentrating all of it on a single point. He poured his life and soul into his sword and unleashed a move, Inferno Mastery Technique, Ultimate. This strike of Rayon shot forward at the speed of light and plunged straight into his chest. The power of this attack was terrifying, as if he had gambled everything on this single blow. Blood Rage on the other side did not anticipate this, so at first he was quite stunned. Eventually, he staggered down after a prolonged struggle between the two. By then, Rayon had almost exhausted all his strength, breathing heavily and exhausted. Rayon's eyes glazed with fatigue, and he unconsciously muttered two words, "Damn it." Suddenly Blood Rage's voice rang out, "Excellent. You took advantage of the moment my defense weakened when I channeled spiritual energy into my attacks. Right, if I had done wrong, I would have died already." Saying this, he suddenly lengthened his tone and added, "However." Less than a second later, Rayon was violently thrown down and sent flying. Blood Rage casually ripped the sword stuck in his chest out, simultaneously mocking, "If you want to overcome the skill gap between you and me, you still have a long way to go." Rayon thought to himself, "I assumed I could do it if his spiritual energy weakened, but I could not pierce his muscles. He had strengthened his skin and muscles to block my sword." In the end, Rayon could only silently admit, "So this is truly a master of spiritual energy." He could not hide his disappointment and exclaimed, "My plan has failed." Immediately afterward, Rayon resolutely ordered, "All Sieghard novices, I command you as team leader, everyone, run from here." Buren was stunned, "You are saying?" Understanding Buren's worry, he quickly explained, "We cannot defeat him at this moment. Run and evacuate the villagers." Without delay, Rayon added, "There is no more time. We must evacuate the novices and villagers to minimize losses. Buren, do you think a Sieghard deserves to die a dishonorable death here?" Finally, he coldly concluded, "If not, then do your duty." Buren immediately raised his voice to announce, "Everyone, retreat. Focus on fleeing from Blood Rage. We must save at least one more person from Blood Rage." Before leaving, Runan did not forget to look back and warn him, Rayon, whatever happens, do not die. Rayon silently watched her run and gently replied, understanding. Then Blood Rage spoke again mockingly. Do you think those insects can escape from me? No, more importantly. He disdainfully asked, do you think you can hold out while others run? Rayon did not respond to Blood Rage, but instead sent a mental message to the Essence Emperor, saying, Wrath, I want to make a wager. Hearing this, he felt a surge of spirit and exclaimed, finally, it's my turn. The Essence Emperor asked coldly, although you are trying to make a wager, it seems you could die at any moment. What exactly are you betting on? Rayon answered frankly, the bet is to see whether he or I will be the one to die. He immediately retorted, do you think you can win against him? Then Rayon replied honestly, almost impossible, to meet the minimum conditions. Next, Rayon proposed, restore my spiritual energy and body. In exchange, I will endure your wrath. The Essence Emperor entered his body while reluctantly speaking, with the current situation, you would die, and I would not be able to take your body. I will restore you then. Immediately after he spoke, to see how you endure my wrath directly, Rayon began to receive successive waves of extreme pain, even letting out sounds full of anguish. Blood Rage, seeing these reactions, asked curiously, what is that? Not seeing Rayon respond, he remarked, you have not drunk the blood of an ogre or troll. I do not understand how you recover so quickly, it is absurd. After a short while, Rayon had fully recovered and replied coldly, I already said before, you do not need to know. With that, Rayon declared, from here on, I will keep you company until dawn. In another scene, Burin's voice suddenly rang out. Now, I want everyone to act according to orders, assist those who are injured or having difficulty moving. I know everyone is very tired, but we have to move quickly. We don't have time. Hurry and find a safe place. The other students asked worriedly, what is happening? Will we be okay? The person beside them could not help but add, this is happening just as we arrived here again. As soon as they finished speaking, Martha's trembling voice sounded. Rayon was. She spoke in a low tone, facing that monster alone for the sake of all of us. He heard this and called out in surprise, Miss Martha. But Martha continued, even though his arms and ribs are broken, he is still fighting. After speaking for a while, she finally shouted angrily, so what is your attitude now? You are not doing anything at all. Burin, hearing her scolding, worriedly called out Martha. Then he agreed aloud, she is right. This is not the time to be discouraged. After that, Burin urged, everyone move quickly. Crane has arrived at a nearby branch to request reinforcements. Troops from the family will surely be on the way. While he was urging everyone to act quickly before, suddenly, everyone panicked and murmured, that isn't that a goblin? Why is it here? Burin, seeing this, could not help but wonder, why is a goblin, the king of the forest, coming to us? Immediately someone else shouted, wait, there is another one here too. They could not believe it. We are surrounded by goblins. The goblins are closing in on us. How could something like this happen? Someone as strong as Martha was also stunned, thinking, impossible. Soon she understood that Bastard Eden can control monsters. The reason the Blood Demon Berserker did not ignore Rayon and rush toward us is because he released the goblins, anticipating that this would happen. One of them helplessly knelt to the ground and sighed. We are done. We will die without even fighting back. But Burin quickly spoke to reassure them, don't give up. Rayon is still fighting. If we die uselessly here, I will never be able to face Rayon again, who is fighting the Blood Demon Berserker alone. Martha, hearing this, praised, this time you are right. Runan also added, we have to evacuate everyone and quickly help Rayon as well. Although unspoken, Burin regained his spirit thinking, that's right, we cannot die here. That was the least they could do for Rayon, who was fighting alone for them. After saying this, the three of them risked their lives and charged toward the orcs. All three were already in fighting stances, only waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, Burin felt a faint breeze, which made him freeze and mutter this wind. In another scene, Blood Frenzy spoke leisurely, truly resilient. He looked toward Rayon, who was exhausted, and in a seemingly kind tone advised, "Don't push yourself anymore." On the other side, Rayon gasped, thinking, "My broken left arm is holding me back." He considered that if he cut off his left arm, he could keep fighting a little longer. Yet then he questioned himself, "Why am I doing this?" Every inch of Rayon's skin screamed in pain. Why must he endure a suffering he had never felt even in his previous life, and fight this monster? Rayon murmured drowsily, "If it were my previous life, I would have definitely run away." At the moment of his greatest despair, a familiar voice called out, "Rayon." He felt as if Sylvia was rushing to embrace him, whispering, "I want you to become a proud warrior, a Sieghart swordsman of old." After hearing these words, he suddenly realized, yes, the words Sylvia spoke back then, and the memories with his comrades that Rayon had shared were binding him here. Seemingly indifferent to others, but kinder than anyone, Ronan. He had not started off smoothly, but now he was heading toward a respectable goal. She was rough, yet with unwavering faith, someone Rayon could trust, Martha. He thought emotionally, to be honest, saying they don't move me would be a lie. I want to save them. Those who are gradually becoming Sieghart swordsmen. At this moment, the Essence Emperor vaguely understood something and spoke. "Have you been buying time for your comrades to escape my control, while still enduring my wrath?" Rayon replied calmly, "So you've realized?" Hearing this, he felt impressed, truly arrogant, by Rayon Sieghart. "There is a limit to how much you can underestimate me. Do you really believe you can control your body while I kill this person and pursue your comrades?" The Essence Emperor suddenly erupted in fury, catching him off guard, and harshly demanded, "If even standing firm is difficult, what do you intend to do?" He scolded coldly, "The moment you received my wrath, you failed. You can endure the seizure, but the moment you hand over your body to me, you will never get it back." On the other side, Blood Frenzy also began to speak. "It seems you have finally reached your limit. I just came up with a very good idea," he said excitedly. "I will leave you for last and go kill your comrades first. Now that sounds much more interesting." Rayon heard Blood Frenzy say, "Imagine it. Your expression as I tear the head off each of your comrades right in front of you, while you are powerless to stop it. No." He watched the faint silhouette before him and reluctantly thought, "The rookies cannot withstand attacks from a master like the Blood Demon Berserker. While everyone is escaping, I have to hold him back." Finally, Rayon ignored the sharp pain in his body and wrist, saying, "My name is Rayon Sieghart." He spoke resolutely. "I am the descendant of the Northern Vanquisher King, Glenn Sieghart, and one day I will become the strongest swordsman on this continent. Until my heart stops beating, you will not leave this place, Eden Blood Demon." Rayon, battered and wounded, still refused to yield, speaking with a spirit truly admirable for his age. Blood Frenzy heard him and decided to turn back, exclaiming, "Calling you amazing is not enough to describe it. All right, I will show the respect you deserve for a warrior like you." He casually summoned his power and continued, "I will remember your name, Rayon Sieghart." Rayon looked at Blood Frenzy charging toward him, thinking in despair, "I no longer have the strength." He slowly closed his eyes, muttering in frustration, just to avoid this attack. Suddenly, a familiar breeze brushed across Rayon's cheek, making him regain some clarity. Rayon suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, the killing intent in his eyes had almost entirely faded. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before his sight. Rimmer arrived just in time to block a deadly strike coming from Blood Frenzy's position. Rayon showed a hint of reproach and said, "You're late, sir." Rimmer immediately replied, "Sorry, I overslept a bit." He quickly assumed a stance, smiling slyly as he explained, "Now you can leave this matter to me." Blood Frenzy saw Rimmer and hesitated before calling out Sieghart's light sword. He paid no mind and replied casually, "Long time no see, Baldy." The killing intent within him immediately surged violently, especially when Blood Frenzy asked, "What are you doing here?" He replied calmly, "I cannot just stand by and watch trash like you trample on your new life." Hearing this, Blood Frenzy sneered, "Surprisingly, someone of your level has been sent to supervise students. Sieghart has grown weak." With that, the two immediately plunged into a fierce battle, neither willing to show weakness. Blood Frenzy, throwing a punch, asked curiously, "So it was difficult for you to land a strike like this? Even your body balance is completely ruined. The rumors that your core energy is broken, making you crippled, are true?" Rimmer replied calmly, "All wrong. You should change your source, whether past or present. You are slow in gathering information. How long have I been away from the front, and such rumors already exist?" Hearing that, he immediately pointed out another difference. "You are blatantly lying. Your swordsmanship used to carry soul-shaking killing intent. Now, your sword is no different from a passing breeze." Then Blood Frenzy confidently asserted, "At this rate, you could never cut me." Immediately after, he launched an attack toward Rimmer. Fortunately, Rimmer quickly dodged. Then Rimmer leapt and casually scolded him, "You brute." Rayon, observing from the side, thought with admiration, "Trainer Rimmer, he moves so gracefully in the air, like a leaf flying in the wind." He wondered, above all, the attacks he launches are so perfectly timed that it gives me goosebumps. If Rimmer were to unleash his full power, the battle would already be decided. So why is he prolonging it, as if to let me watch? Then Rayon considered a possibility. Wait, could it be, like before, he is intentionally showing me his swordsmanship? He felt moved and awed. Even under such circumstances he still teaches. Meanwhile, Rimmer charged and teased, "He's crazy, acting arrogant yet still unable to defeat me even though I am weakened." Blood Frenzy casually replied, "At this rate, your helmet will be taken." He launched another attack, and as usual, Rimmer easily dodged. This made Blood Frenzy furiously shout, "Shut up." Rimmer calmly thought, "Light Sword, stop playing around and fight seriously. Even dealing with him lightly is almost at my limit." Thinking so, he said aloud, "Well, the teaching material has gone crazy. Perhaps it's time I put an end to this." Rimmer then raised his voice to instruct, "Watch carefully, Rayon. This is how a Zeegart fights." He paused for a moment to summon his power, then immediately added, "And you must learn it." Right after, Rimmer unleashed his technique, Sword Domain Manifest. Seeing this, Blood Frenzy thought that it is a raging storm with the user at the center, and in addition, his spiritual energy crushes everything within its range. He did this so I cannot escape. Then he considered, the only way is to crush it head-on. Blood Frenzy charged straight at him, shouting, "I will crush you, Zeegart's light sword." This time Rimmer did not merely stand and dodge, he began acting as well. The two collided like fierce beasts in a deep forest, killing intent surging, waiting for the moment to tear the other apart. Two sources of power, one dark, one brilliant, clashed. The surrounding forest trembled from Rimmer and Blood Frenzy's clash. As the dust cleared, the two were seen standing back to back, each with their own thoughts. Finally, Blood Frenzy spoke first. "You split half your strength between body and spiritual energy and retained all the wind in the calm zone of your sword. Naturally, sword domain should be like that, but..." He hesitated and asked, "How can you, not a direct descendant of Zeegart, create a sword domain?" Rimmer calmly replied, "Actually, it's not a sword domain, but something similar I created by borrowing the power of nature. The elves are quite close to nature after all." Blood Frenzy finally understood. "I see, even in old age, a tiger is still a tiger." Then he added, "If there is anything I regret, it is that I cannot kill that brat. I must kill that kid." Blood Frenzy lamented, "This will heavily affect our plans." Rimmer interrupted, "Enough. How could we entrust our prince to someone like you?" Blood Frenzy had to admit, he truly possesses the qualities to become a king, but do not be mistaken. We also have a talent who can rival that monster. Today, he reluctantly admitted, "It is my failure, Zeegart's light sword," then turned to leave. Rimmer then asked, "You observed from up close, right?" He cheerfully explained that is something you must learn as a Zeegart, sword domain. Next, Rimmer began to explain thoroughly, unlike mages who create a space with mana. This is a spatial field created by the development of a person's spirit and the eruption of their spiritual energy. He slowly said, "A sword domain is created from all your experiences, achievements, spiritual energy, and even your future. You are a direct descendant, so one day you will be able to use it. Therefore, until that day comes, engrave as much experience into yourself as possible." After finishing his explanation, Rimmer smiled brightly like a flower and asked, "You all saw it right?" Rayon turned his head and saw his three friends, and hesitantly asked, "Why are you all here?" Renan ran over and called, "Rayon." Martha could not help but shout, "You bastard, you are still alive." Burin came forward and exclaimed, "Rayon Ziegart, I am so glad you are okay." And she kindly asked, "Are your injuries all right?" Rimmer stood aside and thought quietly. Pretending to be normal is really difficult. There are some conditions that a person who is not a direct Ziegart descendant must meet to use a sword domain. Experience is of course necessary, then affinity with the attribute, and above all physical strength is vitality. Therefore it actually consumes the lifespan of the user. On top of that, with a damaged energy core, Rimmer had also used a sword domain, so pretending to be fine was already difficult. He looked at the scene before him and thought, "Well, I have nothing to regret." Rimmer thought, what Rayon had shown him when he joined the battlefield late was the birth of a new king. At that moment Rimmer formed a determination. He would serve this child as his new master. He once thought that with a damaged energy core, he would no longer feel alive. Then he added, "But because these children have brought meaning to my life." He looked at the children in front of him and thought joyfully, "So I have received a new life." Rimmer did not say anything, but a faint smile was always on his face. He calmly affirmed, "So even if my lifespan is shortened, I do not regret it. Of course, before I die, I want to see him become the king of Ziegart." The king of Ziegart. The evening light draped over the mansion, and a low voice spoke up, saying it again. Glenn furrowed his brow in disbelief. "You mean Rayon faced the blood demon berserker from Eden?" Observing his reaction, Rimmer chuckled with amusement. "I knew you would be surprised as well, Master. I rushed here just to see this reaction. Truly worth it." The other party interrupted irritably. "Enough. Explain it clearly." Rimmer recalled the previous events, emphasizing, "I could not believe it even seeing it with my own eyes. But I swear everything I am saying is true, without exception." He added, "It was not just me. The apprentices from the 5th and 6th training schools were on duty, and the villagers of Cebu also witnessed it." The scene of Rayon fighting the blood demon berserker alone. Rimmer slowly pronounced each word. Hearing this, Glenn pondered for a long moment. The level of the blood demon berserker can even rival a master swordsman. If what you say is true, then how much injury did they sustain? Rimmer reported honestly. Most suffered only minor injuries, but Rayon was severely wounded after the battle with the blood demon berserker. In his voice, he could not hide his admiration, yet he still held on and survived until I arrived. Glenn hesitated and said, "Do you think I can believe this?" Rimmer responded sympathetically, softly, "I understand, it sounds absurd, but you will have no choice but to believe once you see that Rayon has become a swordsmanship expert. Master." He murmured appreciatively. He even survived against the blood demon berserker, whose strength rivals that of a master. We did not regret letting him use Elverin resin. Glenn was briefly stunned. Elverin resin. But that is, the resin of the second world tree, a priceless treasure. Yet upon hearing Rimmer's next words, a smile crept across his lips. But what he did was worthy of it. Glenn jokingly remarked, "It sounds like you pampered it a lot." Rimmer sighed helplessly. "Pampered it. He paused, shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Helped Rayon and the others develop together." Glenn suddenly fell into contemplation, unsure what he was thinking. His eyes narrowed slightly. "I see." After a while, he immediately gave instructions to the person beside him, Lowen, to summon the great masters. "We will hold a clan conference as soon as the apprentices return." The other party respectfully replied, "Understood, Master." Glenn did not forget to praise Rimmer. "You have worked hard recently, Rimmer." He was stunned for a moment. Then, when he recovered, he joyfully approached Glenn. "When was the last time you praised me? Almost 20 years ago, I suppose." Glenn grumpily continued, "I would have praised you more if you had not been involved in those foolish matters. So when are the apprentices expected to return?" Rimmer silently considered. then spoke leisurely regarding the apprentices. They should be arriving soon, and as he said, Rayon and the group were on their way back. He pondered. The mission in Cebu had concluded successfully, although it took longer than expected due to Eden's interference. The thing is, because the village had suffered unforeseen damage after the blood demon berserker attack, Rayon's group stayed longer to restore the ruined village. As for Rayon, due to severe injuries, he stayed at the village chief's house focusing on recovery. It is unknown how much time passed. When he opened his eyes, Rayon checked the rewards from the wager with Wrath. Of course, Wrath insisted that the wager should be cancelled since Rimmer, not Rayon, was the one who killed the blood demon berserker. A bit of a problem arose, but the stats Rayon received from the wager were quite decent. Looking at the magic status window, even the essence swore, "Damn it, why does it have to be that?" While Rayon stared in bewilderment. What is this? The notifications that appeared surprised him. A trait from Wrath had been created as the second reward of the wager. This trait was called Indomitable Will, able to reduce pain by temporarily boosting spiritual power when suffering severe physical or mental damage. Rayon could not help but marvel. Indomitable Will, unexpected, to receive a trait like this. His face immediately brightened. With this trait, I can resist more effects than before, even after receiving the enemy's wrath. The essence was clearly unwilling. How could Indomitable Will fall into the hands of a kid like him? The problem being that the system was designed too well. Thinking this, it became even more irritating. The system of the Essence Emperor is designed to prioritize creating the ability the user needs most. Without this trait, I could have taken his body already. The essence gritted its teeth, trying to calm itself. No, I need to stay calm. After all, I still have time. It told itself that the recovery speed of the Essence Emperor's abilities was steadily increasing, even if very slightly, and it could even sow the emotion of wrath into this kid. Thinking this, the Essence became more excited. He is developing rapidly compared to humans, but in the end the Essence Emperor will prevail. Its sharp gaze rested on Rayon, thinking, just wait, your body and soul will belong to the Essence Emperor, and the moment the Essence Emperor wins, a bastard like you will be locked under eternal ice. Time passed quickly, and the apprentices received orders to gather in front of a building. The chief steward of Zeekart, Ilun, was the first to greet them, speaking sternly, "Welcome back." The apprentices complained to one another. Dorian, looking weary, sighed. "I just want to go back and rest." Ronan bowed his head, muttering, "Sprinkled ice cream." Martha looked equally exhausted. "I thought I was going to die. It was so difficult. Even Burin found it hard to believe. Somehow we managed to return." Ilun's next words left the group stunned. "You must be tired. But there is no time to rest yet." Rayon blurted out, "What?" The other party only left one reminder: go meet the master. The group of apprentices moved into the main hall, with Rayon leading and bowing, saluting, and greeting the master. The entire hall suddenly buzzed with whispers that Rayon Zeekart, I heard he defeated the blue monster god and resisted the attacks of the blood demon berserker. Immediately someone objected, "Isn't that just baseless rumor? He looks like only a high-level swordsman at best." Rayon paid no attention to the comments about himself, focusing only on one thought. At first I was a bit hesitant when the master summoned everyone, but it turns out this is an unexpected opportunity. The entire staff of Zeekart is gathered here. He told himself, I have learned one thing from this mission. If I continue like this, I will only be able to struggle to survive in upcoming battles. Therefore I need to become stronger, faster. Looking at the situation, Rayon could only think of one possibility. And right now, in this place, not only are the clan leaders and great masters present, but the direct lineage hall masters are also here, which means Glenn Zeekart is paying attention to this matter. He understood clearly that because Glenn is fair and impartial, he would certainly reward those who contributed. Thinking this, there was only one thing to do now. Rayon's eyes showed determination. I need to prove our achievements and gain new martial knowledge to become even stronger. At this moment, Glenn sat in the center of the room and slowly spoke. Rayon Zeekart, I heard you were a key figure in this mission. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point, presenting the situation in detail. Rayon nodded slightly, understanding. He recounted the entire story clearly, explaining that the events began when we discovered that the moment we stepped into Cebu village, we were being monitored, so we surprised the blue monster god while he was searching for the Goblin King's magic stone in the village. What Rayon said next made Karun jump in surprise. We thought the mission was over, but the blood demon berserker unexpectedly attacked the village, probably because communication had been cut off, and I volunteered to act as bait, fearing that the losses would be even greater if only the apprentices faced him. He lost his composure and stepped forward, shouting, "Damn it! Do you think you know where you are standing to dare speak such lies?" Karun grew even more furious. "Master, do you really believe what he says is true? Just the blue monster god alone would be enough to eliminate several 15-year-old youths. Holding out against the blood demon berserker is completely a blatant fabrication." Rayon remained unshaken, calmly calling to the person behind him, Dorian, to bring those things out. The other party was momentarily taken aback, lips moving as he replied, understanding. Immediately afterward, Dorian brought out a bag and emptied its contents. As soon as everyone saw what was inside, the great hall buzzed again. The heads of the blue monster god and the blood demon berserker. Does that mean his report was truly accurate? Rayon spoke calmly, "Master, please forgive me, but may I draw my sword?" Glenn spoke, approving, "You are allowed to hold the sword." As soon as he was granted permission, Rayon immediately placed his hand on the hilt. A stream of golden energy appeared, hovering around the blade. The sharp sword left its sheath, sparks flaring and swirling around Rayon. This scene shocked everyone present, and soon someone knowledgeable realized, sword aura, and the flames are strong as well. Everyone was astonished. Is he really the one whose mana did not even reach average level at the 10-year judgment ritual? It was indeed thanks to that he could truly defeat the blue monster god. Rayon's face grew serious as he slowly spoke each word. Is that explanation sufficient? Karun fell silent, only able to grit his teeth in frustration. That bastard hybrid, he has truly reached the level of a swordsman, and even brought back Eden's head. I can no longer refute anything. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. Listen here, Rayon Zegart, chief apprentice, and all apprentices of the 5th and 6th training schools. Before their astonished eyes, Glenn spoke with praise. You have performed exceptionally. It must be understood that before this unexpected praise and encouragement from Glenn, not only Rayon's group, but everyone in the Master's Hall was stunned. The highest praise Glenn had ever given before was well done, no matter how difficult the mission. Yet for the first time in decades, he said the whole group had performed exceptionally. Everything happened so unexpectedly that some apprentices even held their breath and wiped their tears at the praise. Afterward, Rayon completed his report, presenting the Goblin King's magic stone, and explained Eden's purpose, which he had discovered. Finally, all other apprentices were awarded bronze tokens, while Rayon received a silver token before the ceremony ended. Turning to leave the main hall, Rayon pressed his lips together, as I was expecting too much. I thought I would receive a separate reward for discovering Eden's purpose. Well, I'll just let go of the new martial knowledge. His mood was low, and the essence even took the opportunity to taunt. You received nothing after giving him such important information. You really are hopeless. Rayon frowned, thinking, I started trusting Glenn a little after obtaining the 10,000 fire technique, but I shouldn't have. Just as he was sinking into disappointment, a voice pulled him from his wandering thoughts. Rayon, sorry to bother you a bit. Seeing the visitor was Lowen, Rayon became suspicious. Lowen, why is he suddenly talking to me? The other bowed respectfully and said, May I visit the annex tonight? Rayon looked puzzled tonight, but why do you need to? Lowen did not hide it, smiling. The master requested me to bring you there. Rayon, he is probably planning to give you a second reward. Not long after, Rayon returned. As he stepped through the main gate, Helen joyfully exclaimed, Mistress, the young master has returned. Sylvia anxiously cried out, Rayon, oh my God. She hurriedly ran over to inspect her son, frantically asking, "I heard you fought Eden, is your hand okay?" Rayon gently waved his hand. "It's fine. It's almost fully healed." Sylvia embraced him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "I'm sorry, Rayon, I shouldn't have spoken like that. I shouldn't have forced you to act as a true Zeekart." Her eyes red, she murmured softly. "I was just worried that because of what I said, you had to face Eden's demons alone." Unexpectedly, Rayon let out a small laugh, replying gently, "On the contrary, I'm grateful to you, Mother." He looked straight into his mother's eyes and spoke sincerely. "Actually, at first, when facing the blood demon berserker, I just wanted to run away because I saw no chance of victory. I even planned to use the other apprentices as bait." "How awful." Pausing briefly, Rayon continued, "But then I suddenly heard your voice. Mother, you wanted me at least to live as a swordsman of the Zeekard family." He held Sylvia's hand, his voice full of gratitude. "It was your words that helped me stay and fight as a swordsman." Rayon sincerely expressed, "The only reason I stood firm as a proud swordsman is because of your words, Mother. So I am deeply grateful to you." Sylvia, tears brimming, could barely move her lips to speak. Not long after, a tear rolled down her cheek, sniffles audible. Sylvia sank to the floor sobbing. Helen beside her also covered her face crying. When did the young master grow up like this? Seeing this, Rayon flustered, not knowing what to do. Why are both of them crying? The scene shifts tonight. Rayon's room was lit, and he cautiously asked, "Did anything special happen while I was out on the mission?" Judil hesitated for a moment, then finally reported honestly, "The Martial Heart sect requested my return. It seems they intended to eliminate me." Rayon paused briefly. They planned to punish her for failing to report that she would become a professional swordsman, and also vent their anger over what happened in the auditorium. Considering this possibility, he thought to himself, "I cannot let Judil die right now. She is an important double agent I must save." Thinking this, Rayon spoke. "Judil, from now on you must follow my orders if you want to live." She opened her eyes wide in shock. "What?" He lost his composure, stepped forward and shouted, "Damn it! Do you think you are standing where you can spit out those lies?" Karun shouted even louder, "Master, do you really believe what he said is true? Just the blue demon alone would be enough to eliminate several 15-year-old youths. Holding off the blood berserker is completely a blatant fabrication." Rayon remained completely unshaken, calmly calling to the person behind him, "Dorian, to bring those things out." The other party was momentarily stunned, lips moving as he responded, "Yes." Immediately after, Dorian took out a bag and emptied its contents. As soon as everyone saw what it was, the great hall erupted in murmurs again, the heads of the blue demon and the blood berserker. So his report was indeed true. Rayon spoke calmly, "Master, please excuse me, but may I draw my sword?" Glenn responded approvingly, "You are allowed to wield the sword." As soon as he was permitted, Rayon placed his hand on the hilt. A stream of golden energy appeared, hovering around the blade. The sharp blade left its sheath, sparks of bright light swirling around Rayon. The scene shocked those present, and someone knowledgeable quickly realized, sword energy, and the fire is very strong too. Everyone was astonished. Could this really be the person whose mana did not even reach the average level during the judgment ritual 10 years ago? Truly it was thanks to that he could really defeat the blue demon. Rayon faced forward with a serious expression, slowly speaking each word. "Is this enough explanation?" Karun fell silent, only able to grit his teeth in resentment. That damned hybrid. He has truly reached the level of a swordsman, and even brought back the head of Eden. I can argue no more. At that moment, a stern voice sounded, "Listen, Rayon Zeegart, head apprentice, and all apprentices of the 5th and 6th training schools." Before their astonished eyes, Glenn spoke with praise, "You have done exceptionally well." It must be known that, before this unexpected praise and encouragement from Glenn, not only Rayon's group but everyone in the Lord's Hall was stunned. The highest praise Glenn had ever given before was "well done," no matter how difficult the mission. Yet for the first time in decades, he said the whole group did exceptionally well. Everything happened so unexpectedly. A few apprentices even held their breath and wiped tears at the praise. Afterwards, Rayon completed his report, presented the Goblin King's magic stone, and spoke about Eden's purpose, which he had discovered. In the end, all the other apprentices were awarded bronze badges, while Rayon received a silver badge before the ceremony ended. Turning to leave the great hall, Rayon pressed his lips together. Did I expect too much? I thought I would receive a separate reward for discovering Eden's purpose. Well then, I'll let go of the new martial skill. He was in a bad mood, and Essence took the opportunity to tease. You got nothing after giving him such important information. You are truly hopeless. Rayon frowned and thought. I had begun to trust Glenn a little after obtaining the 10,000 Flames technique, but I should not have done so. Just as he fell into disappointment, a voice pulled him out of his wandering thoughts. Rayon, may I trouble you a moment? Seeing the person approaching Lowen, Rayon was puzzled. Lowen, why is he suddenly talking to me? The other party respectfully said, May I visit the auxiliary building tonight? You look confused tonight, but what do you need? Lowen did not try to hide it, smiling happily. The Lord requested that I bring you there. Rayon, he is probably planning to give you a second reward. Glenn stepped down leisurely, announcing, I will personally teach you a martial technique suitable for you. Rayon's eyes widened in astonishment. Impossible, Glenn is personally going to teach me. Glenn did not beat around the bush, directly channeling his internal energy. Focus and observe. You only have one chance. At that moment, Rayon finally regained his composure and hurriedly stood up. He saw Glenn take a step back, flames of energy flickering around his feet. Glenn exuded an extremely majestic aura, and Rayon marveled in admiration. The martial technique of the strongest warrior on the continent. He did not dare to take his eyes off any of Glenn's movements. More than anyone, Rayon understood clearly. This was a great opportunity. It must be known that the martial technique Glenn demonstrated at that moment was something Rayon had never seen before. From his observation, it was both fast and slow, heavy yet light, free-spirited yet unrestricted, as if Glenn could move anywhere on the continent. Rayon felt that even in that very brief moment, the technique was so perfect it was enchanting. Even for the Phoenix Flame, learning it would be impossible. At that moment, Glenn said this technique was called Supreme Harmony Technique. The system window quickly appeared. Phoenix Flame had fully observed Supreme Harmony Technique, and learning the first footwork of Supreme Harmony Technique, Soaring Heaven, would commence. At the same time, Glenn retracted his movements and asked, Have you observed it? Rayon bowed his head and replied, I am sorry, at my current level I cannot keep up. His voice grew softer. I have only been able to observe his first footwork. Glenn looked deeply at him and said in a low voice, I understand. He turned back to his seat, leaving only one sentence. You may leave now. That is the reward for discovering Eden's purpose. Whether to learn it or not is up to you. Rayon bowed, performed the ritual properly. Thank you, I take my leave. He said this and strode away, and in an instant he was gone, the main hall doors slowly closing. Lowen could not help but speak. I did not expect he would teach him Supreme Harmony Technique, but I am concerned, after all. He paused for a moment. The Supreme Harmony Technique was created by him. I wonder if young Master Rayon can learn such a difficult technique. Glenn had a different thought. Lowen, even if it was only for a brief moment, he was able to keep up with Soaring Heaven. The first footwork is just the beginning. It already contains half of Supreme Harmony Technique. He recalled the recent encounter, silently appreciating Rayon. He instinctively recognized that the first footwork is the foundation of Supreme Harmony Technique. Glenn had every reason to place his trust in the boy. Although he had not yet realized the full significance of it, the kid would eventually understand what needed to be combined in that first footwork. He stated firmly, and then one day, he would surely be able to use the Supreme Harmony Technique. As for what happened afterward, a few days had passed since Glenn taught Rayon Supreme Harmony Technique. Rayon practiced continuously with the system buffs, but he still could not fully master it. The Phoenix Essence sneered from the side. I told you, That is not the kind of martial art a weakling like you could ever learn. Rayon paid it no mind, reminding himself, I feel that if I push a little harder, I can do it. While he was fully concentrating, a thunderous shout made him startle. Rayon. Sylvia leapt over the fence, aggressively demanding, What are you doing? I told you to rest. Rayon froze for a few seconds. Who would have believed her energy core was broken? She was as agile as Rimmer. Sylvia strode quickly toward him, grumbling angrily, You promised. You said you would stop training until you fully recovered. Flustered, Rayon waved his hands to calm her. I understand, Mother, calm down. He couldn't help thinking, Mother is even scarier than the demon lord of the demon realm. The result was unsurprising. Training in supreme harmony technique had to be postponed because Sylvia would not stop nagging. She lectured him at length, If you get caught again. Rayon dared not argue. Afterwards, he tried to practice in secret to avoid Sylvia. But the real problem was that Helen and the other maidservants also began watching him, so in the end, he could not train at all. Every time Rayon tried to act, he would catch the faint, knowing smile of a maid. Young master, don't tell me you plan to train. Rayon had no choice but to endure it, sitting in a corner feeling frustrated. Why do they look so happy? Finally, he accepted the compromise. Well, resting like this for a while isn't so bad. But Rayon had only just begun to enjoy this feeling of ease when a maid rushed over urgently with news. Young master, something important had happened. She was so flustered she stuttered. Raden Sieghart is visiting us. Rayon searched his memory for a moment. That is the son of Balder Sieghart, Glenn's fourth son. Why would he come to the auxiliary building? The maid was equally confused. We don't know the reason, but what she said next made Rayon freeze. He immediately realized that Redden had used violence against the lady of the house and the maidservants as soon as he arrived. The scene shifted to the front of the mansion. Redden arrogantly stood with his hands on his hips, shouting, A guest is visiting, and yet the gardens are in such a mess. Now what? Madam, didn't you say you never received a notice that I would come? Sylvia stammered in response, We did not see any notice. Redden glared at her. Did you mean my steward made a mistake? Or are you trying to tell me I'm lying? Sylvia dared not meet his fierce gaze. I didn't mean that. Please wait a moment. We will quickly tidy up. With that, she and the maids busily bowed and began cleaning the garden, everyone tense and too afraid to speak. Raiden's face darkened as he watched them, annoyance boiling inside. So frustrating. The whole family should have paid attention to me, since I recently destroyed one of the branches of the White Blood sect. Thinking of this only made him angrier. It should have been acknowledged. Yet no one cared about what I did. The family only focuses on that brat Rayon. Raden was not content. How could a minor collateral branch dare overshadow my achievements? Thinking this, he snapped and yelled at everyone. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? He even arrogantly spat, the spit landing on Sylvia, leaving Helen shocked, covering her mouth, speechless. She could no longer tolerate it, raising her voice in indignation. Young Master Raiden, even if you are of the main line, this is too much. Helen stepped forward to confront Raiden, who he thought he was yelling at, only to be met with his physical aggression. Seeing Helen clutch her cheek and collapse to the ground, Raiden still had no intention of stopping. He raised his foot, preparing to stomp on her. I am the legitimate heir of this family, so I am also your master. Even if I kill you right now, I would only be confined for 2 days, yet you dare to yell in my face. Sensing the danger, Sylvia immediately panicked and rushed forward. Stop, don't. Judil saw this and hurried over as well. Madam Sylvia, be careful, she thought to herself. I cannot let Madam Sylvia get hurt. I have to intervene. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed, and Rayon appeared just in time. Raiden paused, curling his lips into a sly grin. Could it be? You are Rayon. Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. His gaze fell on the sword in Rayon's hand. But what is he holding? Raiden raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Don't tell me you intend to point that terrifying thing at me. I am off the main line. He shrugged arrogantly. Put it away quietly before you made a fuss. Confident he had the upper hand, Raden laughed proudly. I am Raden Zeegart, son of Baldur Zeegart, master of the martial hall. Before he could finish, he felt the blade of Rayon's sword at his throat. A deep, chilling voice said, "So what?" Suddenly, a figure lunged forward, even stepped in front of Raden, and drew his sword to stop Rayon's action. He had no intention of holding back, and his overwhelming strength startled Even, who could only curse under his breath. This madman. He couldn't hold out for long. The sword in his hand was knocked away by Rayon, and he staggered backward. Raiden still had not realized the situation, arrogantly threatening, "Do you know who you are attacking?" In response, Rayon's voice rang out firmly, "I do." His eyes were full of fury, his cold voice enunciating each word, "You are the thief who broke into my house." Seeing Rayon once again readying his sword to strike, Raiden broke into a sweat. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the legitimate owner of this house." Rayon gave him no chance for words, driving his knee hard into Raiden's abdomen. "No, you are wrong." Raiden fell to his knees in pain, writhing and clutching his stomach. "You bastard, you'll pay." Rayon remained calm as ever. "You are nothing like the master of our house. Moreover, this auxiliary building is not yours." Without showing any expression, he raised the sword in his hand and slowly declared, "This is my house, the house of my family." Rayon's sword came down at extreme speed. Raiden no longer cared about appearances, screaming in panic. Suddenly, a voice rang out just in time, making Rayon pause. "Stop, Lord Rayon Zeegart." He scanned the area, silently guessing that the uniform must be from the Celestial Sword Division, a swordsman working directly for the family head. So why is he here? As Rayon suspected, the newcomer was Rakhale of the Celestial Sword Division. Raiden's entire body continued to tremble, yet he still arrogantly pointed and ordered, "Celestial Sword Division, kill this mad dog immediately. A minor collateral branch dares attack me, a person of the main line." Rakhale paid no attention, casually reminding, "We only follow the orders of the family head. You should stop, young Master Raiden." Hearing this, he immediately jumped up. "Huh, you are just a guard dog. How dare you?" Even whispered advice, "Young Master, step back for now. If you resist a Celestial Sword Division swordsman, it will only complicate matters." Raiden understood, only able to grit his teeth in frustration. He turned away angrily, leaving a threat, "I will never forget today, Rayon Zeegart." "Wait," pointing a sword at a mainline member. "You will pay with humiliation and your pathetic life." Raiden could confidently assert that. Helen suddenly felt guilty. "I'm sorry, madam. I'm grown now, yet I still acted rashly. It's all my fault." Sylvia gently reassured her. "No, by standing up, you gave me courage. Helen, you did nothing wrong." She forced a smile to comfort her. "Don't worry about this. I will handle it." Before she could finish, Rayon interjected. "No, mother, leave it to me." He emphasized, "I provoked him. I will handle it. So don't worry, just trust me." Not long after, both Rayon and Raiden were summoned by Glenn. Looking at the two of them bowing below, he spoke sternly, standing up. Glenn frowned, clearly displeased. "I heard there was some trouble today." Raiden quickly seized the chance to speak first. "Yes, master." He immediately slipped into his role, recounting at length, "I sent a letter to the auxiliary building earlier because I wanted to speak with Rayon, but the building treated me coldly. They hadn't even prepared anything to receive me. And then Rayon, without saying a word, attacked me and the steward. If it had been just a little, I could have died from his sudden attack." Rayon threw him a contemptuous glance, clearly thinking he was better at acting than wielding a sword, very different from what Judil had described about him. Growing impatient, Rayon stepped forward to explain, "Master, everything he said is a lie, especially the part about wanting to talk to me." I still remember his flushed face when he yelled at us. As Rayon finished speaking, Raiden impatiently lunged forward to grab his collar. "You bastard." Before he could do anything, a stern voice cut in, "Stop." Lowen's face darkened as he warned, "Have you forgotten who you are standing in front of?" Glenn did not like unnecessary words, decisively snapping his fingers to signal, "Since the accounts of the two of you differ, We will need to call a witness who saw the entire incident. In the next moment, a figure immediately appeared in the main hall. Bowing respectfully, "Greetings, Master. I am Raquel of the Celestial Sword Division." Glenn went straight to the point. "Raquel, tell me what you saw." Raquel recounted the whole story. Young Master Raiden claimed he sent a letter, but the auxiliary building never received it. According to his account, Lady Sylvia was tending the garden with the maids as usual when young Master Raiden suddenly visited the auxiliary building. Rayon was surprised, thinking, "I didn't expect that. I thought he would side with Raiden because he belongs to the main line, rather than the auxiliary building being disrespected." Yet he told the truth. As soon as Raquel finished recounting the entire event, Glenn called out Raiden's name, "Raiden Zeegart." He immediately panicked. "Yes." Glenn's face darkened as he stared at Raiden for a long time, his tone carrying a subtle threat. "This is different from what you told me," he asked sternly. "How dare you lie right in front of me?" Raiden stammered in response, "But Master, the important part is that a minor collateral branch dared to attack someone from the main line. That is the real issue." However, Glenn coldly issued a decision that left Raiden stunned, disrupting the hierarchy of the family. "But it seems both of you were at fault in this incident. So I will punish both of you, understood?" He expressed his dissatisfaction. "Master, punishing both is not enough. What about sparing his life for the future?" Rayon, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up in agreement. "Master, I will accept any punishment from you. But first I have something I need to do." Glenn slightly frowned, his face full of doubt. "Something you need to do?" The other confirmed, "Yes." Images of the recent events flashed through his mind again. Rayon reported, "Raiden Zeegart humiliated my mother in front of everyone. He did not forget to add, and he senselessly beat my servant." At this, Rayon's eyes were filled with indignation. "He still hasn't paid for that." Glenn sighed, resting his chin on his hand. "I already said, both of you were at fault. Originally both of you. You've been loud enough, and yet you still don't know your place." He furrowed his brows, a fierce energy surging around him. Both Rayon and Raiden froze, cold sweat running down their foreheads, feeling as if their chests were being squeezed by his power. Rayon tried to endure the pain in his chest, forcing himself to speak. "That is why I once heard you say this house is the land of swordsmen. I believe the value of a swordsman must be decided by his sword." He pleaded earnestly with Glenn, "Please allow us to duel." Glenn suddenly laughed. "That might be quite interesting." "Very well, I allow both of you to duel." Glenn also made the decision for them. The duel will take place at the training grounds next week. After everything had been settled, Raiden returned to report to Balder. He nodded. "I understand, so in the end, there will be a sword duel." Raiden immediately confirmed, "Yes, father." He recounted the whole story, arrogantly standing in front of his grandfather, boldly issuing a sword challenge. "The conditions we set were, if you win, we will destroy his danshin, and if you lose, you and the steward will personally apologize to the people of the auxiliary building. Moreover, from now on, the disciples of the martial hall will no longer be allowed near the auxiliary building." As the head of the martial hall, Balder Zeegart merely chuckled lightly. "No matter how talented he is still just a child born between Sylvia and an unknown man. Show him why you are of the direct line." Raiden, brimming with confidence, declared, "Father, do not worry. At that time I was unarmed and ambushed. But he is no match for me, for I have reached the intermediate master level." Balder was very pleased. "Indeed, my son. But remember, do not get too excited and accidentally kill him. Killing someone in a sword duel will cause trouble. So just severing the tendons in his arm will be enough." He smirked wickedly, making him disabled to completely crush his hope. Raiden naturally agreed, clenching his fists and huffing. "Yes, father, I understand." The scene shifted to Rayon, who was diligently training, with Sylvia and Helen observing him through the glass window. Helen felt anxious. The young master is about to duel Raiden, and we are just standing here doing nothing. She had every reason to worry. Raiden is an intermediate master, but our young master has only reached the beginner level. Perhaps it is not too late to stop him. Sylvia did not answer, lost in thought, as Helen said, "This duel is extremely dangerous." Rayon would not fall into such a situation with Raiden if the boy had not panicked. From her understanding, although it seems otherwise on the surface, Baldur practices refined swordsmanship, a sword technique with unpredictable variations that specifically targets the opponent's weaknesses. As Raiden learned from Baldur, once he steps into battle, he will become a completely different person. The moment Sylvia felt flustered, an image flashed through her mind. However, it was Rayon's gaze at that time. Thinking of this, Sylvia spoke. "Just trust the boy." Helen was stunned. "Yes, are you really going to let this happen?" Sylvia sincerely shared. "Honestly, I am very worried and uneasy about the boy too. But surely there must be a reason why Rayon confidently asked us to trust him." In the end, she made her decision. So now, just trust Rayon. After a while, someone interrupted Rayon's training. "Young master, I brought lunch." Upon seeing her, he looked puzzled. "Judil." She continued slowly, "Yes, I prepared some sandwiches so it's easier for you to eat. You've exercised quite a lot, so eat slowly to avoid upsetting your stomach." Rayon took it, not forgetting to thank her. "Got it, thank you." However, Judil hadn't left long when Rayon's eyes widened as he looked down at the tray in his hands. Under the cloth covering the tray, beside the sandwiches, there was a small book. He muttered silently, "This." As he flipped through a few pages, Rayon immediately discovered that it contained all the information about the refined swordsmanship that Raiden practiced. And moreover, the content was neatly organized, easy to grasp at a glance. Could she really have gathered all this information in just one day and compiled it into a book? He stared blankly after Judil's departing figure, and on top of that, she had stood up to protect his mother at that time. And now she proactively brought him information about Raiden without anyone asking. Thinking of this, Rayon's heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Judil." And so, as time passed, Rayon continued to train diligently. While both sides spent their time in their own way, in other words, while he was training, Raiden was still leisurely relaxing. Finally, the day of the sword duel arrived, attracting the attention of everyone in the residence. Raiden curled his lips in satisfaction, thinking, "I have been waiting for this day for so long, ever since that day. You cannot understand how much I have longed for the day I could serve you like this." The more he looked at Rayon, the more irritated he became. "I will crush your body, so that you will never be able to wield a sword again." The referee stepped forward to announce, "All right, both sides are ready." Raiden sneered mockingly, "I am very eager to see your expression after this duel." Rayon did not hesitate to respond. "I wonder if anyone will even get to witness that." At the same moment, the crisp sound of the drum rang out. Raiden snorted coldly, then, "Let the sword duel begin." He lunged straight at Rayon, curling his lips in mockery. "Your bragging words won't work anymore." With that, Raiden thrust his sword decisively forward, yet his attack only struck empty air. Seeing the space in front of him completely clear, Raiden was momentarily stunned. He disappeared. Before he could understand what was happening, Rayon's sharp sword had already pressed against his shoulder. No one knew when he had jumped behind Raiden. He broke out in cold sweat, gaping in disbelief. "That bastard, when did he appear behind me?" Rayon calmly said, "This is the first time." He then lowered his sword, clenching his fists into a punch. "Today you will die 8 times. Rayon attacked without holding back, landing a straight punch to Raiden's face, giving him absolutely no chance to dodge. With a single blow, Raiden was sent flying, his heavy body crashing hard onto the arena floor. He was in so much pain that he spat blood, eyes wide in disbelief. What just happened? I couldn't see his movement at all. A wave of terror rose within Raiden. What have you done? Rayon's expression remained unreadable as he picked up his sword and slowly approached him. "Stand up. What are you waiting for?" He repeated, "I told you, today you will die 8 times, the first for your lie about delivering the letter." Raiden's face burned red with anger. "That arrogant bastard, I'll make you regret not finishing me off with that first strike." With that, he gripped his sword tightly, gritted his teeth, and charged at Rayon. Yet in the blink of an eye, Raiden's steps faltered. his eyes filled with horror. Rayon's figure vanished once again, and Radin fell into panic. He's gone again. I thought this time I would have struck him down. Immediately after, Rayon reappeared, smashing the hilt of his sword straight into Radin's face. I'm on your left. Raiden fell to the ground, clutching his cheek and screaming. Rayon spoke coldly. This is the price for spitting on the flower nurtured by my mother. He didn't stop there, swinging a strong punch at the other side of his opponent's face. This is punishment for trampling on my mother's flower. Next, Rayon delivered a finishing punch, and this is punishment for striking Helen. Raiden lay battered on the ground, still stubbornly refusing to accept it. This can't be right. This can't be happening. He's only using the spirit-linked sword and basic fist. Watching Rayon charge fiercely, he told himself. Moreover, he's surely only a novice master, a rank below me. At the very moment he took the full force, bone-jarring punch, Raiden doubted himself. Why am I losing to him? Helen stood next to Sylvia in the stands, watching the entire duel, completely stunned and speechless. Young master. She keenly realized that young master Rayon could have ended the match with his first strike. Yet he deliberately created opportunities for his opponent and drove him into a corner. And he did this not merely for victory. Thinking of a possibility, Helen's hand instinctively clenched, meaning that tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, and she covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. He is avenging the violence directed at us. A surge of emotion rose in Helen's heart. Even though we are worthless servants, even though we are not considered human in this house, where bloodline dictates power, he is fighting against someone from the direct lineage for our sake, and he is destroying him as well. Sylvia standing beside her was equally choked up, eyes red. Rayon. She suddenly recalled her own past. When her father sought only power, and the house gradually grew cold over time, she always felt lost even as a member of the direct lineage. Sylvia reflected. In the end, I could no longer bear it. I ran away from the house and turned my back on reality, but I shouldn't have done that. Watching Rayon's decisive actions on the arena floor, Sylvia told herself, I should have relied on my own strength to overcome the unreasonable situations of this cruel land. And that is exactly what the boy is showing us right now. She suddenly realized one thing. No matter how weak we are, we need to have a strong will. And we must fight until the very last moment, no matter who the opponent is, so they dare not cross the limits again. Rayon is showing us that we need to move forward instead of running away. In the eyes of those present, Raiden could only endure each of Rayon's relentless strikes, his body thrown backward. The result was unsurprising. The referee declared, Raiden Zeekart has been incapacitated. The outcome of the sword duel has been decided, and the winner of this duel is Rayon Zeekart, as announced with excitement by the referee. Rayon's face remained expressionless as he looked down at the defeated opponent at his feet.